Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Prologue. Thunder raged across the sky, illuminating the world for a brief second as strong gales howled and rain began to pour down. Amid the storm, a young man in his 20s stood on the rooftop of a hospital, his bleak, lifeless gaze fixated on the shimmering yellow lights of the high buildings in the city reaching towards the sky. His face was pale and his body was riddled with scars. He wore a casual white t-shirt patched with stitches and oceanic blue tailored jeans, stained with mud and filth that started to wash away in the heavy rain. The young man took a deep breath, inhaling the cold air as he tried to calm himself down. As he stared at the crowd of people in the hospital, he noticed parents protecting their children from the rain, couples letting themselves get drenched and enjoying the freshness brought by the rain, while some patients were brought by workers who also saved them from the rain. Among all these scenes, one thing was common: everyone had someone to rely on. Whereas in his case, it was different. As he remembered what had just transpired, a bitter smile curled his lips, recalling the joke his friend used to say when someone called him a virgin. In this world no one dies as a virgin. Life fucks everybody. Reflecting on this, years of bitterness and struggle that had been weighing him down flashed before his eyes. If someone were to ask him what was the happiest time of his life, without giving it a thought, he would have answered that it was the first 3 years of his life. The reason? It was quite simple: those were years he didn't have any memory of. For as long as he could remember, he couldn't find a single moment that gave him a warm, fuzzy feeling. His name was Evan. He was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, struggling to even have his fill. His life up to 11 was quite bitter. Still, he persisted until one day, a couple arrived at the orphanage, claiming that he was their son who had been lost at birth due to the hospital's stupid mistake. Others might have been happy, but he wasn't. Evan, who had seen many children around him getting adopted and hoped one day to enjoy the warmth of his parents, found himself entangled in strange feelings when his dream came true. Reluctantly, yet with many hopes, he stepped into a new life, yearning to enjoy the normal life like others of his age enjoyed. His parents promised him numerous things, coaxing him into dreaming of a stable and happy life. The temptation was too much to resist. He was enrolled in a school a few days after being brought from the orphanage. However, for an orphan like him who couldn't even afford to get food twice a day, how could he know basic knowledge? Children of his age were far ahead while he didn't even know the basic alphabet. Mustering the courage, he asked his parents for help. And the result? He was scolded for being useless, for not even knowing the basics. It was only then he saw the true faces of his so-called parents. They started abusing him, forcing him to clean, cook and maintain the house. He would be beaten for the slightest mistake, along with numerous curses that would be hurled at him. Son of a bitch, you can't even clean a dress properly. What else can you do? We brought you from the orphanage. We gave you a second life, so you better obey us, you little piece of shit. Don't eat too much. You are just a young twine, Just how much food do you need to gobble up? His mother would spend money to show off, and whenever she was in a bad mood, she would take her anger out on him. Unable to handle such toxic parents, he ran away from home. However, 3 days later, he was caught by police and brought back, after which, his days were clouded with nightmares. In the beginning, he wondered why he was even there, why was he adopted, and why these people abused him so much. But as he grew up and began to understand the world, he finally discerned the reason behind this. At 17, he started working part-time to pay for his school fees since his toxic parents stopped paying. He had no siblings, and from secret talks he overheard, it seemed his mother couldn't give birth for some reason, while his father had other problems. Greedy as they were, they wanted someone to leech off in their old age, and they had already started doing so as soon as he started working. He even wondered if the test results were fake, but he didn't have the courage nor the money to find that out. However, it didn't matter whether it was fake or false, as he already planned to break free from them. He had been secretly saving money, and if they made things difficult, he would just free himself after giving them a sum. As he was soon going to graduate from college, and before looking for jobs, he wanted to clear up all the shit, knowing that they would cause trouble once they know he has a job. Every time he tried to leave, they would file and further a missing case. So, he needed a lawyer's help to break free. He was about to address this issue today when a shit happened. His father, after getting drunk, hit car, and much to his bad luck it was the car of top female celebrity, Suri Barrett. And instead of apologizing, he started to threaten her. His mother called him, saying that his father was caught up in an accident and was severely injured. If only he knew the truth, he wouldn't have dared to go there. When he reached the spot, his mother understood his father's motive and started arguing and blackmailing Suri, which enraged the public even further. The angry mob attacked his parents, and no matter how much he denied being a part of that group, he was also beaten to a pulp before finally passing out after someone hit his head. Thinking about all this, my head hurts. With a deep sigh, he raised his brows, staring at a virtual screen that appeared after he woke up, but the contents were far from pleasing. If all those shits weren't enough, now God is playing another joke on me. It seems that your life is quite sad. The main reason behind your misfortunes lies with your parents. Quest: kill your parents within the stipulated time. Reward assets comprising of 1 billion. Failure to complete the mission will result in being subjugated to severe pain and penalty. Time left, 59. Greater than though Evan wasn't a hardcore otaku, he has read novels and in a way was an avid lover of anime, manga and novels. Reading about the protagonist's struggles often gave him strength, yet this was too much to digest. For the first task, you want me to kill my parents, then what about the second task? Assassinate the leader of the nation? A sneer appeared on Evan's face as he thought. He might have attempted the task if the system had asked him to kill a criminal or some bad people, but it directly asked him to kill his parents. Despite his grievances, according to him, the correct punishment for them was to let them suffer and go through the agony he went through. Death would be nothing but a freedom for them. Moreover, what if the system pulls shit on him? Let's see what penalty you are going to give. It's better if you could kill me. At least I don't need to struggle anymore. In the past years, the thought of committing suicide had often come to his mind, but his mentality wasn't that weak. He preferred dying heroically, perhaps when saving a child or animal who accidentally appeared before a truck, but taking his own life was a big no for him. Soon, the countdown to death started ticking. 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1.0 Host has failed to finish the task, implementing penalty. Evan stared at the window with a hint of anticipation. Strangely, there was no nervousness or panic in his heart. Those emotions had long since become strangers to him. When nothing seemed to have happened, Evan finally burst into laughter. I knew it. Maybe I'm just delusional and seeing things. Looks like I need a good psychiatrist to check my head. After letting out a sigh, Evan turned to walk back but suddenly slipped and lost his footing due to the rain-slick surface. His body arched and he almost fell from the railing. However, at the last moment, he gripped the edge of the railings and supported himself. Oh my God. That was close. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the door leading to the stairs flew open, and 2 guys appeared, standing stiffly on the spot. They took a moment to stare at Evan, and a sudden thought flashed in their mind. Remembering that this guy was caught in a mess today that had been broadcasted by the news, they thought he had given up on living and was trying to jump off the roof. With a trace of panic, the 2 rushed towards him, shouting desperately. Young man, don't take the wrong step. Don't let this little setback hold you back. Evan, who was about to get down the railing, was startled by their bewildered screams. For a moment, he found that his body froze as if it had been chained by an unknown force. What the F? The 2 strangers intended to help, but alas. The one who ran in front slipped and his body flung towards Evan, unable to control his momentum. Bang! The man's body crashed into Evan, pushing him off the edge of the roof and pulling him down with the force of gravity. Fuck. Holy shit. Boom. The man was also about to fall, but he was saved by the companion who managed to grab hold of him. They looked down and saw the young man crash over the roof of an SUV parked below. Shit. We need to inform the doctor. Quickly run. Chapter 2, Passing the Test, Calculating the Results. Host didn't give in to temptation. Host has passed the test. Congratulations, host. Binding to host's consciousness. Scanning host's condition. Multiple bone fractures and concussion in the head detected. It is found that the host is currently unconscious and bound to be paralyzed for the rest of their life, speeding up recovery, treating the host's body, enforcing accelerated metabolism, healing the host's injuries, waking host's consciousness. Beep. Evan felt as if his consciousness was being forcefully pulled in. And when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an eternal, endless expanse of darkness. What is going on? Am I dead? Is this hell or heaven? Host, you are still alive, for now. A blue screen flashed before Evan's eyes, displaying a series of notifications, startling him. Wait. Aren't you that damned system that caused me to fall? Host, stop accusing me. I saved your life. The previous quest was a trial to test the host's willpower to resist temptation. Host fell because of his excessive bad luck. Evan suspiciously stared at the screen for a brief moment. Out of all people, why was it me whom you graced with your divine presence? Evan asked sarcastically. It's because of the good deeds and karma of your past life. The worldly laws are awarded with this grace, but for this, you need to pass the trial which you did by refusing the previous quest. Evan frowned, wondering what good deed he had done. Worldly laws. Karma. Doesn't that mean God exists too? God is an abstract for the world laws that govern all sentient beings. Different beings perceive it in various ways, but in the end, it is all the same. So tell me, what are you going to do? The system's function is to assist the host in reaching the pinnacle. Once you wake up, you will be able to see your stats and skills, which will help you identify your weaknesses and work on them. Despite being skeptical about all this bullshit, Evan thought that it won't hurt to give it a try. And being someone who had already rejected a quest and almost faced death, he figured that he could just reject the task if he found it too troublesome and was seeking death. Just as I thought, while I am still trying to get out of all this old shit, another shit has already wrapped in my neck. Resigning himself to fate, Evan asked, so now what? Host has been awarded a package gift. Please open the package and then check your status screen. A gift. Of course, I will open it. Ding. Received extreme comprehension skills, received 10 kilograms of spirit vitalizing tea, received the skill, insight. An additional reward of $1,000 is given as a tip. A peek at the host background. Wow. Evan's eyes lit up at the sight of the rewards, but noticing the word tip almost made him want to curse. $1,000 might not seem like much, but it meant a lot to him. His nation used the rupee and $1 amounted to 80 rupees. After working part-time day and night, he had saved 160,000 rupees, which amounted to $2,000. It wasn't a gracious amount, but it's better than nothing. Curbing his excitement, Evan clicked on Extreme Comprehension. Extreme Comprehension enhances the host's ability to comprehend, understand and memorize. Note, for extreme compression to be effective, the system will reboot the host's consciousness. System, what does it mean? Evan couldn't help but ask. Host, it is like self-hypnosis. The human brain is capable of performing numerous miracles. Whenever you sleep, just by recording your goals and objectives and then listening to them when asleep, you will subconsciously pick up habits and change yourself. To make the process as natural as possible with a prolonged benefit, the system will reboot your subconscious by feeding certain words, unlocking your complete potential. Evan was aware of this since he had heard of such a phenomenon many times and even used it himself. Every night, before falling asleep, he mutters to himself that he is strong enough to face any challenge thrown at him, but only God knows if it has actually worked. Evan then moved on to the next item. Spirit Vitalizing Tea, revitalizes and fills one with vitality, cures diseases and smoothens skin. Great. Satisfied, Evan clicked on the next one. Do you want to peek into the host's life now? Yes, no, I don't know what it is, but why do I have a feeling that this thing might change my life? After pondering for a moment, he clicked yes. Swoosh. The darkness distorted and a movie started playing along with subtitles. 20 years ago, after birth, taking advantage of a huge commotion, the host was exchanged with another boy. The one who did this took the host and left in an orphanage. The culprit behind this is none other than the one who adopted you. What? Evan, who always felt that nothing could shock him, suddenly felt as if his world was turned upside down. The shock from the revelation was strong enough to make him collapse if he were in the real world. Why? No, first tell me who my real parents are. He was more curious about his real parents than those cheap steaks. Sorry host, this is something you have to find out on your own. But I can give you a hint, your family is one of the wealthiest in the world. The people who took you initially wanted to kill you, but their plans changed at the last moment. Evan gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He felt frustrated rather than happy. Wealthy parents mean that they have a noble status, and to such people, he was nothing but a bottom-dweller villager, someone who disgusted them. If his parents had been ordinary, even if it was difficult to find them, once found, they would have loved him with all their hearts. But now, I should just bury it in my heart instead of harboring faint hopes. Don't be a sad host. I am there to accompany you on this long and lonely journey. Fuck your system. Are you sure you're not cursing me to remain lonely all my life? Host, given your bullshit luck, I'm just relaying the best plausible scenario for now. Hearing this, Evan almost spat blood. Chapter 3, Planning Behind the Scenes. Oh my god, this is such a complicated mess, thought Evan, feeling cold sweat drench his back after the system integration came to a completion. He had inherited fragments of memories from his past life along with a subtle hint of this world. In his past life, he died quite young at the age of 16 during a war when his school was attacked by the opposing nation's army camp. He died trying to save a group of children, covering them from the gunfire to help them escape. But that was the only thing he could remember. Now, I think I'm starting to fear a villain popping out with a system from nowhere and starting messing with me, he thought. He had read a lot of novels, but now that he had his own system, he was worried. Host, you don't need to worry about that. You will be the only one with the system, huh? Evan was confused until he heard the system's voice again. Each world can only have one system so that balance is maintained. Secondly, you are the 89th host. What does that mean? Evan asked. All the previous hosts are dead due to falling tests. They weren't able to overcome their greed. You are the only one who managed to keep your sanity. Beads of sweat formed on Evan's forehead upon hearing this. It sounds a bit terrific, doesn't it? System, show my stats. Host, Evan. Stats, strength, 4 recovering, dexterity, 16 vitality, 2 recovering, willpower, 29 intelligence, 13 charm, 18 charisma, 4 luck, 3 skills, extreme comprehension, max, insight. Beginner programmer, 39 out of 100, beginner cook, 94 out of 100, beginner pianist, too low to display. The system is even ashamed to show this in the tab. Note, the normal or average attribute value is 10. This system is quite abusive, Evan cursed. Evan had to change jobs frequently due to his cheap fake parents making trouble by appearing at his jobs to demand money. These days he was working at a restaurant as a waiter and thus used to observe the cooking, trying to learn by watching the cooks make delicacies. The restaurant also had a piano, and fascinated by it, Evan would try to play it randomly while working overtime to clean the place. After working so hard, my programming is still at the elementary stage, he lamented. Being late to their studies, Evan had always worked hard to catch up. However, despite all his efforts, his grade had always remained poor due to his weak foundation. When others were already learning about RAM and ROM in computers, he was just starting to learn the alphabet. My vitality is quite low due to being injured, and about strength, I got that, but my charm is high, so. Evan knew he was handsome, but since no girl ever looked at him twice, he thought that he might be delusional. Host, it's because, in the end, you are a good-for-nothing fellow. Neither are you good at studies nor good at earning money. Your personality is also quite depressing, making you look like a haunted ghost, so who in your right mind would approach you? Did you have to say that on my face? Evan sighed. As he was about to speak, he heard footsteps and immediately closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. A man with an unkempt beard and a woman with haggard hair entered the room, and as they stared at Evan, their eyes turned cold. Damn it, he is not waking up. What should we do now? If he doesn't wake up, how can I fight the female celebrity and pay the reimbursements? The man said. Miguel, what should we do? The woman asked with a trace of panic. Hannah, stop looking at me with those accusing eyes. It's you who asked me to provoke the celebrity and ask for money when I called you to inform you about this matter, and then you fought her physically, dragging us into the mess, Miguel screamed at Hannah. What? Are you blaming me now? Don't tell me you weren't greedy. Why didn't you reject my suggestion at that time instead of accepting it? And obviously, I was thinking about our future, Hannah roared, her eyes tearing up as she wiped them. Okay, don't cry. I was wrong, Miguel said, trying to appease her, clearly afraid of what his wife might do in anger. But what will we do? That girl Suri has so many fans and is quite rich. She hired a powerful lawyer. Even if we apologize now, the show won't let us off, Miguel spoke with distress. Meanwhile, Evan, who had been pretending to be unconscious, frowned deeply as he realized that he was soon going to be fanned in the flames of their schemes sooner or later. Both of them were crooked, but this time, they kicked an iron plate. While the two were distressed, Hannah's eyes fell on Evan, and as if she thought of something, they sparkled. I have an idea. What is it? Miguel asked, excited. Come here. Hannah pulled Miguel into a corner and looked around cautiously before she started whispering. Why don't we kill Evan? What? Miguel exclaimed in shock. Are you out of your mind? Shut up. Hannah hissed, covering Miguel's lips, who was shocked out of his wits hearing her wild thoughts. Listen, Hannah, you are crossing the limit. Did you forget who he is and what will happen if they come looking for me? Miguel, listen to me first. Hannah tried to coax Miguel. First thing, it's been years and none of his family members have come looking for him. This means, they either didn't know the truth or might be unable to find him. Stop this bullshit. And why do you want to kill him? It's not like we have deep enmity with him. He is our life-saving card in case of disaster, Miguel replied hurriedly. Hannah took a deep breath and wiped her sweat. Killing him can not only avert the disaster but also help us make a fortune, she said with a smile and began explaining her plan to the confused Miguel. As per two doctors, Evan was going to commit suicide, right? And why do you think he was going to do that? Isn't it because of the humiliation of getting beaten by the mob? If he dies, we can pin the blame on that Suri and the mob for traumatizing our Evan and demand them to compensate for his death. Just think about this. We can ask for more than 10 million, maybe even 100 million, for loss of life, and she won't have a way to refute. This is too immoral, Miguel said, slightly hesitating. What's immoral about it? We didn't kill him, he died by jumping off the floor. Killing him is too easy in this state. We don't even need poison, just deprive him of the oxygen and he will be gone. And in case his family looks for him, we can pin the blame on that celebrity, Hannah said with a sinister smile which sent chills down Miguel's spine. Miguel's heart was really in a mess. Though he wasn't their biological son, at least he had stayed with them for more than a decade, so naturally he had some hesitation about this in his heart. However, the thought of riches ahead excited him. But when are we going to do this? Miguel asked, looking persuaded. Let's wait for the court notice. If we do it during the trial period, the case will be hyped by the media and might turn in our favor. Hannah smiled, then walked over and caressed Evan's face with a mischievous grin. My child, you are only alive because of our mercy, so shouldn't you repay us for keeping you alive? Strength, a measure of physical power and ability to exert force. It influences one's capacity for doing tasks which require physical force or endurance. Dexterity, the ability to move quickly and gracefully. It encompasses balance, coordination and reflexes, affecting one's speed and dexterity in various activities. Vitality, the state of being strong and active, physical or mental energy. It reflects one's overall health, stamina, and resilience to illness or injury. Willpower, the strength of determination and self-control. It determines one's ability to resist temptation, overcome obstacles, and persevere in the face of challenges. Charm, the ability to attract. It also refers to a person's physical attractiveness, including facial features, physique, and overall appearance. It's subjective and influenced by cultural norms and personal preferences. Characteristics like symmetry, facial structure, grooming, and demeanor play a role. Charisma, it influences one's social interactions, persuasiveness and likability. Intelligence, the capacity for learning, reasoning, understanding and applying knowledge. It affects problem-solving abilities, critical thinking skills and overall mental acuity. Chapter 4, New Mission. 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. In the dead of night, when most of the people were asleep, Evan opened his eyes. He wanted to escape as soon as possible because who knew when his fake parents might make a move. However, his inability to move made him feel akin to a chicken that was waiting to be slaughtered. Getting up, he first unwrapped the neck brace while scanning the area. Except for the sound of breathing and beeping, he didn't notice anyone patrolling. It's already 12:30. The new shift will start at 1. I need to get out of here quickly. Resolving to act, Evan carefully pulled out the needles from his veins and placed them aside, setting the pillows and covering them with sheets to make them look like he was still in bed. After looking around, he found a table where his smartphone and wallet were kept. But the moment he grabbed the wallet, his brows furrowed and he frowned. These bastards, Evan muttered, gritting his teeth in annoyance, finding it almost empty. There had been 10 100-rupee notes inside, but now, except for his ID and one 100 note, it was entirely empty. Letting out a heavy sigh before putting it back, he looked around for some clothes. Sadly, except for the mask on the small table, there wasn't any. He grabbed a handful and walked out. As he passed through the corridor, he saw CCTV cameras panning around. It's okay, it's not as if I am a criminal. They'll soon find out that I'm missing anyway. Still, he couldn't calm his uneasy heart, feeling as if he was escaping from prison. After 15 minutes of walking, Evan managed to get out of the hospital, but as soon as he walked out, many eyes turned toward him. Even though it was midnight, the passage before the hospital was quite bustling with people walking around, holding a cup of tea in their hand. His head along with most of his body was wrapped in bandages and he was wearing a long hospital gown. The sight of a patient who should be bedridden in the hospital suddenly walking around created a stir. "Hey, brother, why are you walking around in such a condition? Damn, can't you just mind your own business?" Evan's body flinched as he gritted his teeth and turned around with a smile. "I have been lying in bed for many days and was advised to walk a bit. I felt good just now, so I came out to have some fresh air." "Oh." The anonymous man nodded and was about to ask a few questions, only to find Evan already gone. Huffing and puffing, Evan managed to get out of the hospital district and made his way to the bus stop that was around a kilometer away. Without wasting any more time, he boarded the midnight bus towards the city of BBSR. He took the cheapest bus that charged 0.89 rupees per kilometer, and with a distance of 139 kilometers, the fare amounted to a rounded off figure of 124 rupees. Fortunately, his phone was still working and he could pay online, otherwise, he might have been in a really fucked up situation. Seeing the limelight of the city suburb fading into the distance, Evan finally sighed in relief. "Finally, I can get out of this shithole." November 22, 2022 in Knox, Evan lived in a small apartment with a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom that cost 4,000 rupees per month. Since he had to work outside till late at night, he couldn't stay in the university dormitory. "It had been a month since I felt this fresh." Evan had always felt a sense of suffocation and depression in his parents' presence. The only reason he had never fought back was that, in the end, they were his parents. Though they had abused him, in one way, they had given him a chance to study and survive, otherwise, who knew in which gutter he might have been rolling now. His room was neat and clean, without a speck of dust. There was no TV or refrigerator. Except for his smartphone, he didn't have the leisure to waste money on other electronics. He checked his bank account, which had 432,789 rupees. He had never indulged himself, knowing that when he broke free from his adoptive parents, they would always demand compensation. But now, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Walking to the table placed in a corner of the room, he pulled out a drawer, revealing a few strands of hair sealed in an airtight wrapper. "Once I get the DNA results, your nightmare will start. I will hire a good lawyer, which will also save my money in case you ask for compensation." He also had several videos and voice recordings documenting their abuse. If he unbuttoned his shirt, one could even see the marks of abuse on his body. The system said they would fade with his healing power, but he didn't want that. While others might have wanted to erase the marks, he wanted them to remain, to remind him of his suffering. They would also serve as a test for his future wife. If she accepted them, he would ensure that she would be treated like a queen. The reason why Evan was unsuccessful despite running away many times was because of the fake DNA certificate that proved him to be their son, which always led the police to find him after those people snitched. Sitting on a plastic chair, Evan called the system. "System, I remember that there was a mission I had to finish. Main mission, 1. Graduated from Knox Technical University. The reward will depend on your grades. 2. Don't join a company. Your grades are already too poor for a company to hire you. Instead, create a profitable business and establish your own company. 3. Break free from your parents' shadow and gain your final freedom. System sincerely wishes for a face-slapping system if possible. 4. Win the lawsuit against Suri Barrett or prove yourself innocent. 5. Increase your net worth to 10 million. $10 million, not rupees, rewards. Side quest, less than spent 50,000 Rs reward, 500 QP less than earn 1 million Rs reward, 10,000 QP. Note, only money earned through legal means will be counted. Money spent on illegal or shady things won't be considered. Subquest, daily fitness running, 1 km pull-ups, 50 push-ups, 50 squats, 50 plank, 1 minute crunches, 20 reward, 5 QP time remaining, 11:39:23. The moment Evan's eyes fell on the last part, he screamed in astonishment. "What the hell? Why didn't you say that sooner?" A reply came from the system, almost making him cough blood. "You were too busy." Chapter 5, Fired from Job. Drip. 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 Beads of sweat rolled down Evan's forehead as he swayed up and down with each push-up. Though he was naturally athletic and accustomed to exercise, with his body already recovering from injuries it was hard to keep up. Still, he persisted. After all, he was used to enduring pain. "What is this QP?" Evan asked, springing to action after an hour of his exercise regime. Fortunately, his stamina was great. Though he lacked strength, his ample endurance was enough to push him through. Except for the 2 kilometers run, He had completed the rest and was now finishing the push-ups. QP or quest points are used for buying things from the system's store. What do you have in store now? Evan asked, quite excited. The store will open once you have accumulated 1000 QP. What a bummer. Then tell me about the missions. The missions are essential for the host's growth along with enhancing the system's functions. Completion of the missions will grant access to more rewards and QP. If I fail the mission, what are the penalties? There won't be any severe penalties except for the loss of QP. However, you will lose a chance to get your hands on gifts that could prove to be quite essential for your growth. Evan sighed in relief, though he didn't care. As long as the missions aligned with his goals, he had no problem participating in them unless they hindered him. After finishing his workout, Evan took a shower to clean himself up, while carefully avoiding the areas covered in bandages which made him feel stuffy. What surprised him the most was his healing rate. What should have taken a month to heal and another month to get back to normal had been achieved in just 14 days. Yesterday, he was having trouble walking after exercise, but after a long rest, he felt almost refreshed. At first, he was afraid of working out, thinking that his already fractured bone might break, but thankfully nothing disastrous happened except for a slight ache. After inspecting himself, Evan was certain that his body had almost healed, except for the wounds on his head that would have left scars if not for the system's healing enhancement. As for the scars all over his body, they had become faint and might disappear before long, but Evan had already asked the system to stop this process. As long as his face looked good, he was okay. He was handsome to the point he had received an offer from a modeling agency, which he denied and erased all traces due to the horror of his fake parents finding out once they saw him somewhere. System, is this rapid healing permanent? No, it isn't. It was just an emergency measure and will soon wear off once you are completely healed. At present, your health has recovered to 73.9932022. Once your body recovers to 90%, it will stop. I understand, so skip that. Evan shook off his dizziness after hearing the exact number. However, this is a skill that the host may acquire in the future depending on his luck and condition. I have to get this skill no matter what, Evan muttered to himself after hearing of the possibility. It was almost 3 p.m., an hour before the restaurant began its evening service. Evan worked as a waiter at that restaurant and had taken 5 days leave for his visit to his hometown, but I hope I still have that job. Evan walked out of his apartment wearing a casual white t-shirt and black trousers, hurrying his way to work. Blue Lagoon Family Restaurant, BBSR. Located on Park Street, near the university, the Blue Lagoon Family Restaurant offered a blend of continental as well as local dishes. At the center of the restaurant stood a grand acoustic piano worth 300,000 rupees, which was often played to entertain the guests or during parties, where people would gather around to enjoy the music. Jingle. After a 27-minute journey, Evan entered the restaurant, headed to the staff area and began changing into his waiter's uniform. He had used the mask to cover himself but couldn't continue doing so now, could he? The patrons who had already arrived were taken by surprise to see Evan, who had gone viral a few days ago. His presence aroused their curiosity. Wait. Evan, is that you? You are back? What the hell happened to you? What was that scandal with Sori? What do you mean by scandal? Evan rolled his eyes seeing his colleagues' nosiness. Their faces were etched with concern, but Evan could see their underlying intentions. He wouldn't be surprised if their conversation would end up trending on the headlines tomorrow. Though they seemed concerned, they were trying to pry out his inner anger. If he were a brain-dead fool with a big ego, he might have already started cursing, which could be recorded and sold to the press for a hefty sum. Friends, I am fine now. The incident was an accident and it was my parents' fault. It was indeed a mistake on our part. Evan assured them with his everlasting gentle smile which made a few frowns, making them drop their facade of worry. Hey, don't say that. Your parents wouldn't be stupid to fight with someone if they were at fault. I am sure it's the other party's fault. Yeah, just look at how injured you are. Your head is still wrapped in bandages. Hurls of sympathetic comments were thrown at Evan, who just kept smiling without answering, drowning the hopes of the melon eater who wanted something juicy to gossip about. Stop shouting. This is a restaurant, not a zoo, the manager yelled, silencing everyone. As he looked around the room, his gaze fell on Evan. Evan, Fred is calling you to discuss something. Go and see him. A dread chilliness washed over Evan for a moment hearing this. Gripping his tightening heart, Evan made his way to the inner chamber where Fred, the boss and head chef of the restaurant, sat, smoking a cigar. So, Evan, you're here, Fred smiled, putting down his cigar and stubbing it on a plate. I was really worried after seeing all that shit on the news. I was really scared for a moment when that angry mob rushed at you. That was an unfortunate event, Evan nodded his head. Fred sighed, seeing Evan's gentlemanly demeanor and felt guilty for what he was going to say next. Taking a deep breath, He spoke slowly and gently, but it sounded like thunder in Evan's ears. Evan, I won't mince my words. Given the way things are right now, I don't think I can allow you to keep working here. Sadly, for the best of both of us, you can't work here anymore. Chapter 6. The boss's intention. Evan stood frozen for a moment, a bewildered look on his face. He opened his lips to say something, but no words came out. Instead of lashing out angrily, he decided to calm himself for a moment. Then, an idea suddenly struck his mind. With a thought, he activated his insight skills. Name, Fred. Skills, Intermediate Cooking, 13 out of 200, Beginner Business Management, 79 out of 100, Impression, 61. Evan squinted his eyes for a moment, noting that the screen was somewhat different from what he expected. System, what is this? The insight skill is still at a low level, so you can't see the detailed stats of the other party. An impression represents the liking he has for you. What do you mean by liking? Evan asked inwardly, his mind racing with thoughts. His body shivered for a moment. Host, relax. Impression indicates the affection of an adult for his juniors. Affection represents liking or love, and loyalty represents devotion. The feeling of a person towards you would appear in the impression tab numerically. Here is the scale. In the case of a woman, an impression above 0 means favorable. A score of 20 means likable, above 40 means admiration, and above 60 means she loves you. Above 80 signifies she is in mad love, and 100 represents the legendary fit, representing that only death can separate. In the case of men, it's the same until 40. Above 60 indicates loyalty and a very good friendship. Above 80 means, they won't betray you unless someone has forced them to, and 100 means unshakable loyalty, he won't betray till death, and in any situation, you would be at the top of his priority even if he is threatened with his family or his life. Warning to host, the above-mentioned scenario is only applicable if the man is straight. If he is gay or you can understand according to your IQ, it will be similar to the love scale. Fred noticed Evan's expression, and seeing the young man keeping mum, he felt a bit guilty. Cough. Cough. Evan snapped out of his thoughts. If not for Fred's interruption, he might have forgotten about it. I have to get used to this skill and avoid making a fool out of myself when using insight skills, Evan thought, resolving to learn from his mistakes. Uncle Fred, why did you fire me? I haven't made any mistakes and always try to execute the designated tasks as perfectly as possible. I was overworked, and when everyone left, I would stay alone to clean the restaurant till midnight, Evan pleaded earnestly. You didn't do anything wrong, and I like your work attitude, kid, but I am firing you because of that incident with the TV actress, Fred spoke solemnly. But I'm innocent. It is my parents who fought while I haven't done anything. The mob attack. Stop. Fred spoke authoritatively, seeing Evan's expression. Kid, I believe in you and want to keep you for work, but I can't. And I am doing this for both of our sake. See, no matter how much you hide, there will be some fuckers who would somehow find you, and once he posts things by editing some annoying things, you might be targeted again, and this time it could turn brutal. Last time you survived, but who knows what will happen. The fire had calmed down after you were hospitalized, but it is still smoldering. I am sure that actress Suri is likely going to push things to gain more popularity. Even if outsiders don't, I am sure there will be someone greedy here who will sell you out. And with this, my restaurant is also gonna suffer. So, it's better to prevent a worst-case scenario. Evan nodded his head, unable to refute. With things gaining momentum, it might be difficult to get out once he had completely healed. Only God knows how many people had photos and videos of that incident. He can't cause unnecessary trouble for others. Still, it made him feel sad that he had to suffer for things he was not even a part of. Out of all the work he had done, this one paid the most, about $10,000 for 6 hours of work daily, with extra for overworking, and Fred had been quite benevolent to him. Noticing this, Fred pulled out a paper from the drawer and slid it to Evan. Huh? Evan stared at the paper confused. It was a check of $60,000. As far as I remember, you're gonna graduate in 2 or 3 months. This much money should be enough for you to last before you soon get a job in some company, making you free of worry. Sorry, I can't take that, Evan refused resolutely. Just take it. Fred and Evan engaged in a tug-of-war which ended with Fred's anger bursting out. Just take it and get the hell out of here. Think of it as a loan and repay me when you strike it big in the future. Now get out, Fred shouted, intentionally raising his voice louder. Evan laughed, thanked him, took the check and walked out feeling a bit refreshed. The moment Evan stepped out, numerous heated gazes locked onto him. Evan, what happened? I noticed that Fred was screaming at you. Nothing, I was just fired, Evan said with a bitter smile, bringing silence to the room. They wanted to show some pity and compassion, but Evan shrugged them off. He didn't need anyone's pity, especially when it wasn't sincere. Evan didn't linger in the place long, and under everyone's curious gaze, he packed his things and walked away. Before walking out, he stopped for a moment and sadly gazed at the piano in the hallway. It was the only thing that had kept him company on those lonely nights when he was in charge of cleaning the entire restaurant at late nights. He used to sit and play to calm his heart. Though his piano skills sucked and he didn't even know the P of piano, it didn't matter to him. Shaking his head, Evan walked out, knowing that a new life was awaiting him. With so much free time, I should better spend my time on studying. I am already at the bottom of my class. If not for the university's benevolence and no failure policy in the final exams, I might not be able to graduate. The cars honked on the bustling road, and following the wave of people, Evan walked, staring at the billboards and tall advertisements. Now what should I aim for? When I was a kid, I dreamed of becoming someone who owned an entire world. Childish though, it was my wish to create a better world for everyone. But as I grew, I realized that all of this was just a bubbly dream. Now, my current goal is to land a job and break free from my parents' clutches. But with the system, I don't know what I should aim for or what are the system's limits. I have no limit. Host, you have endless possibilities, but it depends on your growth and actions. I can't help you do anything if the host is useless or incompetent, can I? Evan was about to speak when he heard a commotion behind him. Catch him. He stole my bag. Evan turned back and saw an agile figure evading people's grasp. His movements were quite sharp, and with his fast reaction and slim stature, he was able to evade the people who tried to block him. The man passed through the gap between feet and then used the side blocks of buildings to jump up, displaying great acrobat skills. Evan raised his brows, wondering if this guy was running away or performing a public stunt. This was just too flashy. Soon, the man was right in front of him. Instead of blocking, Evan stepped aside, but just as the man was about to run, he stretched his feet and stuck the guy's ankle, making him stumble. Bang! After stammering for a step, the man fell to the ground, but using his momentum he tried to roll his body to advance, but a few muscular men jumped on him and got a hold. Ha! A woman with heavy makeup, huffing and puffing, who had been chasing after the guy, appeared after a minute and thanked Evan. Thanks for the help. I don't know what I would do without you. I had many important documents in the bag and would have been in trouble if you had let this thief go. Please let me go. I swear, I would never steal again, the thief pleaded and started crying. The messy situations lingered for a moment. Will you really not steal anymore? Yes, I swear on my family name. The three men saw the attractive woman with a love-stricken smile and were about to reply when the woman pulled out her smartphone along with a selfie stick and turned on the camera. Fans, did you see this? There is still justice in the world. Woo! I was so scared, but thank God nothing happened to me, the woman said, striking a pose, making their body shiver. And not only with the help of these three brothers I caught the thief, but I also taught him a lesson. The thief had learned his mistake and promised me that he would never steal again. Am I not great? The woman then blew a kiss and winked with a seductive smile. At the side, Evan, who had already called the police, froze. He stared down at his phone and then at the woman and three hunks along with the thief who were mingling about and screamed inwardly, "What the actual fuck?" Chapter 7, Effect of Extreme Comprehension. At that moment, Evan subconsciously activated his insight skills and the result that appeared before his eyes shocked him. Name, Layla. Skills, non-impression, 0. Name, Paul. Skills, non-impression, 0. While Evan was bewildered, the call was picked up on the other end. Hello, sir, what problem do you? Oh, Evan, it's you. Did you encounter another criminal? Uncle Max, I got on hands with another couple of thieves. Another. Are you alright? Were you harmed? A panicked voice came from the other side. I am alright. These guys are just some petty thieves. They seem to steal quite secretly, Evan spoke with a smile. Evan's sharp eyes noticed the guy named Paul, who was being held by the three muscular men, was taking the opportunity to pull out their wallets while they were distracted in flattering the woman. However, much to their misfortune, Evan had already started his phone camera and recorded everything that was transpiring. The police on the other side, who seemed to be friendly with Evan, sighed in relief. Thank God, I am always troubled by the fact that you always encounter so many bad people. Be careful, okay? And don't act like a bounty hunter and risk your life. And about that feud with their actress. Don't worry, I believe in you, but be careful of these plastic beauties. Nowadays, those girls will use any means possible to use others as stepping stones. Will do. Evan smiled and didn't say much. I am sending you a clip. You can do as you see fit, Evan said, exchanging a few pleasantries before ending the call. 3 years ago, when he was returning late at night, Evan saw a burglary and reported it to the police. The thieves were wanted criminals with a bounty of 20 Rs. After that, he was awarded the sum, and later on, The guy began looking for criminals to earn some money and had successfully reported 9 criminals so far. Max, the police he had called just now in the nearby departments were quite fond of him for his help. Ignoring that, he was really surprised by these people. Seriously. None. Is this really the meaning of useless or trash? They don't even have basic cooking skills or study skills. Hidden quest, you have encountered a petty thief disguised as an influencer. Punish them and bring the truth to light by exposing them in public. Reward, 200 QP, not interested. Without hesitating for even a moment, Evan walked away, ignoring the screen. Why? You could garner the praise and attention of many people and build a righteous image. If you don't accept, you will have a penna. I don't care, Evan cut off the system words. If you want to impose a penalty, go ahead. Evan's eyes had already become dark and cold. I will not accept any quest that I feel isn't worth my time. I have done what I need to do. No more. Good deeds are rewards, but if you are too kind and righteous, people will take you as a pushover. Unless I have an enmity with someone or that person is in my path, there is no need for me to destroy the person by going out of my way to destroy them. Evan then ignored the system and returned home. In the name of dinner, he prepared 2 scrambled eggs that he stuffed into a taco. It was a low-cost yet satisfying meal for him. The next day, he tidied himself and after finishing the work of our routine, made his way to Knox Technical University. With less than 3 months to graduate, the students were already left free to do what they wanted. For those who had seriously devoted themselves to preparing for the final thesis and for others with no worries, it was the same fun time every day. Evan made his way to the library. On his way, he used insight skills. He saw numerous skills like beginner mathematics, physics, chemistry, commerce. It seemed like every subject was a skill in itself. He didn't know how many things could be classified as skills, how many he could attain in his lifetime, or whether the skills he worked hard to acquire would even be useful. Shaking his head, he focused on his goals. To test his extreme comprehension skill, Evan picked a programming book that started from basic. In the 4 years, they had to learn Python, C++, Go, Java, and a few other programming languages. Sadly, Evan was weak in everything and he couldn't even remember many basic things like prompts and commands. The moment he was given a complex code, he would fail miserably. He took a book and had hardly turned a few pages when a chime resounded in his head. Beginner academic skill, experience value +1. Evan rubbed his eyes for a moment. Is this effective extreme comprehension? This is too profound, but why do I get experience in academic skills instead of programming? He wondered, noticing the bar of the academic skill having 1 out of 100. Host, academic skills are the abilities, strategies and habits that can help learners succeed in an academic setting. You didn't have any because your way of studying is riddled with flaws. A person should understand the essence and grasp the core concept of the subject. You started late and don't even understand the basics. Without anyone to teach you and help you, and instead of understanding or comprehending things, you tried to memorize them. Hence, even if your memory might be quite good, sadly, you never understood anything deeply, whether it's physics, mathematics, or any other scientific thinking. You never grasped any principles. In my haste, I became a waste, Evan murmured gloomily. It's not your fault. With extreme compression, you can still make up for what you have lost, huh? You seem to be quite polite, even couldn't help but remark, surprised by the system's kind words. You are wrong. The system always speaks the truth. Sometimes, it may be harsh for others to understand. Okay, now don't disturb me, Evan said, focusing on the books in front of him. Today, he was planning to squeeze as much knowledge as possible from the book. Beginner academic skill, experience value +1, beginner academic skill, experience value +2, beginner academic skill, experience value +1, beginner programming skill, experience value +2, beginner academic skill, experience value +1. The clock ticked on and so did Evan's skills. It wasn't because he was a genius, rather, every person who studies accumulates knowledge. But Evan was a bit faster because his brain had been clocked to work at maximum capacity. Chimes continued to ring in his head again and again, but Evan was too engrossed to notice or see this and was unaware of the chaos caused by him. Huh, what is that guy doing? Is he searching for something or what? Look at the speed he is skimming. The people in the library heard the crisp sound of pages turning rapidly with one another and saw a young man. A few even recognized him. Isn't he the fallen frontier who managed to get into TV? Yeah, he is. The frontbencher who pretends to study hard but barely manages to pass. Come, let's greet him and see if he remembers us now that he's popular. With a sinister smile, the group of 3 walked toward Evan, akin to a group of kids seeking entertainment. Chapter 8, Something Cracked. Evan rubbed his eyes and stared at the progress bar after reading for a few hours. Beginner academic skill, 69 out of 100, intermediate programming, 11 out of 250. In the beginning, he was getting a surge of experience points every couple of minutes, but as he progressed further, the experience points he got started dwindling, and now, he hadn't earned any for an hour. System, what's going on? Why did it stop? I have clearly understood so many things and there are more books that I want to read. Why am I not gaining any experience? Seriously, do you want to build a rocket by studying basic things? Huh? Evan took a moment to understand what the system really implied. As the system mentioned, academic skills encompass all subjects or academics, and when it comes to programming, I feel as if I am lacking something. Something that is quite crucial, and it's not the basic structures, codes, or commands. Evan, who was engrossed in reading, suddenly jolted forward by a hit on his head. Turning around, he saw 3 of his classmates, Jasper, John, and Ken. Unfortunately, his relationship with them wasn't good. Oh, isn't this the famous Evan who tried to molest an actress? Jasper, what do you mean by that? Evan asked coldly, seeing Jasper twisting the facts. Jasper just kept smiling as the people around them started staring at Evan with curious gazes. Don't act as if you don't know anything. People hit you because you behaved improperly along with your parents. Some people wrote that your father even tried to hit her with that lascivious gaze. Evan stood up, glaring at the 3. John, get your facts straight. It was a misunderstanding and I had no role in it. Just as they were about to argue, the librarian yelled at them. Boys, please take this outside. Do not disturb others. Evan didn't want to leave, but he knew that if he didn't, these 3 won't let it go. There were many wealthy second-generation students in the third-tier city. The class had hosted a gathering at KTV, which Evan refused since he was neither good with drinks nor did he fit in the group of those ass-lickers who like to leech off the rich. This simple act was enough to attract animosity, as a few assholes snitched that he didn't give them a face and looked down upon them. And from there began the conflict. Though they hadn't done anything excessive, he had been ostracized by the whole class due to orders from the upper-tier students. Getting out, they appeared in the corridor where Jasper pushed him, trying to make him trip. Aren't you afraid of the cameras? Are you talking about that? Ken pointed at one before bursting into laughter. PFT. Do you really think that thing even works? Do you think you are studying in some prestigious institute? Even if we get caught, Sir Noah will surely help us. These people seriously believe that Nova could cover the sky with his hand for them. I see, Evan murmured softly, then grinned. So, what are you going to do? Beat me? Bang. Seeing the grin on Evan's face, Jasper punched without mercy. Stop acting like a hotshot. Previously, we might have feared doing this, but now with your reputation at the bottom, who will support you? Evan's body shook as he took the punch. Thanks for hitting me. Now I have proof to retaliate in self-defense, Evan chuckled, pulling out his phone with the video recording still on. Give it to us, squeak, John shouted and pounced on Evan, who swayed his body, evading his charge. Ken also lunged at him, however, instead of evading this time, Evan kicked, landing a low blow that connected perfectly with Ken's nuts. Crack. Something seemed to crack, but it wasn't the eggs. At least, not the chicken eggs. You. Ken's face turned red and his body convulsed with spasmodic waves of pain, so intense that he suffered the brutal pain that was capable of ending his entire lineage. Jasper and Ken's hearts jolted in shock seeing their friend cry out in agony. You know how to fight? Take a guess. Evan flashed a gentlemanly smile that sent a chill down their spines. Fight. He didn't know anything about fighting, but he knew how to survive. Over the past years, he had faced attacks from many pickpockets, out of which many got back to him to vent their frustration after finding only a penny on him. Moreover, his reflexes were quite sharp and he was quite agile, which proved to be his saving grace. Jasper, let's get out of here. I have a bad feeling about this, Ken muttered. They have followed Nova to many parties from where they learned one crucial thing: if a person laughed or stayed calm when he was being threatened or was faced with danger, such a type of person was not someone to be messed with. Together, they helped the pale-faced John to his feet and carried him away. I will get back to you for this, you son of a bitch. Seeing them leave, Evan wiped the sweat off his brows. He hadn't recorded anything substantial since his phone was in his pockets, which obstructed the camera, but the whole conversation had still been recorded. Ding, congratulations for clearing the hidden quest. Survive the danger. Rewarded with 50 QP, can such a thing even be called a quest? It can't. The system detected that the host was too poor to spend money to earn QP, and at this rate, it would take years to generate QP to open the shop, so, this almighty system took pity on the poor host and released some hidden quests. Once you have opened the shop, you won't get such a small quest, that means I will get bigger ones. Evan rubbed his chin and then shrugged his shoulders. I have no problem as long as you don't ask me to do something against my will. Evan touched his cheek, which had swelled till now, and was about to leave when he spotted the assistant professor. She was a captivating woman, with light brown hair flowing gracefully and framing her face with a touch of radiance. Standing at 165 centimeters, she exuded effortless style in a slim silver top that complemented her complexion, paired perfectly with jeans, radiating a chic, casual yet sophisticated aura. Evan's eyes lit up as he thought of something. I can ask her to teach me. Previously, I was too scared to seek guidance, but the new me will surely get things done. He remembered that he used to receive assistance from professors, but he also received brutal scoldings since he didn't know many basic things, which made him hesitant to ask for help. But now, things were different. With this thought in mind, Evan chased after her, thinking of the right question to ask. What the hell? The first thing that comes to your mind after seeing a beauty is to ask for guidance instead of your heart beating wildly. Are you even a man? Chapter 9, Personal Teaching. Arya Cromwell was a dignified woman who had graduated from overseas with the highest score. However, due to certain circumstances, she had to return home and become an assistant professor in this third-tier institute. Rumor had it that she had faced some issues at home, prompting her to pursue her PhD in computer science in her home country. And since she needed both money and time, she decided to join this institution. Whatever, he wasn't interested in these details at all. Once she finishes her research, she might move to a bigger city. Professor Arya. Hearing a loud shout, the woman suddenly stopped her steps and stared at the boy who was running towards her. Evan. She tilted her head, a confused expression on her face. I need a bit of your guidance. Arya stared at him for a moment, trying to recall who he was. It wasn't that she didn't remember him, since she could even tell his name, rather it was because he looked somewhat different from before. Before, he used to have a gloomy, depressed aura. During psychological sessions arranged by the university, the psychiatrist found that Evan's mental health was poor and he seemed to be holding too much pain. 3 out of 10 students here suffered from depression, but this guy's condition was particularly severe, as if he had given up on living. Usually, she would take students to her office and give them lessons, but 9 out of 10 boys would try to hit on her. As for girls, they would try to pry into her life, and this was how all her background information had been uncovered by this group of gossip-mongers. Since then, she refuted such a request coldly, but knowing Evan's conditions, she thought that she should handle things softly. Okay, follow me. Arya turned around and continued walking forward, her high heels clicking with each step while being followed by Eva, who sighed in relief. At least she agreed. Inside the teacher's office, Arya put down the books before asking Evan to take a seat. Evan's nose wrinkled slightly, bothered by the dense smell of lilac perfumes which made him uncomfortable. Arya observed Evan's movements and noticed that he indeed looked quite different. Taking a deep breath, Arya put on a beautiful teasing smile that was capable of melting a man's heart and spoke softly. Hey, Evan, tell me, are you here to really study? Evan's body shivered as her sweet voice entered his ears. What do you mean? He asked with a frown. I mean, have you come here to study or with some other intentions? Let me tell you straight, if you are here to flirt with me like others, I can't entertain you. Wait. Others had come to flirt with you? Wait a minute, they dared? Evan asked, surprised. He knew his classmates had too many guts, but this was unexpected. Arya realized that her tone might have sounded flirtatious, as if she was trying to seduce someone, and felt disgusted with herself. Though she was typically cold, her voice was low-pitched and sounded a bit coquettish. It had been a year since she became a professor here, and many students sought her help. She genuinely tried to guide them. Initially, they would study seriously, but eventually, they would show their true colors. When she reprimanded them sharply, those assholes with brains in their lower parts, instead of learning from their mistakes, would make things worse. So, she changed her tactic and played the scapegoat method. Most of the guys who came here to hit her off would reveal their true intentions when she asked this, after which she would lie that she was engaged. But only God knows why, for some reason, no one had spread this rumor, unlike other rumors about her. There were even rumors that she worked as an escort, which tarnished her reputation. Kids these days don't respect their teachers. Yes, you wouldn't believe the number of boys who did this. So, tell me, what are your intentions? Evan took a moment to observe Arya. Name, Arya Cromwell. Skill, academic skill intermediate, 102 out of 250, professional programming skill, 400 out of 1000, intermediate hacking 207 out of 250, intermediate mathematician 180 out of 250, impression, 37. Evan sucked in a breath of cold air seeing her programming skill. As per the system's knowledge, this skill level came after advanced. Someone with this level could hack big companies in a matter of minutes. It was such a shock that he couldn't manage to hide his expression, so he scolded himself. It seemed like he really needed to learn some acting. Arya frowned, noticing Evan's intense gaze as he sized her up. She was about to rebuke him when Evan began to speak. Professor Arya, I will be honest with you. You are beautiful, hot, and mature. If I say that I am not interested in you physically, I would be lying, and as I mean I feel attracted to you. However, for now, I can't afford to have a relationship. I neither have time nor money to waste on the girl at the moment. As for those feelings of so-called love, I don't feel any such emotions at the moment. And while I find you attractive and am interested in you, I just feel you are not my type. I don't like your voice and figure. It's not my personal preference, I value character more than physical features. However, I don't know for sure about the future. If I ever have such thoughts, I will tell you directly. Arya's eyes widened and her mouth dropped wide open upon hearing the boy spitting facts with a straight at her face. For some reason, she asked a boy if he liked her, only to be brutally rejected. He said he isn't interested. Is it for real or is he playing hard? But he seems quite sincere, as if he is looking at a plain woman. That makes me doubt my charm. If Evan had heard her thoughts, he would have just laughed out loud. One can never understand a woman. If you love her and flatter her, she will feel disgusted. But if you reject and dismiss her charm, she will become curious about you. Oh, is that so? Arya could only shake her head. So, can we get straight to the point then? Evan asked eagerly. Arya began the study session, asking Evan a series of questions. Satisfied with his answers, she gave him a few more questions to solve. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Evan, do you have a computer or a laptop? Arya asked. No. Arya then started asking other questions unrelated to the studies. Evan, I think I have a rough understanding of your problem. You might have learned well, but you lack in the execution. You don't have enough experience in the writing programs. As for the questions, you have a hard time compiling the output. Secondly, your math is weak. Mathematics is the foundation of computer systems. If computer science is the knowledge, then math is the soul that forms its core. Heck, I even wonder why you chose this field with such a shallow foundation. Evan, who had kept mum, spoke with an embarrassed face. That's because I thought I could earn well if I chose this. Arya stared at Evan for a moment and then shook his head with a smile. Chapter 10, A Way to Earn. Evan maintained his daily workout routine before heading to university to study. He divided his schedule into 3 parts. First, he would go to the lab to practice his programming skills. Then, he would study in the library, reading every book possible to expand his knowledge. Finally, he would meet Arya to receive guidance, who was genuinely surprised by his progress. The sums he once took several minutes before were now taken care of in a few seconds. Arya even doubted if Evan was pretending to be ignorant before, but she dismissed that thought away as she saw Evan's continuous improvement. Host, Evan. Stats, Strength, 8 Dexterity, 16 Vitality, 9 Willpower, 29 Charm, 18 Charisma, 7 Skills, Extreme Comprehension. Intermediate Programming Skill, 209 out of 250, Beginner Cooking, 21 out of 100, Intermediate Academic Skills, 179 out of 250, Intermediate Mathematician, 23 out of 250, Elementary Piano, too low to display. The system is even ashamed to show this in the tab. Evan smiled as he reviewed his stats. They weren't outstanding, but for him, they were good enough. Except for strength and vitality, which are below average, his other stats were great, and he was confident that once he took care of his health, those would also improve to normal. His body was already looking great. He had a straight nose, sharp chiseled jaw with good skin that had been recovered. He was sure that he had some foreign genes, cause his complexion was quite good. As for charisma, he knew he needed to work on that. Charisma wasn't something that could be increased by practice. It includes good leadership skills, the ability to attract people, and an invisible aura. Sometimes, if you feel an invisible fear or a powerful presence from someone of a higher class, it is due to their charisma. It is something that people are either born with or develop over time. And Evan was determined to improve his charisma, even if it would take time. Hey, what are you thinking about now? Arya's voice interrupted Evan's train of thought as he raised his head to look at her. Just wondering how to earn a few bucks, he replied. Oh. Arya nodded with an understanding expression on her face. Even though it's a third-grade university, various companies still come to look for goats. Arya said, clearly implying cheap labor. Some also offer 1 or 2 year internship contracts. As long as you are a decent programmer, you can bag a job with a 100k 200k package at the lowest and 600k Rs at the highest, that is, if you are a top student here. Unfortunately, Evan missed the opportunity for the interview due to being in a coma. Now, only the students with no skills and poor grades were left. Rubbing her chin, Arya pondered for a moment and suggested. Your only option, for now, is to take a 1-year course in bigger cities and try to get into a company after you graduate. All placements have been finished, and out of 120, only 40 have gotten a job offer. So even if there is a vacant seat, your chances to get a job are quite low. Do I have no other option? Evan asked, wondering if he should work as a freelancer to gain some experience over the next 2 months. There is an option, but this depends on you, Arya muttered, staring curiously at Evan. What is it? Every company performs a few tests on their products before releasing them into the market and gathers data. The R&D department and engineering departments, when encountering problems, often put a part of the problem or vulnerability on the web for help. These may or may not relate to their upcoming product and can be a test to promote programming. Anyone who can solve it will be given a cash reward. Also, there is competition to eliminate the bugs. When Evan heard this, he immediately became energetic and perked up. Is there such a thing? Arya frowned. Didn't you know this? The link should be posted in your group chart. The class leader was asked to inform everyone. Maybe I have been kicked out, even shrugged as if it was a norm. People hate you too much. I think you should be a bit flexible if possible. Sometimes, we need to bow, Arya advised softly. If you keep on being adamant about your values, people will see you as an eyesore and won't let it go. Evan's expression turned serious. Miss Arya, I have been adaptable and tried to compromise, but the results were worse. During the college farewell program, trusting them, I went to the bar. Do you know what happened? Arya's breathing halted, noticing Evan's darkened eyes and the cold look on his face. His previous gentle demeanor instantly turned vicious. In the beginning, it was fun, but then they started making fun of me as a poor pathetic fool trying to struggle uselessly. I just kept quiet and listened, not knowing what I could say. After all, it is true. After a few drinks, I got drunk and decided to take leave, but they forced me to sit and drink more. They made me drink heavily to the point that I passed out. When I woke up, I found myself in the garbage dump with a banner saying "This is where I belong." Arya gulped, feeling tense. What did you do to them? Did you confront them? Take a guess, Evan said with a smiling face. He was grateful for that incident because not only did it teach him many things, but he was quite satisfied with his revenge. Arya wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and looked at her watch, which showed that there were just 5 minutes left for 3 p.m. Lunchtime is over. I have a class to take. You can take a look at the questions on that computer. It's a spare computer and doesn't have anything personal on it. Just use that and I will send you the link. Arya stood up from her seat with a smile, feeling a bit uneasy. Her earlier suggestion was based on her own experience, but it seemed that Evan's situation was more brutal than hers and she didn't know of any way to comfort him and was worried that needless pestering might have quite the opposite effect. Evan chuckled seeing Arya walk away. Chapter 11, Solving Codes Ding. After Arya left, Evan went through the study material notes given to him by Arya. Half an hour later, his phone chimed, indicating a notification. He opened WhatsApp and saw the photo of a woman wearing casual clothes making a victory sign and standing beside a mature, beautiful woman. She messaged me from her number. And this woman beside her might be her mother. Congrats, host. It seems you're slowly making your way into Arya's heart and will soon conquer her. Believe me, just proposed to her already. No. Why? Doesn't she look good? Give me a quest to gain 1 billion rupees, and then I will think about it. If the system were a human, it would have already shown Evan the middle finger. 1 billion rupees, and even after that he said he would think about it. While the system lamented its fate, Evan opened the computer at the end of the room and clicked on the link. A series of lines appeared on a blank page, listing numerous companies along with their vulnerabilities. Secure Soft Solutions Access Control Bypass. A flaw in Secure Soft Solutions software allows regular users to gain access to admin-level functionalities or sensitive data due to a permission escalation bug. Reward, $200,000, paid on the first day of next month. Secure Soft Solutions Memory Guard. The Memory Guard software from Secure Soft Solutions fails to release allocated memory properly, leading to performance issues or crashes due to memory leaks. Reward, $200,000, paid on the first day of next month. Race Guard vulnerability in Microtect Solutions systems. Under specific circumstances, concurrent processes accessing shared data in systems by Microtect Solutions could lead to unexpected behavior or allow the attackers to exploit race conditions. Reward, $200,000, paid on the very next day the problem is solved. Insecure serialization in Fintech Solutions Data Vault. Malicious manipulation of serialized data in Data Vault by Fintech Solutions could lead to code execution, enabling the attackers to inject and execute unauthorized code. Reward, $400,000, paid on the same day the solutions are approved and reviewed. Evan stared at the prizes in disbelief. What a hefty sum. There are a total of 11 loophole programs, with the highest being paid with $400,000, equaling about $8K, and the lowest being $50,000. Taking a deep breath, Evan selected the easiest one with 50K rupees and began typing. He typed the subsequent given data in Python and then started running tests to take notes of faults. He then marked out the problematic sections and began adding codes. The moment he focused on the code, a familiar sensation coursed through his body. Academic skills +1, programming skills +1, programming skills +2. He wasn't surprised by the gain in experience points, rather it was an easy way to earn money. Damn. Why didn't I know this before? Being antisocial kept me away from good things. Secure Soft Outsourcing Department, Galore City, Indra. Supervisor, it's another uneventful day, an employee on duty said to the supervisor with a bitter smile on his face. There have been several problems this month. Since this is a tie-up with the government and we're starting from scratch, we're bound to encounter many loopholes, the manager said while sipping on his coffee. But we need to speed up or the president will have our heads. This isn't a simple thing. Many companies have bid for this and except for us, many others are also working on it. However, knowing the difficulty and problems associated with it, he took a gamble by splitting the troublesome parts and offered rewards to attract innovative young minds, the supervisor explained. The workload has always been burdened on software companies as the boss always takes on too many projects in greed when they didn't even have that much workforce to compensate for that. Many companies post a part of the problem online for others to solve but rarely, they get the solution. Even if someone manages to solve this before us, we will still be in trouble since it's released in parts. Once it is integrated into the source code system, another loophole might pop out, said an employee, which dampened the mood of everyone present. The people in outsourcing and R&D were always under pressure. The higher-ups would delegate their hands on things one after another, leaving a mess for the lower ranks to clean up. If they did their job magnificently and succeeded, they would be rewarded, but if the work was a tough nut to crack, they would be criticized several times along with being threatened to lose their job. What the fuck? Suddenly, one of them looked at the computer and screamed in bewilderment. What's wrong? The one next to him asked after seeing his colleague react in such a way. The man who had screamed ignored his colleague's concern and shouted to call the supervisor. Sir, someone contacted us through email asking about the problems. The supervisor, confused, asked. What did the fellow ask for? The person asked if the problems posted had been solved and if not, whether the bounty could be settled within the next day if he solved everything. Everything? The supervisor flinched back in shock. PFFTT. The manager, who was still taking a sip of his coffee, spurted whatever had entered his mouth. Where did this guy come from? We even hired a professional team to oversee this but even they couldn't solve all this and are still pulling their hair out in frustration. The room fell silent until suddenly someone chuckled aloud. I think this has to be a joke. If this guy had solved 1 or 2 problems, I would have believed him. But everything? And since you said the person solved it from the website then he should be a student from a university so it feels even more unbelievable. The supervisor frowned but didn't immediately retort. It was outrageous and hard to believe, yet it was not as outrageous since many modern technological advancements had been made by students. For example, Hark created a vision book when he was just 19 years old, and now years later, look where he stands. Let's end this farce. Just reply to the other party that if he has solved everything for real, we will give him an extra 10% reward. And even if he hasn't solved them all, as long as he has at least solved one, we will settle on the same day. As soon as the supervisor said, everyone stared at him with a blank look on their faces. Chapter 12, The Unwanted Call in Secure Soft's Outsourcing Department, an atmosphere of panic followed thereafter. Fuck. Holy shit. Boss Dave, you gotta be kidding me? The entire office erupted into chaos, startling Dave, who took a moment to realize the problem. It was already 9 p.m. and if they started to work over things now, they might not get home tonight. Don't worry. The guy might be asking today, but he will send the files tomorrow. Ding. Ding. However, even before he could finish his sentence, loud chimes echoed through the room, freezing everyone in place. Supervisor, that guy sent the files. And he has sent solutions to all the problems. Also, he has attached an email ID and bank details, asking for quick payment. It seemed like none of them would be able to see their families for a few days. The next day, Evan first took a look at his account. Seeing that he had already stored 500,000 rupees that was summed further by a system reward that directly entered his account, he decided to spend it. After browsing through Amazon, he finally found the laptop he wanted and ordered it immediately. The moment he entered his address and other details and put in his bank PIN before making the payment, a chime echoed in his mind. Side quest, spend 50,000 Rs completed, reward, 500 QP. Nodding in satisfaction, he headed to the kitchen where he made himself tea by adding a spirit-vitalizing leaf to it. Host, you are committing a damn crime. How can you mix such a priceless tea with this piece of shit? If the world knew about this, they might butcher you. It won't last long if I take it often, Evan said, sipping the tea. The tea had been given to him by the system, but that would be the last thing he would receive from it. The system wouldn't produce any real objects after this. Host, you can just buy it from the shop. For God's sake, work hard and open it. The moment the tea touched his lips, a moan escaped from his mouth. Even in small quantities, the tea had invigorated his entire body and made him feel that he was full of energy. A heavenly sensation washed over his body, relieving the accumulated fatigue. Evan felt as if he was in a trance-like state and forgot about the system's nagging. Yesterday, he was so engrossed in programming that he lost track of time. By the time he finished, it was already 10 p.m. He could have finished early, but his typing speed was pathetic. Even children would be able to type faster than him while playing games. Thankfully, my regenerating skills were still active, otherwise, I would have had a sore shoulder throughout the day. Yeah, you're talking about the shop. Does it also have advanced technology or magic equipment? Yes, it contains blueprints for many things that will exist way ahead in the future. However, you won't find magical items since your world doesn't have magic. But you can gain knowledge and recipes for various things, so, is there so-called magic somewhere? Evan asked curiously. Yes, there is, but not in your universe, so, there are other universes, Evan muttered, then chuckled. I just read that there is no statistical proof about this, but you just shattered my worldview. Now, I think your existence is nothing short of magical. So, tell me if one day I could take over the whole universe with your help. It's not possible. Taking over the universe isn't as easy as it sounds. Doing so would mean that either you have more energy than the entire universe or manage or take control of all energy, something that isn't possible by any means. Even the laws and karma of the world with such a vast power can only exercise a part of the power and are able to exercise a fraction of it. Okay, I got it, Evan said, pinching his forehead after hearing all this. He then took a breath and opened his smartphone to study stocks and investing. With a huge amount of money coming his way, he needed to start planning to use it wisely. Currently, he intends to create an app that would keep pumping money while he sets up the company or something to manage everything. His plan after this was to create an eye, a fairly powerful one, but it would be for his personal use since he didn't want to draw the government's attention. However, all of this was just his wishful thinking and he didn't even know if he could achieve all this. His level was still low. Most graduates would have beginner programming skills, while only a genius can achieve intermediate programming skills during graduation. As long as one has intermediate programming skills, one can earn a good living, and advanced skills are enough to define one as a genius. Achieving this requires a significant amount of experience and mental acumen. With the system overclocking his brain, as long as he puts his mind to his analyzing skills, all of it could improve rapidly. Beginner stock trading experience +1, beginner trading experience +1, beginner trading experience +1. Just as he engrossed himself, his phone rang repeatedly. Evan's expression turned cold when he saw that it was a call from his so-called cheap mother. They had been calling him, but he would just cut it with a message that he was receiving treatment in the hospital. He intended to do the same today but stopped after seeing the message which warned that if he didn't pick it up, they were gonna come here, and if they didn't find him, they would file a missing person report. It seems, I should confront them while hiding my true intention, he thought. He answered, and just as he said hello, a series of curses hurled at him. Where the hell did you die, idiot? Why the hell are you not picking up our calls? Chapter 13, New Quest. Evan's expression turned cold. He could already feel a headache coming his way. If possible, he wanted to avoid this woman, but knowing her and hearing her plans, he was certain that if she was to be pushed into a corner, she wouldn't even hesitate to murder her husband and blame him for it. She was so ruthless that she could even sell her own children. His luck must be terribly bad to have fallen in the grasp of such a woman. Stop screaming. I can hear you. Why did you disappear from the hospital suddenly, and why the hell didn't you pick up the call? Do you know that your father was worried to death? Oh. Worried to death, or worried that you couldn't kill me? What kind of reaction is that? Mom, I am having trouble here. Because of my accident, I wasn't able to get a job and I am already at the end of my rope. Evan made sure to act pitifully, his voice quivering with sobs. I am not able to eat and the boss of the restaurant fired me for my absence. Mom, please send some money. Please. I am starved and now no one is giving me a job due to my fallen reputation. Also, I didn't get any campus placement. Evan tried to sound as grievous as possible. Hannah on the other side of the call took a moment to process her thoughts. This was the first time she had heard this boy crying tone. Even when they beat him with belts and sticks, leaving bruises, he had never shed a single tear. However, more than that, her heart was furious on hearing that he hadn't got the job. Wait. What did you say? You didn't get any job? Hannah screamed as if she had lost something precious. Damn, useless and incompetent. You can't do a single job. What are you going to do now, beg on the street? Yes, that's what you're worth. Don't you dare to ask for a single penny for me or you will, Mom. I don't even have money to eat food. I haven't eaten anything for 4 days. Henna's expression twisted. She put the call on mute and said to her husband. Is something wrong with him? Why is behaving like a soft guy? Miguel was also puzzled. He knew that this guy was a tough nut to crack, so his behavior seemed really weird. Though Evan never fights back, he never backed down either. Honey, it seems his mental state crumbled after being beaten by mobs. Since this was broadcasted, everyone in his college and city must have known about this and are giving him a hard time. For a proud guy like him, all this must have dealt a harsh blow. That's why he might have tried to commit suicide. When Henna heard all this, instead of frowning, her expression lit up. What a good opportunity, she said joyfully, surprising even her husband. Evan, it's okay. I understand that times have been too hard for you, but you have to hold on. All of this has happened because of that bitch. We need to get back at her for defaming us and destroying our reputation. Evan pinched his forehead, guessing what was going to happen next. She has already filed a case, and when you're in a coma, we were asked to appear for the trial. But because you had jumped off the hospital floor, we were able to delay the trial. So at the next hearing, I want you to state that due to mob lynching and all those offenders, you were unable to bear and tried to kill yourself. Listen, son, if you do this, not only can we hoard lots of money from her, but we will also be able to clear your reputation. And with a part of that money, you could even start a business. Henna spoke softly in a loving and warm tone which could melt one's heart. However, it didn't have any effect on Evan, who was well aware of how vicious these people are. He made sure to play along, but he was surprised about the trial. There had been a trial. The trial happened on the 8th day while you were unconscious. Mom, don't worry. I will fight. No matter what, the truth will prevail. I will fight with you. Good son, Mom, I am feeling dizzy from the head injury. I need to sleep, Evan pretended, and after a few pleasantries, he ended the call. Evan's chest heaved due to the arduous conversation while his expression distorted with disgust. I need to start turning more money as quickly as possible to gain a foothold and some influence. I need to hire a good lawyer because even if I manage to deal with them, the fame-hungry Suri won't let it go. The next trial would be in the middle of February, so I have 2.5 months. Evan picked up his phone and started browsing YouTube videos related to stock market experts to learn more. For now, the safest option for him was to invest in a systematic investment plan, SIP, mutual fund, which had the lowest risk and potential returns of up to 10% to 20%. As for future and options, intraday trading, they held great risk, and putting money in them was similar to gambling blindly. Even experts suffer significant losses, so what chance did he have? Nevertheless, he selected a few good stocks and started buying their shares. All of them were reputable companies. Though they might not yield him huge profits, they were unlikely to result in any loss either, as these companies were essential to help the nation's economy. Just then, his doorbell rang. Evan immediately lifted his lazy ass and answered the door to find an Amassing delivery man with a large package. Sir, here is your laptop. Thanks, man. Evan greeted the delivery man with a smile and took the box after signing it. After he brought the package inside, he let out a heavy sigh. Finally. He ordered an Azitrog Stix G17 G713 Gaming AMD Ryzen 7 to 6800H processor with 16 GB of RAM and 1 TB of high-speed SSD. It was perfect for his current needs, enabling swift multitasking. While there might have been a better option, he had a soft spot for ROG. The laptop cost him 87,000 rupees and earned him 870 SP. The moment he started unwrapping it, a notification flashed before his eyes. The system has guessed the host's intention, generating a suitable quest for the host's current strategies. As a person who should strive to reach the peak of society, and since you are inclined more to the technological stream, it is time for the host to step into higher society and spread his fame. So, design an app that can create a sensation in the current era. Rewards, an intermediate lottery and 1 SP for every 10 downloads of the host's app. Time limit, 3 months. Chapter 14. I wish I had a mother like you. You want me to create an app within 3 months? This means that it has to be on the market before I graduate. Are you kidding me? Evan exclaimed aloud, rubbing even his eyes a few times to make sure that the system wasn't playing a prank on him. According to the data collected, a small-sized app requires 10 to 12 weeks to develop, while the larger ones could even take more than 23 weeks. This estimate was taken into account that the company was well established with a lot of developers and testers under its command. He didn't have company, and he definitely didn't have a server. Hell, without backing and a patent, the very next day multiple apps might pop out similar to mine, and I wouldn't be surprised if a random son of a bitch filed a lawsuit claiming that the app was his and I stole the idea from him. That's your problem. The system assigns tasks according to your potential and your future prospects. Future prospects, Evan muttered, rubbing his chin and pondering over the system's words. What he needed the most was the support and influence, but since he had none, he had to build it himself. If I can manage to gain influence, I might be able to negate any of the effects from the attacks Suri might throw on me. Things have calmed down for now, but when the date of the trial approaches, she will strike back. Instead of stressing himself out, Evan decided to organize his chaotic life first. He had been running without a proper schedule akin to a headless chicken. Ding. Evan pulled out his phone and saw a message from his bank. Rs 2,050,000 have been credited to your 2500 XXXX. They gave me an extra 10%. It took me just 7 hours to clear the vulnerabilities and I earned 2 million in one day. Isn't this too profitable? If one manages to find bugs in major e-coms, social media, or internet engines. While he thought about it, Evan's eyes lit up. I can earn money from them and invest in real estate and buy a shop. Grrrr, Evan's stomach grumbled, reminding him that he hadn't stocked up on groceries. With this money, let's go and get breakfast. I am gonna have a scrumptious breakfast, host. You have opened my eyes to a new world. What a rich breakfast. You spent a huge amount of R60. Just because I have money doesn't mean that I should just throw away my money. The same pasta that would not even cost $100 is sold for thousands of dollars. And it's better to not talk about the spoonful portions which definitely aren't enough to fill one's stomach. Evan sat on the street stall and cheerfully said. And, make it grand. I have earned a bit, so I have an ample amount of money to spend. Oh. It seems our little Evan had struck it big. The shopkeeper, Selena, smiled and prepared a bowl of noodles, added a thick chicken broth and put 5 dumplings on top of it. While Selena was preparing the noodles, a large shadow loomed over, followed by a loud sound. Dang. A teacup slammed on the table, startling Evan a bit. He glared at the short, brown-haired girl in front of him and said. Just how long are you gonna act like a ruffian? I am telling you, no boy likes a girl who acts like this, Maria. What did you say, bastard? Maria rolled up her sleeve and was about to pounce on Evan, but Selena stopped the two. Why do you two always fight? Maria, take a seat. Let Auntie boil a bowl of noodles for you. No, Auntie. I need to help my parents, Maria said and glared at Evan. This tea is free. I thought you might be sad with everything that has been going on, but it seems it didn't have any effect. Maria snorted and walked away, making Evan chuckle. This girl just can't be honest. Despite her sharp tongue, Evan had a good relationship with this girl. The current place was a hotspot of street stalls and there were many universities and colleges nearby. Maria was a bit older than him and was studying for an MBA, but despite this, she helped her parents who had a tea stall nearby. Evan respected her from the bottom of her heart. The girl was studying MBA and yet worked at a tea stall in a place where her friends would often come to drink tea without getting embarrassed. Selena took the hot bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Evan before raising her hands and ruffling his hair a bit. Eat to your heart's content and don't worry about the money. Consider it as a treat from your aunt for earning big. Evan smiled back, but as she turned around, his expression froze. He noticed red lines on her forearms, which looked fresher than yesterday. His good mood was ruined instantly, leaving him with a heavy feeling. As far as he could remember, he had encountered only 3 people who had ever looked out for him. The first was Uncle Max, the second was Aunt Selena and the third were Maria and her family. One rainy day, he was late to reach the college after a great struggle and the guard didn't allow him to pass without a few hundred rupees, but since he didn't have a penny Evan was forced to leave. It was during that time when Aunt Selena noticed him and gave him a bowl of noodles for free. From then on, Evan frequently visited her stall when he had money to spend. He often noticed bruises on her and suspected that it was due to domestic abuse, but what could he do? He even urged her to file a complaint, but she was reluctant to do so. He couldn't intervene when he wasn't sure if he could take care of the mess they might fall into. How would Aunt Selena manage to take care of her and her daughter just with a stall? Evan stared at Selena back and a random thought came up in his mind. Sooner or later, he would have his own house or apartment and he would need a housekeeper. And with the money, he can investigate her situation further and then. Feeling a bit gloomy, he shook his head and took a sip of tea from the but just when his lips touched the warm cup, akin to lightning, an idea suddenly struck him. System, can I buy the vitalizing tea from the shop once I unlock it? Yes, host. Not only you can buy tea directly but you can even buy the recipe and produce it. Evan took a moment to process this information and the next moment a wide smile appeared on his face. For my first business, I could open a tea house or cafe and sell the tea. I am sure once someone takes a sip of it, they won't be able to stop the urge to come again. After thinking for a moment, he called Selena and asked curiously. "Aunt Selena, I am thinking of buying a place to open a cafe or tea house. Do you know any suitable locations?" "Huh? You want to buy a tea house?" Selena stared at Evan with a confused look on her face before raising her hand and placing it over his forehead. "Little Evan, do you have a fever?" "Aunt Selena, I neither have a fever nor am I joking," Evan chuckled. "Do you have that much money to buy the tea house?" Aunt Selena asked with a frown. "I don't. It will be a joint collaboration with a group of friends. So, do you know anyone who wants to sell their shop?" Evan decided not to tell her the truth lest she got worried and started thinking that he was involved in something illegal. Selena rubbed her chin and started to think. Evan asked her just in case if she had known someone, and if she didn't know then he would contact Sean. "Evan, as an elder, I suggest that instead of buying a whole tea house you should rent one. You would likely save money and wouldn't suffer much of a loss if your business fails." Evan frowned upon hearing her suggestion, not because it was bad, but rather because it was good. And she spoke because she had enough experience with it. Thinking this, Evan activated the insight skill. Name, Selena Ray. Skills, Intermediate Business Management, 212 out of 250, Intermediate Cooking, 240 out of 250, Intermediate Marketing, 82 out of 250, Intermediate Accounting, 12 out of 250, Intermediate Leadership, 8 out of 250, Impression, 64. Evan was surprised by her skill panel and almost swallowed his saliva. After shaking his head, he tried to reassure her. "And, please believe in me. I might be inexperienced, but I am not an idiot. So please, can you help me?" Selena was a bit puzzled by the sudden development, but seeing Evan's determined eyes, she finally agreed. "I know some people, so I will ask around a bit." "Thanks, Andy, you are the best. I wish you were my mother, alas." Chapter 15, Shop Hunting, Ding, Quest, Description, Invest and open a tea cafe. Requirements, open the cafe and earn back the investment made in the shop. Reward, Elementary Lucky Draw Roulette X1. When Evan got home, he was given a new quest from the system. After finishing his morning workout, which had become less strenuous for him, Evan took a shower, dressed neatly and headed to the suggested place. The shop was located quite close to his university and had previously been a coffee shop. After the former owner made a profit, he moved on to open another cafe elsewhere. Evan dialed the landlord's number, which Selena had given him while he asked her for any rental shops. "Hello sir, I have arrived at the shop. Wait for a few minutes, I will be there." A few moments later, Evan spotted a stout man with a long beard, wearing a tank top and girlish-style half-shorts. Seeing such a weird guy, Evan tried to keep a straight face and couldn't help but think, "And I thought my dressing was weirdest." "Good morning sir. Call me Joyce," said the man, extending his plump hand and greeting Evan with a smile. "I want to rent this place for a tea shop." Evan went straight to the point. "No problem. Follow me and take a look." Joyce nodded and started unlocking the shop. Evan followed the man in after he opened the lock. Cough. 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 The moment the shutter was lifted, a wave of dust hit Evan and Joyce, eliciting a cough from both of them. "Sorry, it hasn't been cleaned for a while," Joyce apologized with a guilty look on his face. Evan waved his hand to shake the dust and looked around. The walls were covered in grime and the wide hallway was cluttered with chairs and tables, all covered with a thick layer of dust. "What about these things?" "The previous owner left them. I didn't throw them away in case the next buyer might want to use them," Joyce explained before stepping up to show the place around. The total area was about 600 square feet. It had a toilet, a small room at the back and a tiny kitchen that was used to make pastry by the previous shop. "I will take it." "What's the rent?" "800. Joyce paused, noticed Evan's expression and immediately corrected himself. 800 a day. That means 24,000 a month. Isn't that too much? Boy, this place is in the marketplace and close to several colleges. Students will flock here the day you start selling something. How do you think the previous owner got so much money to move out and start a cafe?" "I will offer 400, Evan offered directly. "I want 700. Joyce said with slight hesitation. 550, not any more than that. I would have paid more if this place was clean, but look at this mess." Evan pointed out the shop's shortcomings with an adamant expression, indicating that it was Joyce's fault. "The paint on the walls is fading, the plaster seems to be falling off, and let's not even mention the dust. At the least, you need to do basic care of such a place. It might cost 50K or 100K just to renovate the things." Joyce stared at Evan, clearly wanting more money, but Evan's sharp words gave him no room to negotiate. Joyce knew that he was already careless about letting this place ruin, and if he were to let this kid go, he wasn't sure if the next buyer would even rent the place or offer as much. "Deal. And about that table," Joyce added. "You need to pay for them separately." That previous guy didn't give rent for the last 2 months and dumped them here. Evan took his phone and researched the prices of the furniture. Afterwards, he went near the pile and started examining the leftover furniture. I want the furniture. There are 10 tables with 4 chairs which normally cost around 4,000 per set, but given their condition, I will offer you 27,000. I agree, Joyce said with a sly smile. In reality, the previous tenant had only missed the rent for 1 month, but Joyce lied just to make Evan believe that the furniture was worth over 40,000. Evan shook hands and immediately took Joyce to a PC cafe to print the necessary documents for the rental deal. After spending the entire morning taking care of all the things and finalizing the deal, by the afternoon the shop was all his. Evan entered the shop to take a final look before departing. Aunt Selina was right. If I had bought an existing one I would have lost all my money. Evan had set his target budget to finish everything within 300,000. Although he didn't plan on some extravagant renovation, he wanted to make sure that this place was at least pleasant to the eye and attracted customers. Evan smiled as he looked at the increase in SP. I need to finish everything before Christmas, he thought. Just as he was about to depart, his phone rang. Hello, Evan. Was the purchase successful? It was Aunt Selina. Yes, Aunt Selina. I got it for 550 a day. By the way, is that good? Evan asked. As long as it's below 600, that's good, Selina replied from the other side, assuring Evan. The place is great, but the shop is a mess. I need to renovate the walls and things. Plus, I need an employee. Do you know anyone? Evan inquired. After a brief pause, Selina replied. Do you know the tea stall near the campus operated by a couple? There are many tea shops. Which one are you talking about? Evan asked with a frown. One of them is considering closing and looking for work. If you want to hire them, I can help. Evan paused for a moment, trying to remember. I feel there is a catch and I hope she isn't talking about that one. Please do, but I would be happier if you worked for me, Aunt. That's a bit difficult. I can't guarantee anything, she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Noticing the change in her tone, Evan didn't press further. Once his tea shop started earning well, he planned to take a look into her situation. Ending the call, Evan locked up the shop and then took a taxi to the local renovation store. He arrived at Gas Renovation and headed straight for the entrance and noticed several people waiting inside. Hello sir, how can I help you? A charming woman at the counter asked with a smile. Hello, sister, I bought a shop and need to do a paint job and some other renovations, Evan replied after a moment of contemplation. No problem, sir. But before that, can you specify whether you only need laborers or home decor designers? I need laborers along with a foreman to guide them. About interior designers, can I also get some suggestions from them? Then follow me, sir. I am also an interior designer, the woman said, startling him a bit. Noticing his reaction, she let out a chuckle before leading Evan. Evan followed her to her small workshop where she pulled out her laptop and began showing him some home decor presentation. After asking about the prices and other details, Evan started discussing the important specifics with the lady. Chapter 16, Assault. The meeting proved quite eventful for Evan in finalizing things. The place was going to be painted in a soft palette of light green and blue pastels. The place would have Asian vibes with a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The interior design of Evan's Tea Cafe is a blend of Asian vibes and modern comfort, with a serene atmosphere created by a soft palette of light green and blue pastels. Natural materials like bamboo and light-toned wood add warmth, while plush seating invites patrons to relax. Soft lighting and Asian-inspired decor accents complete the tranquil ambience, making it the perfect place to unwind over a cup of tea. Are you satisfied with this? The lady asked. Yes, I am up for it, so what's the price? The lady clicked on the laptop a few times and soon had the budget. Overall the cost was 305,000. Any discount? She shook her head with a bitter smile. Sir, first thing. This price is already the lowest and frankly, this isn't a very big project. Secondly, you should know that labor costs and material costs fluctuate every day. Evan sighed and then extended his head. He was a bit novice, however, it didn't look like he was going to be scanned. Okay, I got it. After finalizing the deal and signing the contract, he walked out of place. It's already nighttime. I thought the meeting would take an hour or two, but it had been several hours. Designers take time to craft, but the place was quite small, so the lady used the saved templates to craft the design with Leon's suggestion. It was done today, though it took 6 hours. Shaking his head, Evan stopped the taxi. Where do you want to head, sir? Evan paused for a brief. It was 8:30 and he also needed to do some grocery shopping. For a moment he even thought of going to a hotel for the feast, but then shook his head. Let's go home. It has been a tiring day. B2C Street, Decker Lane. Got it. Evan returned home after a long day, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped through the front door. In terms of productivity, I wasted a day and didn't study or gain experience. However, his relaxation was short-lived as he noticed a small crack in the door, something he hadn't seen before. The doorknob was loose. The door opened as soon as he placed his hands on the knob. Frowning, he muttered to himself. That wasn't there this morning. As he entered, Evan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His belongings seemed slightly displaced as if someone had been rummaging through them. With a bead of sweat, he murmured under his breath. Did I leave a window open? This doesn't feel right. Moving further into the house, Evan's unease grew with each step. The air felt heavy, charged with tension. His body rippled as if sending him a warning signal. For a moment he even thought of calling the cops, but if nothing popped up, he might be the one in trouble. His senses heightened, he scanned the room for any sign of intrusion. Looking around, as he turned towards the kitchen. Suddenly, a noise from the kitchen jolted him into action. Shit. As he turned around in the corner of the kitchen, a suddenly pounced on him wielding a dagger with a menacing glint in his eyes. Reacting on instinct, Evan dodged to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the blade as it sliced through the air where he had been standing moments before. With his heart beating crazily, Evan steadied himself and tried to engage in conversation to draw away the man's attention. Who are you? What do you want? He demanded, his voice sounding hoarse. You don't need to know who I am as a reason for death. How dare you harm my goddess? The man yelled and thrust the dagger. What the fuck? As Evan dodged the attacker's thrust, his heart pounded in his chest and he could feel adrenaline coursing through his veins. Clang. The dagger tearing through the air missed and struck the wall, giving the man a jolt. Evan quickly scanned the kitchen for anything he could use as a weapon. Spotting a heavy frying pan hanging from a hook on the wall, he lunged towards it, and his finger clasped around the handle just as the intruder got up and charged at him again. With a swift movement, Evan swung the frying pan with all his strength, aiming for the assailant's head. The man managed to duck just in time, but just then reversed in action. The pan that was missed was pulled back. The man bent his back to avoid narrowly, but in doing so force of the swing sent him stumbling backwards, giving Evan a momentary advantage. The intruder regained his balance and lunged at Evan once more, his dagger flashing in the dim light of the kitchen. Clang. Evan parried the blow with a frying pan, the clang of metal against metal ringing through the air. As they grappled, Evan threw the frying pan and started using all the things around. He used the kitchen utensils around him to his advantage, grabbing a spatula and using it to deflect the attacker's strikes. Then bending around, he picked up a jar of wheat and threw it at the man. The jar hurling into the air slammed the man's chest and smoke of white wheat ensnared his vision. Then with a quick twist, Evan managed to disarm the man, sending the dagger clattering to the floor. Seeing an opportunity, Evan delivered a swift kick to the intruder's chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Fuck. Take this, you piece of shit. Using the opportunity, he picked up the frying pan and slammed it on his head. The man groaned in pain, but Evan ignored it and stuck again, and then he kicked the man's balls. The man's whole body jerked up and down as a terrifying ball-crushing pain assaulted him. Evan quickly subdued the man, binding his hands with a length of rope from the nearby pantry. Breathing heavily, Evan looked at the man before calling the police. Chapter 17, Psychopath Fan. Beep. 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 The sound of sirens and blaring horns woke up the entire neighborhood. Many people peeked through their windows to watch the unfolding drama. At the side of the road, a man stood down leaning against a car window giving the details of the incidents to the cops. You are really something. You have some unusual luck to get bundled with these shits, don't you? Rezab, it's already hurting, so don't throw more knives on my poor heart. Evan muttered, casting a bitter smile while cursing his bad luck. Just then a middle-aged man in an officer's suit appeared and ordered. Rezab, call the control room and ask for more cops to navigate the security camera and see if there are more involved. Yes, sir. Rizba nodded and left, giving the officer some space, who patted Evan's shoulders. Evan, now what should I even say? Uncle Max, just tell me about that person. He isn't a thief, as he fought as if trying to kill me. Secondly, he was a noob, Evan asked, folding his hands. Max shook his head and spoke. Evan, that guy seems to be a hardcore crazy fan of Suri Barat. The moment Evan heard this, his expression faltered. What did you say? He is a psycho fan of that woman? Yes. Max confirmed again, giving the details he got from the guy. He was a crazy maniac and loved Suri Barat a bit too much. After knowing about the incident, he had been tracking him, but it wasn't anything substantial until he managed to show some viral reels about Evan from Blue Lagoon restaurant workers, and through them, he reached here. Fuck. Evan cursed, hitting the roof of the car. Just why? This was absurd. If one fan can do this, doesn't that mean there are more coming for his life? After all, big celebrities have millions of followers, so it wouldn't be odd if 1,000 or 100 psychopaths get mixed in the group. And frustratingly, the woman wasn't much at fault there. I wished he went for those two bastards and killed them. In that case, I would even give him a gift. Evan couldn't help but curse his luck. What if someone went to murder them but failed? Evan snapped out of his thoughts and stared at Max's worried eyes. I can ask my men to navigate here and tighten the security, but it's worthless as they are gonna patrol a few times and leave. By all means, I suggest you move to... Max didn't finish his last words as he knew the boy's condition. Their first encounter was when this guy was working late at night and a thief with an air gun tried to loot the place but was somehow beaten by Evan. After which Evan, who mostly works till late at night, spotted a few thieves and called him. Slowly, they developed a good relationship, and his entire department was on good terms with him. The recent case of that actress was too shocking. They all pity him, but in the end, they were helpless to do anything in this regard. I understand, Uncle God. I will find a way. Good. Call me if there is an emergency. If I don't pick up, call my number. Thanks. Max turned around to leave, but just then he hesitated before speaking. Also, Evan, about that guy. Please don't have any contact with him. He had been on the wanted list and his fame was spreading far and wide. Even if he is doing good work, but in the eyes of lots. Evan's expression changed and the image of a certain man flashed before his eyes. I don't have any contact with him, so rest assured. Better. After that, they took away the man, who gnawed at him while screaming that he was innocent. Evan even refused to publicize the matter and it was bothersome. That night, Leon stayed awake the entire night. He searched for the prices of apartments with good security. For a place to have good security, the apartment mostly has to be part of the real estate housing corporation. If you just rent a place from a landlord or some house with free rooms, they won't be providing any security measures. Secondly, the price of a 1 BHK apartment starts from 2.8 million rupees, and 2 BHK goes up to 4 million in BBSR, which is too costly. There was nothing below 2.5 million for now on the net. Maybe there were if he searched through agents. Money. I need money. It would almost take 2 weeks to earn from the cafe. To earn a quick sum now, I can either gamble in a casino, put some in the stock market, or find the vulnerabilities. There was another option, which was developing the app. Sighing, Evan pulled out his laptop, connected the portable data cable to his smartphone, and searched for stock marketing books. He decided to keep the computer study at bay for now. After a few searches, he finally downloaded a few notable ones. The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. A Random Walk Down Wall Street by Burton G. Malkiel, and One Up on Wall Street by Peter Lynch. Now let's begin. Instead of wasting time worrying, it's better to grasp everything I can. Beginner stock marketing skill, experience value +4, 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 beginner stock marketing skill, experience value +4. He was so engrossed in reading that by the time he snapped from his thoughts, it was already 10 a.m. His eyes had become bloodshot from studying too much on the laptop. He was only awakened by the unbearable hunger growling in his stomach. However, ignoring it, he looked at the bar. Intermediate stock marketing, 12 out of 250. With a smile, he opened his account. Taking deep breaths, Evan went over the stocks. He didn't take the risk of gambling in the future and options and just took a few stocks ranging from 100 to 200 and put a total sum of 300,000. With this, his bank balance had also started declining. But he didn't mind it, as to gain wealth a person needs to know where to spend wealth. With this, he also set up a time limit of a week to gather money to move to a suitable place. It was still difficult. However, it was still vulnerable, as sociopaths may attack at any time. Though the chances were less, he still couldn't afford to take a risk. So, Evan took some suitable clothes and decided to stay in the hotel that charged 1,500 for a day. Chapter 18, Miraculous Shop. The things with shop were going well and things were being arranged quickly. Evan asked a carpenter to paint and renovate the usable furniture while he also brought some comfortable ones. Next, he spent time on testing the groceries and suitable utensils. For the kitchen, they need utensils, a chimney, and many more small things. They also needed coffee machines, baristas, and many other small things. It was really hard for him to keep tabs on these things with no prior experience. On top of that, he was in a pinch about whether to go with 2 two-seat tables or 4 four-seat tables. Knowing the place, he knew that it was going to be mostly used by lovesick couples. But once the effect of tea became well known, he was sure that many people would flock to it. Evan had tested the tea combinations. He didn't want to be highly effective lest it create multiple problems. After mixing in various ratios, he found that adding 0.25 grams of vitalizing and mixing with others goes well. The taste of vitalizing tea in itself was bland, but the refreshing feeling hitting you like waves gives a savory taste like illusion. If he added more than 0.5 grams, the effect was quite immediate. A person having dark circles would immediately see a change in complexion if he takes more than 0.5 grams of tea. He then applied for an FSI license. One needs permission from the Food Safety and Standards Authority of Indra to set up food shops. He moved to and fro several times. Thankfully, he was now staying in a hotel, so he didn't need to fear doing housework on his own. Evan spent the entire week in the hotel room studying and brushing up his skills. Evan also had a short meeting with Maria, the daughter of the tea stall. He was already friends with her as he often saw her working in the tea to help her parents despite doing a master's in commerce. Except that Evan studied furiously, staying up to 18 hours a day. Except for eating, exercise, and a few hours of sleep, he spares no time furnishing his loose areas in skills. Evan opened his system panel to check up on the things host. Evan? Net value, $30,000 SP, 1010, stat, strength, 812 dexterity, 1619 vitality, 910 willpower, 29 intelligence, 1617 charm, 18 charisma, 79, skills, extreme comprehension max, insight, intermediate programming skill, 240 out of 250, beginner cooking, 21 out of 100, intermediate academic skills, 179 out of 250, intermediate mathematician, 201 out of 250, beginner business management 90 out of 100, intermediate stock analysis 11 out of 100, intermediate academics 87 out of 100, shop, oh. So the shop has been opened and also there is my net worth. Evan almost leaped in joy. Also, there was an increase in his stat and all of this was achieved through his hard work. Ha! I have a long way to go, let's see the shop. System, open it. As you wish. Soon, a huge virtual screen appeared in his vision displaying a huge list of several sections. Programming, healthcare, technology, body enhancement, and many others. Body enhancement, cognitive boost capsules, 1500 SP elevate your mental memory by 40% with our capsules. Perfect for those seeking sharper focus, improved memory, and enhanced cognitive function in their daily pursuits. The effect lasts for a day. Vitality Elixir, 100 SP rejuvenate your body and mind with our elixir. Crafted from a blend of revitalizing herbs and nutrients, it boosts energy levels, promotes vitality, and supports overall wellness. Think of it as an advanced version of Red Bull. Sleep Renewal Spray, 100 SP drift into a deep, restful slumber with our spray. Infused with soothing aromas and sleep-inducing compounds, it helps you achieve quality sleep for optimal rejuvenation. Effect lasts for 10 hours. Stress Relief Tea, 50 SP per kg unwind and relax with our Stress Relief Tea. Blended with calming herbs and botanicals, it eases tension, soothes frazzled nerves, and promotes a sense of tranquility in your busy day. Immune Defense Supplements, 200 SP strengthen your body's natural defenses with our Immune Defense Supplements. Packed with essential vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants, they support a robust immune system to keep you healthy and resilient year-round. Also eliminates any kind of harmful poison's effect, permanent. Technology, all of the corresponding items are Blueprint, NeuroSync Headset, 25000 SP enhance your focus and productivity with our NeuroSync headset. Using advanced audio technology, it helps you concentrate better on tasks and stay alert throughout the day. BioTracker Smartwatch, 10000 SP stay on top of your health goals with our BioTracker Smartwatch. Track your health and would immediately give warning on finding any problem with the body. Holographic Personal Assistant, 5000 SP get organized with our Holographic Personal Assistant. It helps you manage your schedule, set reminders, and keep track of important tasks, all with a touch of futuristic flair. Wireless Charging Wi-Fi Router, 5000 SP say goodbye to tangled cords with our wireless charging pad. Simply place the router and it will charge your smartphone through the Wi-Fi. Bluetooth Tracker, never lose your keys or wallet again with our Bluetooth Tracker. Attach it to your belongings and use your smartphone to track their location within range. Neural Interface Headset, 25000 SP immerse yourself in augmented reality with our Neural Interface Headset. By directly interfacing with your brain's neural pathways, it provides seamless integration with virtual environments, offering unparalleled experiences and enhancing productivity like never before. Needed VRS to function, Virtual Reality Simulator, 5000 SP explore new realms and experiences with our Virtual Reality Simulator. Transport yourself to immersive virtual worlds, whether for gaming, education, or relaxation. With stunning graphics and realistic simulations, the possibilities are endless. Quantum Energy Charger, 500,000 SP. Harness the power of quantum energy with our revolutionary charger. Using cutting-edge quantum technology, it rapidly charges devices while simultaneously optimizing energy efficiency. Say goodbye to long charging times and hello to instant power on demand. Fusion Reactor Blueprint. Unlock the secrets of limitless energy with our Fusion Reactor Blueprint. Designed by top engineers and physicists of the 41st century, this blueprint offers a glimpse into the future of clean, sustainable energy production by using water to liberate hydrogen and oxygen and then use them for energy. Nanobot Repair System. Say goodbye to illness and injury with our Nanobot Repair System. Nanobots injected into the bloodstream swiftly repair damaged tissues, eradicate pathogens, and rejuvenate cellular structures, offering rapid recovery and prolonged vitality. Molecular Fabricator. 5 million. Create anything from scratch with our Molecular Fabricator. Using molecular assembly technology, it transforms raw materials into customizable products, from food and clothing to electronics and beyond, offering limitless possibilities for invention and innovation. Evan's eyes started bulging out and his mind became dizzy, the more he read. He directly closes it, unable to keep tabs on it. Holy shit. This is awesome. At first, Evan screamed and leaped in joy. But as Evan opened it and as his gaze went deeper and he analyzed things, he found that all of these things were full of problems and traps. System. Yes, host, are you kidding me? Chapter 19, moving ahead. If you are just a brain-dead system bootlicker, with a single glance you might be leaping in joy, but if you observe and think carefully, things were so annoying that it's practically impossible for the current generation. First thing, clarify me. All of these are blueprints, right? Yes, Evan found it hard to control his sanity. Leaving aside some insane high SP, even if he gets the blueprints, how the hell can he just make this without knowing anything? You can purchase the recipe or script to create the things in the body enhancement section by multiplying with x100. See how good I am. There is also Viagra and powerful love fucko ff. Just because you're an engineer doesn't mean that you can just build a rocket if one gives you a blueprint, and this technological blueprint seems to be way ahead. Except for the body enhancement section where he will get the product directly, all others were blueprints and knowledge. Just knowing wasn't enough to bring this all to reality, cause he should have the means and tools to make this. I don't know if humanity can advance so much even after a century or so. He remembers how people used to say that we would have high-speed flying cars by 2023, and we would be inhabiting Mars by 2025, and all those shits, but we are dying. 90% of youth are just verbally abusing one another on social platforms, making dark jokes and cursing one another. The only way to make it possible is to improve myself. I am from the CSC branch, but if I can get books from another branch and with the system, I might be able to at least become capable. I shouldn't lose my focus. Baby steps. I need to take baby steps. Evan decided to take it slow. Being hasty would ruin everything. All he needed to do was to strive to be better with each passing day. I have got the tea thing, thankfully. First, let me buy boost capsules and dive deep into them. My gaining has started to slow down. He recently found himself being stuck in advance. Previously, he would be gaining points every 10 minutes as a beginner, but now he would hardly get a day of studying. So he started to focus more on practicals by visiting LeetCode and Codecademy, and saw that his knowledge improved as he kept on solving problems. He was now ranked senior developer and was trying to achieve advancement, which wasn't difficult as for now after cooping for a week. Once my computer skills went past advanced, I could finally start programming my first app. 19 December 2023. Evan walked aside from Selena inside the furnished store. Everything was well-rounded and packed. Celine followed behind, gazing around. I wished Aunt Selena worked for me. You can be the manager of the place. Selena stopped in her tracks for a moment and gave Evan a profound gaze. Do you want me to work here? She asked in confusion. I would be very happy if you can work here. I don't think I would be able to. Selena's voice quivered and she held one of her elbows with her other hand, taking a shy posture. I am not all qualified. And secondly, you know I have to take leave often due to personal reasons. Evan could see vulnerability in her tone. By all means, if she is with intermediate business management and isn't qualified, then who the hell is qualified to run a shop? Intermediate business management might not be much, but Evan, who visited a few shopping malls recently, noticed that salesmen were at beginner and their managers were at the threshold of beginner. He only spotted a few intermediates and they were doing exceptionally well. Just accept it, Aunt Selena. And you can take leave and dump all the work on me. A gleeful sound came from behind and they saw a brown-haired woman hurrying her way here with disheveled hair. She took out her sandals outside and stepped on the soft glossy wooden floor, making a satisfied expression. This feels good. What is this shady behavior? And why are you so late? Evan inquired. I met with my boyfriend and then I was caught in traffic. Oh. Selena closed her mouth with her palm, making a saddened expression, startling the other two. I thought you were single, and by working here you two young ones might fall in love. What? Andy, don't dump me with this narcissistic bitch. Hey, what did you say, asshole? Have you seen your face? I mean, it's heavenly good, but that's what implies that you are going to be playboy. Maria snorted. Soon the two were about to fight when Selena intervened. Enough, let's talk about important things. First, Evan, what type of thing are you selling? Maria asked. We will serve tea, coffee. It's something special. I am talking about food. I mean pastries and all snacks. Selena asked. Evan sighed hearing this. I am looking for a cook, but you know it's a bit difficult. Due to putting all his focus on his studies, he had forgotten about the cooking part, and when he became aware of it, he called Fred, the previous boss, but he said it would take some time. Secondly, he needs a reliable one. If worse comes to worst, it seems I need to take the battlefront and improve his skills, Maria said, patting her chest. You can cook? Evan froze, seeing Maria's disgusted look. I can cook better than you. At least, I don't burn things. Mari snorted. What did you say, a little shit? Selena muttered, hesitating a bit. Evan, I can cook a bit, but I am not versed in sweet things. I have a solution. Maria shouted, puffing his chest. Evan wanted to jest, why the hell you are showing when it is all flat? Yes. Both Evan and Selena propped up their heads. My boyfriend is taking a chef course and I like his food. And that was the reason I was late, because I was asking to take the chef role. So. Maria flicked her hair and turned around only to flinch back, seeing Evan's face before her. Maria. I knew that you were an angel, sent by God. I am lucky to have such a girl by my side. Maria snorted, seeing Evan's 180 degrees turn. Okay, everything is set. Aunt Selena, you are going to be the manager alongside this stupid girl. You can't step back now. Let's go and sign the employee contract. Even then pulled the two, drafted the contract, and made them sign over a cup of tea. The moment Maria took a sip, her eyes popped out. Gracias. What kind of miracle is this? Maria jumped in shock and took a big sip. Evan laughed, seeing her wild side, but froze as he caught something. Selena took a gentle sip, and despite her delightful expression, she behaved like a proper lady, but the way she drank and her posture were so elegant, that she looked like a noble lady. Once it's in the market, I think we are bound to make a big butt. Selena paused and looked at Evan. When are you going to open it? Secondly, what type of product tea is this? I have never had such a feeling. It is like my body became alive again. With such a miraculous effect, if we make it big, others would surely try to find the source. Or. Understanding her worry, Evan assured her that everything was safe and he had already sent her to a food safety department for testing. As for when we are going to open, we will give free trials and samples on the 21st and 22nd outside before opening. Chapter 20, Free Samples. 21st December. The name of the cafe was Tea Box Cafe. The board was hung, and banners and leaflets were already spread out. Outside, in a small stall, Selena and Maria started setting up cups. It was a time of bitter winter, but in the state of Kalinga, being near the seacoast, the winter was manageable and there was no snowfall. Generally, in advertisements, there wasn't any need to donate a free sample, but Evan knew that if he needed to capture the market on the first day and create momentum, he needed to start popularizing his product. Once someone takes a sip, that guy won't be satisfied with normal tea anymore. What he was selling was close to drugs, but it was neither addictive nor had any side effects. Rather, it had many health benefits that you once tasted, and every other tea would feel tasteless. However, before selling it, he made sure to dilute the content as much as possible. Inside the cafe, Evan took a fork, cut a strawberry cake, and took a bite. It's delicious, Sam. Evan let out a soft moan. He had a soft spot for sweets and this went well with his palate. Thanks, buddy. Sam nodded in acknowledgement. Is this how you won Maria's heart? I wonder if she married you only to eat good dishes for free. Sometimes I wonder. Sam chuckled and then handed over other pastries. Evan tried out other pastries. Most of them were good, but some texture was debatable, so Evan crossed them out. They just need a few things for people to stuff with and snack on. Once they had a name, Evan was going to expand, turning this into a big enterprise. Evan then patted Sam, asking him to take a rest, and went outside. He made sure to keep the mask to cover his face and wore a hood as he moved out. He hadn't even stepped out when someone stepped on his foot. What the? His voice drowned in his throat as he saw huge crowds pushing and pulling in a tug-war. Andy. Please give me a cup. Damn it. Get out, boy. I need this for my morning routine. Old man, you are already on the fourth. Everyone, please give this old man some space. Nephew, grab one for me. Evan squeezed out through the crowd and after getting to the safe distance stared at the crowd. People from all age groups were fighting to get this. He expected it to be crowded after all. The location was quite good. Being near university premises and big societies, around it was bound to attract people, but wasn't this too much as they opened it at 9 a.m. and it was 10:15 now. As Evan stared around, he finally noticed the crux. People who were taking samples weren't leaving, rather they were lining up again and again. Just in front of him, he saw an old man taking 5 turns. They were hell-bent on taking as much as possible. This wasn't a problem as these people were bound to generate income later, but at that time, he heard a loud call. "Evan, what the hell are you doing? Get here. We need help, and also call Sam." Maria's angry roar sounded across the street as she found herself surrounded by a huge group. "Fuck. We are in trouble." "Evan." Then I noticed a problem. The crowd was blocking a part of the street. It wasn't a problem now as the traffic was less, but soon it might block the traffic and then cops might take charge. "Sam. Quickly come out and help them," Evan roared on the phone and lunged ahead. "Everyone. Please form a line and maintain proper distance. Don't be like this." Soon, a heated battle ensued and finally stopped when the first batch of stock was finished. Evan had prepared 3 batches of tea of 70 liters, but seeing such a rush he immediately cancelled his plan and declared that the free sample scheme was over, and everyone came back on the 23rd for more. As everyone left, Maria collapsed and directly sat on the street. Meanwhile, Sam poured her a cup of water. Selena looked a bit tired, but she looked okay. "I can't believe this. Evan, are you sure you didn't put addictive drugs in it?" "Shut up." Evan glared. This woman's loose mouth someday put him in trouble. Maria and Selena knew that Evan mixed a special tea with other tea leaves, but they didn't pry it. They were only worried about whether it was harmful or not, to which Evan showed them a test certificate. It was totally safe. Just as they were winding up. As Evan and the team were winding up after the chaotic morning, he spotted a small boy and girl standing nearby. They were dressed in dark, torn clothing, looking weary and hungry. Evan's heart stirred, realizing that amidst all the hustle and bustle, there were still those in need. He asked Sam to bring the leftover cake and tea. Approaching them with a warm smile, Evan offered. "Hey there, would you like some tea and cake? It's in the house." The boy stepped back and hesitated. His grip tightened on his sister's hand as if unsure whether to trust Evan's offer. But the girl's eyes sparkled with hope at the prospect of food, nudging her brother gently. "It's okay," Evan reassured them, crouching down to their level. "I promise there's nothing wrong with it. It's just good food, nothing else." After a moment of deliberation, the boy relented, nodding slightly due to growing hunger roaring in his stomach. Evan handed them each a cup of tea and a slice of cake, watching as they tentatively took a sip and a bite. "It's good, right?" Evan asked, his voice gentle. The girl nodded enthusiastically, a shy smile spreading across her face as she enjoyed the treat. The boy's expression softened, a hint of gratitude in his eyes as he finally allowed himself to relax. As they savored the food, Evan engaged them in light conversation, asking about their day and where they were from. The children opened up slowly, sharing bits of their story with him, their trust in him growing with each passing moment. Before they left, Evan made sure to pack some extra cake and tea for them to take along. As they waved goodbye, Evan couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and fulfillment. The bitter memories of his childhood days flashed in his eyes. During his stay in an orphanage, like these kids, he would often stare at others eyeing their food only to be shooed away in disgust. One time a kind man gave him a 10-rupee note which got him into trouble as other kids snatched it. When he was adopted, he harbored countless dreams, only to be crushed by the abuse of his parents. "Since I have a system, I will make sure that I will change society for the better. Unlike those money-hungry corporations that become rich, I will make sure that at least no children go to sleep hungry. And I swear it." Then he returned back and ordered Maria, every day, donate the leftovers to poor people or at a nearby orphanage. Don't keep them and sell them the next day. As for losses, don't think about that for now. Chapter 21, Progress Script. The sample sales and amount of crowd terrified Evan. Seeing people fighting to have a drink felt good, but it caused too much chaos. After inquiry, Evan found that it began with a group of old men who went for a walk in the garden. While returning they stumbled upon the free tea stall which was too lucrative to let go. Once they tasted they forwarded about it in their groups and called their families, which created the effect. To avoid another round of trouble, Evan cancelled the free sample sale and opened the shop. And on the very first day, it was a huge rush that kept them in awe. Holy shit. Evan almost cursed aloud seeing the sales. Deducting the cost, they made a profit of 50,000 rupees on the first day, and that's also considering the fact they were stock out. Secondly, many people asked for cups to take home, but the ordered cups for takeaway were still not ready, so there were no parcels. Yeah, it was his fault. First, he didn't expect it to become a hit right away, and secondly, He thought it would take a few days to get, but his order, which was supposed to be delivered on 20th December due to some circumstances, was shifted to 24th December, giving him a headache. Who knows if they would even get this before Christmas. Selena said that this happens in business, and that's why one needs to be thorough and keep things planned ahead. Having learned his lesson, Evan already started working and managing things. They hired 2 more baristas and another pastry chef. The business boomed to the point that tables were filled and people lined up outside. Evan put up a few tables and chairs outside, which also became packed. Most of the customers were couples and old people from neighboring societies who came to relax in winter and bask in the sun sitting outside. People who often stay awake till late at night find it extremely useful as it relieves their stress and shakes away their drowsiness. Evan was relieved that he decided to lower the concentration of spirit vitalizing tea further at the last moment, otherwise who knew what effect it would have brought him. 31st December brought another wave of shock as sales doubled from 150k to break through 300k profits. Thankfully, most of the credit was done online, otherwise so much cash would have brought a lot of trouble. The 10 days of opening generated a revenue of 1.4 million rupees. Yes, it was all profit deductible cost. Each day they were selling almost 5,000 to 1,000 cups of tea, and even pastries and cookies were getting stocked out. However, Evan noted that the eateries weren't up to the mark. Sam was good, but he was good in a few things only. He alone wasn't enough to supervise everything. Evan took out a sum and gave them a paycheck with a bonus. Maria and Selena got 60k, and Sam and other staff were given 40k. He gave them a full month's salary. Of course, this was too much and might be stupidity, but he decides to take a gamble to draw their hearts. And each of them worked hard. Maria and Sam also spent a part of their savings in establishing supply channels. It wasn't needed, but they were adamant about making some contributions, otherwise they said they wouldn't work there. Evan spent 10k on pest and cleaning as he found dirt and pests slowly crawling in despite that place being new. He also spent on replacing some old tables with new ones, especially because he can't believe some shitheads pasted chewing gum under the tables. In the end, he was left with 900k. Despite the huge sum, it was just a secondary goal. As for the primary goal of burrow happiness. Ding, congratulations, you have finished the quest to open the cafe and earned back the investment made in the shop. Reward, elementary lucky draw roulette X1. He kept it for now to draw on the new year. Meanwhile, Evan also kept up his programming work in the background. Solving the programs and errors and providing a solution through freelancing, he earned another 400k. He was even offered a job of 4 million rupees a year by a company, but he refused them kindly. He said that he was always available for help. 1st January. In the warm fuzzy hotel room, Evan took a deep breath staring at the system screen. The lucky draw is a system tool that depends on the host's luck, and through it host can gain skills, knowledge, blueprint or items. Oh my god. That's so incredible, he exclaimed. System, I wish to use my lucky draw opportunity, Evan said in his mind avidly. Opening lucky draw roulette, Evan saw a roulette with thousands of things written on it as it started to spin it. It was so fast that Evan wasn't able to keep up with the things written on it. Around 1 minute later, it stopped spinning. You have gained an advanced programming language progress script, huh? Question marks hovered above Evan ahead. He was just too bewildered because he hadn't thought that he would be gifted with a programming language out of all. He looked into the progress script description. Progress script, a multi-versatile programming language developed 300 years in the future by humans. It simplifies tasks with smart optimization and intuitive syntax. Enhanced networking and advanced data structures boost collaboration and performance. With built-in security and efficient debugging, it's perfect for modern development. Compatible with existing platforms, Progress Script empowers developers to create robust software effortlessly. System, how do I use it? Just say accept, accept. Soon, a vast array of knowledge entered his memory. An uncomfortable feeling welled up and his head throbbed due to the influx of pain. Dizziness swelled around and his vision blurred. The phenomenon went on for a few moments. Evan's chest heaved up and down with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Once he assimilated everything, he instantly understood the miraculous programming languages. Today's languages focus on simplicity, performance, or flexibility, but rarely all three. They often make developers choose between ease of use and advanced features. Debugging and security can be complex and often require the assistance of additional tools and other languages. Progress Script combines simplicity, performance, and flexibility. Its easy syntax and advanced features boost performance. It has built-in security and works well with existing tools. It has an inbuilt error tracking service that modifies errors in codes in line with the motive of the code. In short, Progress Script is a big step forward in programming, making coding easier, faster, and more secure. Evan opened his laptop and opened the program he had been writing for the software. A hint of disgust flashed on his flash. Damn. System, why do I feel you are mocking me? The difference he felt was huge. 100 lines of code can be shortened to 10 or more lines in this new coding language. His previous code looked like child's play in front of this. This brought him a great deal of frustration and also made him aware of the technological gap. It also made him think that he would be nothing but trash without the system. You are wrong, host. Your adopted parents' action would have forced you to take action. You would soon uncover the mystery and break free from them. In the future, you will find a business opportunity and soar high. Though you didn't make it to the top, still you created a big business core all without a system. Before Evan could rejoice, a loud noise bell woke him up. He went ahead, put on a mask and opened the door, and saw a valet. Sir, you have 5 minutes before checkout time. Would you like to extend it for a few more days? Evan bites his lips, pondering for a moment. Extend it for a day. Okay, sir. After the man, Evan decided to check his balance. It's time to move out. Chapter 22, New home. With the money he had, Evan decided to purchase a house as he couldn't stay in a hotel for long. As Evan walked through the leafy pathways of the housing society, he marveled at the tranquil surroundings. Soon, he found the agent he contacted before. The agent named Agan led him to a well-maintained building and up to the second floor, where the 2 BHK apartment was. Upon entering, Evan was greeted by spacious rooms adorned with modern furnishings. The living room boasted ample natural light, while the kitchen gleamed with stainless steel appliances. The bedrooms were cozy yet stylish, each offering a serene retreat after a long day. Impressed by the apartment's charm, Evan engaged in conversations with Agan, eager to learn more about the amenities and community. Agan highlighted the society's amenities, including a swimming pool, gym, and lush green spaces, perfect for relaxation and recreation. Gym. Swimming pool and garden. That's a perk, Evan nodded in satisfaction. It is. So, Mr. Evan, what do you think of the apartment so far? Agan inquired. I'm really impressed, Agan, Evan replied. The layout is great, and the natural light is fantastic. Can you tell me more about the pricing and any additional costs? Agan explained. The rent for this 2 BHK apartment includes maintenance fees for the housing society amenities. Additionally, there's a one-time security deposit equivalent to 2 months' rent. That sounds reasonable, Evan nodded. And what about parking facilities? I will soon get a car. Yes, the apartment comes with one designated parking spot in the society's covered parking area, Agan confirmed. Additional parking spaces can be arranged for a nominal fee if needed. Also, there is strict security, so you don't need to worry about those things. As they continued the tour, Agan pointed out the nearby conveniences, such as shopping centers, restaurants, and public transportation options. Evan felt reassured knowing that everything he needed was within reach. After a thorough tour and thoughtful consideration, Evan was ready to make a decision. He negotiated with Agan, discussing terms and finalizing the agreement. The initial price was listed as 3.5 million rupees, but it wasn't set. After a blood-curdling bargaining, Agan helplessly sold it for 3.1 million. It seems my profit percentage would be less. Whatever. Something is better than nothing. With excitement, Evan handed over the booking amount, sealing the deal for his new home. Great choice, Evan. Welcome to the community, Agan said warmly. I'll make sure all the paperwork is processed promptly, and you'll be able to move in within a few days. As he left the housing society, Evan couldn't help but smile, knowing that he had found the perfect place to start this new chapter of his life. Damn. Owning a home that was also without a loan feels great. Evan then decided to visit the shop. The reason why he wasn't working there was because he was shooed away by his team due to wearing a mask. First, wearing a mask throughout the day was a bit uncomfortable when no one else was wearing it. People gave him a weird look and it affected the sales. Sometimes, he even thought that it would have been good if it was the time of COVID. Alas. After 1 week of researching recipes, Evan found numerous recipes that could go well. His cooking skills were on the verge of breaking through the advanced ranks, and out of every skill, Evan felt that cooking was easier for him to master. He knows that soon it's going to be famous all around the country. But Evan knew that he had to take things slowly. And additionally, during this week he leveled up his skill and stats by exercising. Also, he started looking for a combat instructor. For some reason, he felt that he needed to properly learn to defend himself. Evan called Maria in his office. Maria, now that the shop has stabilized the profit, we have to expand to new heights. I think it's time to open another branch as it's too packed here. I want you to find a trustworthy cook and a new barista. I am going to introduce some new recipes, and these recipes are going to be our trademark, Evan explained. Dear boss, I know someone that we can trust for the cook position. As for the barista, I can post a call for the position and I can arrange that too. But what recipes are these, boss? We need good snacks and desserts to go well, not? Maria spoke sarcastically. You want to introduce new recipes. Do you want people to die of diarrhea? What is that dog shit look? Evan grumbled, but Maria just shrugged it off. Ignoring her, Evan went into the kitchen. After some time he came out with some new dishes. Is this palatable? Evan knew that Maria would ask that while pointing at the food that was on his table. You can taste these 2 recipes I invented. Evan started to explain, which immediately drew Maria's attention. The first one was a mix of ice cream and cold coffee. To make this, Evan first took a cup that he coated with caramel and then chocolate. After that, he took a scoop of vanilla ice cream and filled half a portion of the cup and the other side with iced coffee that had been mixed with crushed coffee and caramel. And the second one was a cheesecake that had a layer of caramel mixed with cream. Maria first tasted the ice cream coffee by taking a scoop, and her eyes went wide instantly. This was the best dessert she had ever taken. It was so addicting she didn't even realize that she had finished the whole cup in a few moments. When she came back to herself, her eyes tingled with excitement, knowing that this drink would be tremendously famous, while thinking that trademark these recipes must be good to earn this name. After a moment she also tasted the cheesecake, and the same scene all over again as she ate the cake as if she was starving. Evan, these recipes are so delicious. We will be famous, she said excitedly. I know, and that's why I want to discuss how we can maximize our profit with these recipes and contract the new employees, Evan said. After they discussed how to put the new recipes to the public, Maria went to put the plan into practice and talked about this with Sam. Just as Evan was satisfied with progress, he heard a bell sound that made him smile. Chapter 23, Create a New Brand, Quest, Boosting Profits. Description: to facilitate expansion, your business needs a significant boost in profits. This entails tripling the daily average profit of the shop, ensuring a solid financial foundation for growth. Requirements: achieve a 3-fold increase in the daily average profit. Rewards: 3000 kg Spirit Vitalizing Tea. Mission 2, Expanding Horizons. Description: with your business thriving, it's time to broaden its reach by establishing a new branch. This strategic move will elevate the shop's reputation to citywide recognition, cementing its position as a household name. Requirements: successfully launch and operate a new branch, matching the profit margins of the main shop. Rewards: Spirit Vitalizing Tree Sample and Growth Method. Mission 3, Building Your Own Brand. Description: leap from running a shop to creating your own distinctive brand. This mission is about crafting a unique identity that resonates with your target audience and sets your business apart in the competitive market. Requirements: 1. Develop a compelling brand story that reflects your values, mission, and vision. 2. Design a captivating brand logo and visual identity that embodies the essence of your business. 3. Establish a strong online presence through a professional website and active social media profiles. 4. Launch a marketing campaign to introduce your brand to the world and generate buzz. 5. Achieve a target valuation of $1 million USD. Rewards: 1. Loyalty contract. 2. 500,000 quest points. 3. 1,000 kilograms per month. Evan's brows furrowed for a moment seeing the set of missions. The rewards this time were a bit weird. Moreover, he was a bit surprised by the set of missions that aligned with his thoughts. Hey, system. What I am thinking of now is correct, right? Just now Evan was thinking of creating his tea brand similar to Sunbucks when the system struck him. Yes, host. As I said before, the system analyzes your goals and provides missions that will make you progress towards your goal and look forward to achieving it, Evan. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked back to see Selena's concerned look. Aunt Selena, what happened? You look so worried. I am worried, Selena nodded and looked around before opening her lips. Evan, I saw some anonymous guys lurking around. Huh? His brows creased in an instant. Is it a gang scanning this place before coming for donations, or a group of thieves looking around to steal? Selena shook her head before speaking. Maybe, but I think there is a group of rich people behind it. I asked people around, and they said these groups are asking about the number of customers, feedback about our product, sales, and other things. Evan rubbed his chin for a possible explanation. Either they are reviewers or... His face became grim as he finally understood what Selena meant. Our business has caught someone's eye and he may either sabotage us or try to offer us a deal. That's right, Selena nodded and hinted. Yeah, it's quite common in the business world. They may ask us to open a franchise, act as an investment, or directly try to buy us. So, Evan, you should be prepared. They won't make a move now as they will wait until our business booms and then they will look for you, so you should plan. Pondering for a moment, he gave a set of commands. Aunt Selena calls Maria and asks her to keep an eye. Don't lead anyone inside. Even if it's a food blogger or people from the magazine, don't allow anyone inside without proof. Also, Evan, don't forget about opening a new account. Yeah, I am on it. Leaving the shop, his next destination was Union Bank of Indra. As Evan pushed open the glass doors of the bank, he was greeted by the cool rush of air conditioning and the subtle buzz of activity. Stepping inside, he glanced around, taking in the polished marble floors and the rows of teller desks. Approaching the business banking section, Evan was met by a friendly bank representative who offered him a welcoming smile. "Good morning, sir. How can I assist you today?" "I'm here to open a business account," Evan replied, returning the smile. "Excellent. Please come with me, and we can get started," the representative said, leading Evan to a nearby desk. He appeared quite polite and started explaining many benefits. Seated across from each other, Evan was handed a form to fill out. The representative patiently explained each section, assisting Evan as he provided the necessary information about his business. Once the form was completed, the representative reviewed it carefully, ensuring everything was in order. "Thank you, Evan. Now, let's discuss the benefits of opening a business account with us." The man proceeded to explain the various benefits, including competitive interest rates, waived transaction fees for a limited period, access to a dedicated business advisor, and a generous upper limit for daily transactions and withdrawals. As a valued business customer, you'll have a daily upper limit for transactions and withdrawals, but we will ensure that you have the flexibility you need to manage your finances effectively, he assured him. "Just give us a call and we can move the limits." Satisfied with the information provided, Evan signed the necessary documents, officially opening his business account. "Welcome to our bank, Evan. If you have any questions or need assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or any member of our team," the representative said, handing Evan his new account details. Evan also checked up his account and it was upgraded to silver. The bank gave a set of cards ranging from silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. As for the black card seen in the novel, it seems this bank doesn't have that much power. Now he can transfer up to 1 million rupees online and also get many benefits while he can use the card to swipe up to 5 million. That was quite great. Thankfully, all of this was finished without a hassle and without witnessing any scene of the face-slapping and melodramatic scenes of others looking down. As Evan got out, he received a message. He stared at a slick shining silver card. "This feels novel. I am already feeling arrogant holding this silver card, which is the lowest tier, so what would happen when I get my hands on the black card?" Evan. Control yourself. And keep your ego in check. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang and it was a message from Knox University. "I hadn't visited college since I opened the shop. I should go and also thank Miss Arya." Chapter 24. Seeking new employee. Evan gave a brief nod to the security guard who greeted him with a smile and walked away. He didn't wear the mask after all. Any maniac who was keeping tabs on the incident might already know where he was studying. Moreover, the hype was something like that. It came like a cyclone and then died out like that, nowhere to be seen. Many might have already forgotten about that, but he was sure that once the case picked up, things would become chaotic again. Evan directly went to the hot cabin. This made him remember the bittersweet memories. The head of the department of their branch was a man of 50. Evan asked him for guidance, which he gave, but after 3 days, Evan understood nothing and that fellow almost cursed all his generation. Evan didn't know how he became hot with such poor teaching skills. No wonder he rarely takes a class or two throughout the year. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. "Come in." A somber sound echoed from inside. As soon as Evan walked in, he decided to use insight skills. Name: Michael Fry. Skills: Intermediate Programming Skills 192 out of 200, Beginner Stock Marketing 45 out of 100, Impression 9. Evan raised his brows staring at skills. The skill set was quite. What can he say so, but this shows that the man wasn't as useless as he thinks. "Sir, you called me." Michael raised his eyes and nudged his specs. His flickering eyes suddenly became cold all of a sudden, as if someone pissed me. At that time, Evan shows a flicker and the impression goes down to 5. "What fuck did I do?" "Yes, Evan, I called you about the project submission." "Huh? Isn't it in Mar?" Bang. Before Evan could finish his speech, Michael slammed his hand on the table. "Stop arguing, idiot. Useless fellow. You aren't keeping tabs on assignments, do you? I am telling you, kid, don't waste time partying outside and picking girls. When I was your age, I had to cycle 40 miles to go to college. We don't even have computers. We have to assume a block of cardboard as a computer and draw icons on the screen." Evan stood there bowing his head while the man kept on going. Why the fuck is this guy lecturing me? If I ask this question, he might start another war. Scolding class? After an unknown amount of time, Michael finally calmed down, feeling thirsty, and shouted. "Everyone is asked to submit the reports about their project assignment, but only you are the one who hasn't submitted it? And who will you? After all, you are busy enjoying, unlike your classmates working their asses off." Evan didn't refute and just did what he was asked and then ran away as if running away from death. In his haste, he didn't forget to curse in his mind. I swear. I will take my revenge one day. It's not as if no one knew about your bribes. Snorting, Evan left and knocked on Arya's cabin door. Come in. As Evan stepped in, he saw Arya typing on a computer like a ghost. The sound of clicking wafted and filled the room. Her skills are great. Walking ahead, Evan took a few paper cups from his bag and put them on the table. Arya had helped her a lot, so sending her a few cups of tea was the least he could do. At first, Arya didn't react as if Evan's presence wasn't bothersome, but the moment she saw the cups, her expression froze. The clicking sound stopped and she stared at Evan curiously with a flabbergasted gaze. Evan almost gulped his saliva, noticing her fearsome look. What's wrong? Miss Arya? Arya hesitated a little before asking. Evan, I remembered you said you opened a shop with few partners. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Then is that tea box cafe of yours? Yeah, it's mine. Why? Arya blinked her eyes with a cute innocent expression. Her frozen cold look coupled with her cute blink was a sight to behold. However, Evan didn't dare to comment. Damn. I just realized it now. I remembered you spoke about some shoe, but I forgot about it. If only I knew this was yours, I wouldn't have wasted my time to stand in line. Arya clicked her tongue as her face scrunched with regret. She made an expression of extreme loss. Evan, from now every day make sure to send me 2 cups in the morning and evening. Ahem. Miss, that's mine shop, not yours, Evan coughed. Is there any difference? As a student, can't you do this much for a teacher? I thought you were a good man, but... Unable to bear, Evan interjected. Okay. I will arrange it later. Now, we are short on hands, so once we make up the number. So, what are you here today? Let's leave that. I looked for you because I have a job. Job. I am not interested in any job now. Arya refused flatly. At least hear me out first. Evan pleaded and started to explain. I have developed an app and wanted to start an IT software company, so I needed some guidance and help. With your skills, I am sure you can help me, and I promise to give you a very good salary. Hearing this, Arya rested her chin on her palm and examined Evan from head to toe. Do you even have that much money? Do you even know how much investment is needed to open a company? Why don't you go and take a look at my cafe business? Sorry, I underestimated you. Then what about the app and software you want to develop? It's a hassle and I do not opt for babysitting a whole team. You just need to supervise. As for the app, I am already working on it. Evan said, puffing his chest. As a hot-blooded teenager, shouldn't he show off a bit? PFTT. Arya burst into laughter as if she heard something funny. It wasn't that a person could not create an app, but with Evan's skills, he needed to go further and needed a lot of experience, so she was sure that it wasn't possible anytime shortly. Good joke. Then tell me after you finish creating the app. I will think about it then. Do you promise? Evan smirked and even pulled out his phone to record. Of course, I promise. If you manage to create a good app, I will even work for you for free. Arya answered jokingly, but little did she know that she stepped on Evan's trap and would soon be greeted by shocking turn of events. Chapter 25, Looming Crisis. A bustling studio set, filled with photographers, stylists, and assistants. The atmosphere was electric with excitement as Suri Barrett, the renowned celebrity, stood poised in a stunning slim dress, ready to shoot for a high-profile advertisement. Suri Barrett's allure lies in her effortless beauty and timeless charm. Her chestnut locks cascade in soft waves, framing her face with a touch of elegance. Radiating warmth and kindness, her golden-colored eyes sparkle with a subtle hint of mischief, drawing you in with their magnetic gaze. Long, fluttering lashes accentuate her eyes, adding to their captivating allure. With a flawless complexion and a gentle smile that lights up her face, Suri exuded an air of confidence and grace. Her slender figure moves with fluidity and poise, effortlessly commanding attention wherever she goes. Whether dressed in a sleek evening gown or sporting a casual ensemble, her style is always understated yet undeniably chic, reflecting her impeccable taste and timeless appeal. Suri stood in the center of the set with her confidence radiating as the cameras flash around her. The sleek, shimmering dress accentuates her curves, drawing admiration from everyone present. Photographers scramble to capture the perfect shot, adjusting angles and lighting to highlight Suri's elegance. The air was filled with the clicking of cameras and the murmurs of approval from the crew. Stylists fuss over Suri, ensuring every strand of her hair is in place and every detail of her makeup is flawless. Their quick movements and whispered instructions add to the sense of urgency and anticipation. As Suri strikes a pose, one of the photographers exclaims, "That's it, Suri. You're killing it." Suri grins, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thanks, everyone. Let's keep the momentum going." A stylist rushes forward, adjusting a stray strand of Suri's hair. "You look stunning, Suri. This dress was made for you." Suri nods appreciatively. "You guys know how to flatter." The director steps forward, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Suri, let's try a few shots with a different angle. Can you tilt your head slightly to the left? Suri nods, effortlessly shifting into the new pose. Like this? Perfect? The director exclaims. Now give me a big smile. Suri flashes her trademark grin, her teeth gleaming in the studio lights. How's that? Brilliant. The director replies, excitement evident in his voice. This is going to be our best ad yet. Amidst the flurry of activity, Suri's assistant approached her with a bottle of water. You're doing amazing, Suri. Do you need anything? Suri took a quick sip of water while her eyes scanned the set with satisfaction. Just a little touch-up on my lipstick, please. Other than that, I'm good to go. The assistant nodded, darting off to fetch the lipstick. As Suri prepares for the next shot, she can't help but feel grateful for the talented team surrounding her, each person playing a vital role in bringing her vision to life. As Suri strikes pose after pose, her natural charisma shines through, captivating everyone in the room. Her effortless grace and charm make it seem as though she was born to be in front of the camera. In between shots, Suri engages in light-hearted banter with the crew, her infectious laughter filling the room. Despite her fame, she remains down-to-earth and approachable, endearing herself to all who work with her. As the shoot progresses, Suri's energy only seems to grow, her enthusiasm contagious. Each click of the camera captures a moment of pure magic, destined to become iconic in the world of advertising. Cut. The shoot was finally over and Suri thanked everyone with a smile and walked into the dressing room. Taking a seat on the chair, she took a deep breath and massaged her two cheeks. I wonder how celebrities smile all day. It's exhausting, Martha, Suri answered with a bitter smile. Martha was her manager and a trustworthy person. She was also the one who helped her to groom to what she had become today. Martha handed her a bottle of mineral water and then spoke with a grave tone. Suri, the date of the case is coming soon. Suri's expression stiffened on hearing this. It had already been almost 3 months since the incident happened, still, it hung in the corner of my mind. The appearance of those two unreasonable people appeared in her mind. It was quite easy to deal with them. She can just direct mobs to make them suffer or hire some people, but as a celebrity, she needs to maintain herself. Moreover, she felt a bit weird, like the person hit her out of nowhere as if he knew she was going to be there. She went there to film a shoot and only a handful of people knew about her. So, it was possible that it might be the work of her enemies or she should be careful. Any update? She asked Martha, raising her brow. We got all their information from the private detective. Martha smiled mischievously and added. Also, we got an interesting piece. Their boy seems to be adopted and abused. Huh? Suri raised her head in shock. She remembered the young man who came with them. Unlike those two greedy people, the man tried to apologize and get them back, but things went weary when the woman tried to hit her. Investigate more. You know how people show themselves harmless while hiding their claws. In the apartment. The sound of clicking resonated in the room one after another. With a smile, Evan clicked the tabs one after another. Let's wrap this up quickly. No need to extend it any longer. Chapter 26, Code Zipper, also known as CZ. This was the name of the application he wanted to develop. The inspiration to develop this came from his childhood experiences. Just like everyone else, he too wanted to play games and watch movies on phones, but the major problem was downloading them. Since he couldn't afford a good phone and the 4G data plan would cost 849 rupees, that too for just 1.5 gigabytes per day, was insufficient to download the games that were over 5 gigabytes. So, he always searched for compressed files. What if there were zipped versions of games and movies that could be downloaded in just a few hundred megabytes and then unzipped? Not only would it solve the storage problem but also allow anyone to download much more content. However, dreams remain dreams because compression wasn't as simple as it sounded. When dealing with compressing and unzipping large files on a computer, there were several potential problems one might encounter. Firstly, compressing large files takes more time and can strain your computer's resources, like its CPU and memory. Additionally, large files are more prone to corruption during compression, leading to potential data loss. Unzipping these files might result in errors due to insufficient disk space or inadequate system resources. Moreover, the process can significantly impact your computer's performance, especially if it's an older or less powerful system. To avoid these issues, it's essential to use reliable compression software and ensure your computer has enough resources available for the task. Regularly backing up important files is also crucial to prevent any potential data loss. When it comes to maximum data compression, different types of files have varying potentials. For video files, compression standards like H.264 and H.265 can shrink file sizes by up to 100 times or more, which depends on the quality settings and content complexity. However, Compressing a 4K video from 20 GB to just a few megabytes while maintaining a decent quality is highly unlikely. Even with advanced compression algorithms, such a drastic reduction in file size would likely result in a significant loss of quality, making the video almost unwatchable. Additionally, aggressive compression can introduce defects such as pixelation or blurring, especially in scenes with lots of movement or details. While it's possible to compress the video to a smaller size while still maintaining acceptable quality, reducing it to just a few megabytes would generally sacrifice too much detail and clarity. Audio files, compressed using formats like MP3 or AAC, typically see compression ratios of around 10 to 12 times without noticeable loss in quality. However, higher compression ratios can introduce audible artifacts like distortion or loss of dynamic range. Lossless formats like FLAC achieve ratios of around 2 to 3 times without compromising on the quality. Gaming files, such as textures and game data, are usually compressed 2 to 4 times using general compression algorithms like ZIP or RAR. Although specialized algorithms for gaming data can offer higher ratios, aggressive compression in gaming files can lead to longer loading times and potential errors during gameplay due to data corruption. Overall, the level of compression depends on the file type, compression method, and desired quality, but there's always a trade-off between file size reduction and loss of quality or potential errors. Overall, most files can be compressed up to 50% without significant damage. Beyond this point, compression may become problematic, but not now. CodeZyper operates on a revolutionary blend of advanced algorithms and cutting-edge technology. When a file is selected for compression, CodeZyper first conducts a comprehensive analysis to identify redundancies and patterns within the data. It then strategically applies a series of compression algorithms optimized for maximum efficiency and minimal data loss. For lossless compression, CodeZyper utilizes techniques such as dictionary-based encoding, entropy coding, and run-length encoding to eliminate repetitive information while preserving the original data integrity. For files where slight quality adjustments are acceptable, CodeZyper employs sophisticated lossy compression methods, carefully balancing file size reduction with perceptual quality thresholds. Throughout the compression process, CodeZyper maintains rigorous quality control measures to ensure that no error or corruption occurs. The robust error detection and correction algorithms continuously monitor the data flow, swiftly identifying and rectifying any anomalies before they can impact the final output. Crack. 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 Evan cracked his knuckles and neck after having sat in the same position for a few hours. Upon gazing at the clock and noticing the time, his eyes widened in disbelief. It's 11 p.m. I started this at 4 a.m., which means I have been working on it all day. Ha! Evan laughed aloud. He had been so engrossed in the app creation that he had lost track of time. Writing an app without any experience was a nightmare. Even with such advanced, intelligent language, he had made too many mistakes. Fixing them was quite a hassle. Evan was satisfied with the final product and even ran a few simulations by compressing big video and other data. Everything worked fine. He might need to check up a bit more with bigger data, but it was possible with his laptop because it had storage of 512 gigabytes. Evan then opened the system and was momentarily shocked. Advanced Program Learning plus 3, Advanced Program Learning plus 3, Advanced Program Learning plus 3, Advanced Program Learning plus 8, Advanced Program Learning 456 out of 500, oh my god. I can't believe that I'm already at the end of the advanced stage. Excitement and happiness welled up in his heart as he remembered his painful days of struggling to code a program quickly. He stared at his calloused fingers, feeling quite satisfied. He knew the system had helped him, but he too had worked hard. He had hardly taken more than 2 hours of sleep each night for the past month, putting all his mind into his books. Clenching his fist tightly, he thought. The painful days are all gone now. It's time for me to spread my wings. Muttering resolutely, Evan stood up, but just then his vision dimmed and he collapsed. Chapter 27, Gnawing Thoughts. Evan was so engrossed in writing the code that it wasn't 11 p.m. on the same day, but rather the next day. With no one to disturb him, his sense of time has slowly become dull, and even the hunger gnawing at him has been ignored. Since he sat there like that without eating any food, and without enough nutrition, the amount of stress made him pass out. He woke up 2 hours later and the first thing he did was to gulp down a spirit-vitalizing tea and devour slices of cake in the refrigerator. As he felt fresh and refreshed, he felt that he should calm down a bit and relax. For the first time in a while, Evan felt quite restless. My mind felt like it was clogged earlier. Looking around the room, he couldn't help but think about his past days, as this wasn't the first time he passed out due to exhaustion. Previously, being depressed, he worked out heavily to forget his pains until he passed out. The experience of depression is marked by deep emotional turmoil. He felt increasingly detached from activities he once enjoyed, followed by the same question of why was this happening. On one hand, he wanted to beat his adoptive parents, while on the other hand, he felt that it was morally wrong. Despite looking good externally, he struggled with overwhelming sadness, irritability, and a sense of emptiness. His self-esteem suffered and he found it hard to connect with others, often withdrawing from social interactions. He was never able to fit in the age group. Most kids of his age would enjoy drinking in the bar, having fun with girls, flirting vulgarly, while left over would be cooped up in a room to study, but he wasn't in either category. He was neither good at studying nor in socializing, so all he did was work and work. Every time he wasn't doing anything, weird and pessimistic thoughts would hit him out of nowhere. Damn. I shouldn't be affected by those bastards. Let's do something to freshen up and change my mind. An idea struck in his mind. Driving lessons. He should learn to drive and also enroll in the fighting class. The gym in the society complex was good, but there weren't fitness personnel or coaches, so he was able to maximize to full benefit. The moment the thought arose, Evan sprang into action next day. After Evan took a shower, he enrolled and went for his driving lessons, and in the afternoon, he went to the shop. He entered it by the back door. Now that the shop was always full, he didn't want many people to see him, especially to prevent any unforeseeable accidents. Maria noticed a few reporters looming around who might be curious about it. It seemed his shop would be caught in a whirlwind of storms if they knew the man whose parents tried to blackmail Suri as owner of this shop. The chances might be low, but it's best to be cautious. Meanwhile, he found Selena had taken a leave, but it wasn't a problem. Knowing her, Evan was sure that she was busy, and it was a condition they had agreed. In her absence, all trouble fell on Maria. Days passed. Evan was in his bedroom watching an online class on hacking, leveling up his skills. He knew that he might need hacking sometime sooner. As someone who was about to step into the IT software and technical world, he can't go around without this. He figured that he would learn more in these classes, as the teacher would offer different perspectives on the subjects. When he received an email from Sam with the accounting of last week's profit of the shop, he opened it, and the more he read it, the more he felt happy. In the first 5 days of the release of the new recipes, the shop had a huge increase in customers and consequently in profit. After the 5th day, the profit stagnated. But Sam observed that the reason was that the space of the shop was too small to house more customers, causing stagnation of profit. I guess it is time to open the branches. Maria told me that the shop was a sensation around the city and everybody heard of it. We have to take advantage of this publicity to open more branches so I can have more profit, he thought. Evan opened the file that Maria sent him about potential places to open the branches. He particularly liked 4 places. 2 in the north of the city, 1 in the east, and the last being inside a mall. Next day early in the morning, if anyone looked at the street, they would be able to see a tall, handsome youngster running across the street. Evan had found a gym having many personal trainers and fighting coaches with a monthly membership of 4,000 rupees per month. The price was a bit high, but Evan still felt reasonable after finding that the coaches were all black belts having proclaimed fighting careers. Evan started learning the basics of martial arts. His routine would start with basic stretches, cardio, and some core strengthening exercises, followed by fights. And all of this was done regularly. Then Evan sparred with some fighters who also came to learn. After 1 week of training, Evan already could control his body without any discomfort and learned 3 different martial arts. With his extreme comprehension, it was easy to learn, follow, and record movements with a glance. Muay Thai is a style that originated in Thailand. Karate, the school Japanese style. And Capoeira, the Brazilian style, followed by Taekwondo. Of the 3, he liked Capoeira the most. Because this style was a mix of dance and fighting, the opponent didn't even realize he was in a fighting stance before being knocked out. It was very acrobatic too. However, learning theoretical knowledge and applying the basics practically was different. Due to excessive greed, he threw some moves that his body wasn't ready for, causing him to pull some muscles. Evan, let's have a freestyle sparring, said the guy named Hiro Taistuk. Name, Hiro Taistuk. Skills, intermediate fighting 8 out of 250, intermediate leadership 24 out of 250, impression, 18. Chapter 28. Bad news. Evan at first was shocked seeing the fighting skill at the intermediate level because this guy was a black belt in Taekwondo and Karate. Someone who had fought in the international championship, so he expected his skills to be at least at advanced stage. Evan looked at the middle-aged man who had traits of Japanese Sakura people and seemed to be of mixed origin. And when the system explained the analysis, he was more shocked. According to the system, most black belt fighters would be almost intermediate and the maximum were beginners. Even if they had skills, all their fights were controlled under rules, so didn't have much combat sense and intuition. Those fighting in UFC can be graded at peak intermediate or almost the beginning of advanced. Only the soldiers, commandos of special forces, and specialized agents would have the skills of advanced and professional warriors. Fighting was one of the most difficult skills to advance. To fit the criteria, One needs a good body with overall good stats, and good fighting skills that can be applied practically, which can only be honed in a death fight. Still, this man might be quite good. Yesterday he was sparring with some students when Hero Tastuke noticed that he was too advanced for others and he asked Evan to spar with him. And that resulted in Evan being utterly defeated, and that surprised the hell out of Evan. It's important to remember that Evan already could move his body without any discomfort, and also he had fought some petty thieves previously, which brought him acknowledgement from cops. But Hero Tastuke won, overwhelmingly. In terms of pure skills, Evan was fucked up. However, if he gave hesitation and threw kicks and punches while taking blows, he could bind the man a bit. Yeah, only for a bit. Let's go, sensei, Evan said with enthusiasm. Evan found out these days that he loved the thrill of fighting. He loved the thrill of mastering his styles and putting them into practice. Evan fought Hero Tastuke for 1 hour of his 2-hour class in the dojo. In the last spar, Evan threw a beautiful air kick in capoeira style that caught Hero off guard as he was pinned down the next moment. Evan, you seem to be rusty, huh? Your body is loosening up, however, you need to increase your flexibility, Hero Tastuke said, noticing that the more Evan fought, the more he seemed better. Also, you are growing at an exponential rate. Evan chuckled and joked. Yes, sensei. I might be Gen. Evan's words paused for a few moments. A certain flashback appeared in his eyes. A man a few months older than him, with a gloomy eye standing against the wall, spoke to him with a smirk. You have good eyes and a natural talent to fight, coupled with your exceptional perception. You are blessed with good genetics required to become a fighter. It was one of old memories when he was caught in a gang war while returning in the middle of the night. If not for certain someone, that day he was bound to die. Hero Tastuke didn't notice any oddity and just thought that this guy was just embarrassed. Well, from tomorrow onwards we will be sparring during the entire class, he said excitedly too, because after all these years of fighting, he was already a black belt and it was difficult to find someone to spar with that could make him feel thrilled. The boy had the potential to become a good fighter. He was tall, slim, agile, and fit. Yes, sensei, Evan shouted with a smile. Stop calling me sensei. Does it feel weird? I am just sparring with you, he said with a chuckle. Please take care of me from now on, Evan said while bowing his head. He was pleased to have some new acquaintances. 21st January. The app was almost ready. For now, it didn't store any data, so he didn't need a server. He planned to release a free version first and then release a pro model based on feedback that could exert more compression. But at that moment, a sudden idea came into my mind. The programming language is already of the future, so it's almost impossible to hack. I mean, there may be some way still. It's still very difficult until someone knows the source code and runs it. Moreover, if I make an option for security with a password, it could also be used as a safety tool. Evan rubbed his chin, pondering about the potential. He felt that this thing surpassed what he had initially envisioned. Compression can be used in file storage, image processing, video streaming, iModels, and network data transmission to reduce size and improve efficiency. Everywhere. It just didn't click in his mind before. The military or agents who stole data or something like this can zip it with a password or store it so no one can crack it. People pay a lot for security, and with this, I can provide a tool to store important things in the zipped password and can earn a huge sum. Holy shit. Evan crossed his arms over his head and screamed. Didn't I make it too big? Suppressing his excitation, Evan told himself to calm down. He needs to do things thoroughly, and he also needs more computational power. At that time, his phone rang. Maria. Evan smiled and picked up the call with a pleasant smile. Nowadays, all there has been is good news. Maybe they made it big, or the news store might be ready to be opened. Yo, Maria. How is it going? What good news do you have now? Evan, hearing a scream, Evan's brows furrowed. A bad premonition jolted his heart. Evan, that bitch, and her bastard are here making a scene. Those fuckers have found out about this. So you need to come here right now as fast as possible? Chapter 29, Exposed. Who? Evan asked, confused by Maria's blatant curses. I am talking about your shitty parents, you dickhead. What? Evan sprang up from his chair with a panicked expression because it meant only one thing. He fucked up. He literally fucked up. Those bastards. Who knows how those two will react, and what will they do? Shit. He expected them to appear, but it was too early. All the plans in his mind were just plans, as he hadn't started to take any solid steps. Fuck. It's my fault that I didn't move ahead. With Uncle Max blocking his search, he expected them to take some alas. Quickly putting up a t-shirt, he opened the door and ran as if his life was on the line. As Evan approached his T-Box coffee shop, he noticed a commotion near the entrance. Usually, people lined up outside or sat on tables enjoying the sunshine, but today a huge crowd surrounded that place. Pushing his way through the crowd, he squeezed through them, and a terrific vision greeted him. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach at the sight of his adoptive parents, Hina and Miguel, engaged in a heated argument with the staff. His heart sank as he recognized the voice of the two. The one who took the lead from Evan's side was none other than Maria, who seemed to be held back by Sam. "Bitch, stop shouting here like that and stop creating a scene for fuck's sake." "What did you call me, girl?" Hina's voice echoed from the other side. "I called you what you are. Do you have any problem? Don't act as a saint. I know you abused Evan and Best. This is child abuse, you fucking bitch." When it came to vulgar eloquence, it was hard for someone to match Maria, whose expertise lay in tearing you apart in words. Hannah's expression became pale, and knowing things were getting worse, she tried to divert the attention. "Shut up and don't try to divert the topic. This business wouldn't even exist without our support. How can Evan run a huge business without any money?" Hannah's voice echoed through the cafe, her eyes blazing with fury. "So, what are you implying?" Maria asked, gnashing her teeth. "I am simply saying that Evan might have been stealing from us and he used it to open this shop so you and everyone here owe us money." "What do you mean we owe you money?" Maria refuted Hannah's claims. "We've been supporting him for years." Hannah's voice was sharp with indignation as her face flushed with anger. Miguel, usually calm and composed, was visibly agitated by this woman. In fact, he was shocked to see a woman matching his wife's temper. Miguel decided to step forward. "The money invested in this comes from us, and now you're telling us that you all don't owe me and my wife anything." "Boss, thank goodness you're here," one of the staff members shouted. Evan took in the scene with a mix of frustration and sadness. He had worked hard to build T-Box into a thriving business, but he never imagined it would come to this. Maria stopped bickering and sidestepped. She did what she needed, and now the rest depends on Evan. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" Evan asked, trying to keep his tone calm despite the rising tension. He tried to hide his inner disgust. He knew it wasn't time. His parents were worse than insects. If he gives them money to leave him, they would agree but suck up to him later until they sucks him dry. Previously, he didn't know their true nature, but now that he knew that these two kidnapped him during his birth and left him at the orphanage only to pick him up later, he needs to be cautious, as falling people can do everything. And with Suri's case pending, if he files a case or blackmails, these guys might use media or everything at their disposal to trash him. He knew they weren't simple, and his insight also proved that. Name: Miguel. Skills: beginning stock marketing 78 out of 100, beginner business management 90 out of 100, beginner business strategy 85 out of 100, beginner financial management 92 out of 100, leadership 88 out of 100, impression 8. Name: Hina. Skills: beginning stock marketing 8 out of 100, intermediate business management 90 out of 2500, beginner business strategist 85 out of 100. Impression -4. Evan's eyes dilated and his lips opened wide in horror witnessing the skill sets. It was unbelievable, as this was the first time he had seen so many skill sets at once. And it was even surprising coming from these two guys whom he had always considered as good-for-nothing fellows. He always thought they were useless with sick personalities, so what the heck was this? Are you telling me that even with such skills, they were leeching him off and abusing him when they might have worked in some big companies in the past? Moreover, despite all he did for them, his so-called mother's impression of him was negative. This was too much. Just what kind of sin did he commit to deserve this? He wasn't an emotional person, but on things that he heavily invested in and people that he thought he was close to, he could not help but tear up. In the beginning, he always thought it was because he was just useless, dumbass, and trash. Maybe that's why his parents hated him. Maybe it would have been different if he had been with them since he was born. And somewhere in their hearts they still loved him. After all, if they didn't love him, they wouldn't have searched for him and found him at the orphanage, right? Though that hope was shattered after he knew the truth from the system, still he never expected that these fucking people won't have a shroud of love for him. People even develop feelings for cubs they raise for years. But Chapter 30, a tug-war. Hina turned around and spotted a black-haired young boy. A look of surprise washed over her expression, followed by a mix of frustration and anger. However, all this faded immediately. Seeing Evan, her expression took a sudden turn. "Evan, sweetheart, we didn't mean for you to find out like this. But we've been struggling financially, and we borrowed money from the business to make ends meet." Hina made a saddened expression and pinched Miguel, who spoke out with a flustered expression. "We thought we could pay it back once things improved, but..." He trailed off, unable to meet Evan's eyes. Evan snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the two. Evan felt a surge of conflicting emotions and anger at this pair of hypocrites for jeopardizing his business. "You see, people are uncomfortable here. Let's go somewhere else." "Okay, but why are you wearing this mask? Take it out." Hina ordered with a sweet smile and extended her hand, but Evan grasped it tightly, startling her. "You!" Her sweet smiling expression cracked. 'cause she never expected him to hold her hand and though this fiercely. From childhood, she had made sure to make him aware of who was the boss and engrave fear in Evan to the point that every time she raised her hand, he would tremble. It was like training and taming a pet which she made sure to engrave deep inside his heart. So how? It was not only him but even Evan himself was surprised. He knew his condition better than anyone else. He won't be fazed when someone puts a knife to his throat, but his body would react to henna due to brutal abuse. From sticks, kitchenwares, belts, and steel. There wasn't anything that he hadn't beaten with. Sometimes, henna didn't like his cooking and would throw the bowl on his face. Taking a deep breath, he glared. I have the flu, so I have to wear it. I am pretty sick now, you know. I know what she is doing. She wanted to expose my true face and hope that someone was recording it. However, it doesn't matter as everything will be exposed since they appeared here. Saying this, he immediately pulled the two to a secluded area. Staff members nodded, relieved to see Evan taking charge of the situation. The staff members exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of frustration and fear. Maria sighed and looked at the staff. Everyone hurry quickly to take charge now and deal with the customer. Sam quickly begins the operation. Meanwhile, Evan's heart sank as he approached the spare room. After they reached the area where he spoke coldly. What's going on here? Evan demanded, his voice cold with anger as he faced his adoptive parents. His calm demeanor changed abruptly and he stared at two with his hollow dark eyes. Henna shot him a disdainful look. Oh, look who decided to question us and put up a front. Moreover, if you have so much money, then why are you pretending to be poor and hungry at that time? Henna decides to tear the disguise. Miguel scoffed. You think you're better than us just because you own this place? We raised you, Evan. We deserve a cut of the profits. Also, we are in debt? Evan's fists clenched at his sides, as his patience was wearing off. You didn't raise me, you exploited me. And this isn't your business, it's mine. Moreover, what business are you talking about? I never knew you two had business. What does it have to do with you? How dare you ask me, and how dare you raise your voice when you are running this by stealing our money? Screaming, Henna raised her hands to slap Evan, but he grabbed her wrist and spoke in a cold voice. It doesn't matter where I got the money to start this, but remember one thing, I have never stolen anything or used your money, and you all won't be getting a single penny from me. How dare you hold my hands? Miguel looked at the two and glared at Evan. Beast, is that how you treat your parents who gave you a new life? Your mother had the right to teach you a lesson by family rules. Evan's breathing became ragged. He found it hard to reason with this kind of person. What was more frustrating, he couldn't just slap them away. However, just then he got an idea. Mother, father. You are being too much. Stop shouting. You are making a bad impression and scaring people. You are going to ruin this place. Evan spoke back and smiled evilly as he let go of Henna's hands. You surely don't want me to go bankrupt, right? If I fail, I will hide and leave this country, and it's you who will be paying off the debt of mine. The moment he said this, Henna and Miguel's expressions stiffened. Henna looked at Evan from head to toe, wondering what made him change so much. This brat who couldn't even lift his head in front of her was not threatening him. You're a disappointment, Evan, Henna spat. We took you in when no one else wanted you, and this is how you repay us? Evan's voice was ice cold as he met their gaze. You didn't take me in out of the kindness of your hearts. You did it for the money. Evan's parents recoiled as if struck, their faces contorted with age and shame. A trace of panic flashed in Henna's expression, which didn't go unnoticed in Evan's eyes. It seems I stepped on the tail. I am telling you to leave quietly now. From now on I won't be listening to you. You can kick me out, and you better hurry to leave, otherwise who knows if there are Suri fans in the mob. You don't want to experience the previous beating, do you? Henna and Miguel's expressions paled on hearing this. After all, how can Henna forget the time when a group of women pulled her hair and slapped her in public? It was humiliating. You. Henna's face flushed in anger and she pointed at Evan with trembling fingers. I will see you, Evan. You will regret this, bastard. Miguel, noticing the situation getting out of hand, held his wife and pulled her away. Miguel, what are you doing? Henna, let's leave. You already make a huge mess and we might be in trouble, so let's leave. Miguel shouted, pulling her away forcefully. Beast. You will regret this. Henna shouted. With these parting words, the two sneaked away, leaving a mess behind. Evan just stood there watching them leave, afraid of the upcoming storm, and sure enough, the next thing he wanted to avoid finally happened as a couple of viral videos started circulating with headlines. Videos of Maria and Henna fighting went viral. The troublemaker resurfaced again. Spotted creating a scene in front of T-Box Cafe that had been in the limelight recently, the perpetrators of Suri's accident seemed to address the owner as a son. So is it their shop? Videos with various descriptions popped up that began another round of cyberbullying. At Kim Jong-unapa, it's them. I heard the couple confirming it and also crying that their son was a selfish greedy man who refused to give anything. At Lovely Nuna, I thought this place was good as several bloggers spoke well of it, but now, at Foodie Forever, can't believe T-Box Cafe is linked to such a scandal. I trusted their reviews, but now I'm shocked. At Always on High, this is outrageous. If the owners of T-Box Cafe are involved in criminal activities like blackmail, they deserve to be shut down. At Matchwoman Seeker 123, I always had my doubts about that place. Now it's clear why their service was so bad. At I Am Hotshot, time to uncover the truth behind T-Box Cafe. Who else are they scamming? At Australian Painter, disgusting behavior from T-Box Cafe owners. Shame on them for exploiting others. These comments reflect a mix of shock and disappointment. And at the end of all, came the common weapon used by groups of netizens who always find fun in bullying socially. Chapter 31, A Tug War 2, Damn. Evan controlled his urge to throw away his phone. His blood pressure has risen steeply watching all the bullshit popping up one after another. These bastards. Just where the hell are they taking things? I am scamming them by selling fake teas with highly addictive drugs. Evan massaged his forehead to lessen the throbbing pain. Everything had been going well recently, but now out of nowhere, his family appeared at the doorsteps to demand money. He felt his head bursting at their behavior. It wasn't wrong. If they had ever loved or showered some affection, he wouldn't hesitate to give them money, but these were devils wearing masks of innocence. Now the news was circulating like wildfire and businesses were slowly affected, and if this wasn't enough, then Maria was bombarded with another trouble. Evan called Maria to check up on the sales when he was slapped with another shocking news. You are saying Aunt Selena hasn't been coming for almost a week? Yes, I tried to call her several times but the number is unreachable. When did she leave particularly? She had been taking leave quite often now, but a few days before your parents appeared. Evan, it seems we can't be nonchalant about it now. It's not about work, rather I am dead worried about her. You know, she had been hiding about her family matters, Maria's emotional voice from the other side of the call. Evan's heart beat faster and twitched in pain. He clenched his fist tightly and shook his head to deny the bad premonition in his heart. No. It can't be. Okay, I will take a look. If you feel overwhelmed without her, close the shop a bit early and you can take some rest. Evan slumped down on the wheelchair and tapped on the desk with a profound look. Aunt Selena's absence and his parents' appearance. He didn't think it was possible, but what if there is a link? He had moved from his house and had been covering his face outside, so how the hell did his parents know about it? Even none of his friends knew about it. Then it comes to his staff. Except for Maria, no one knew about his parents, and she knew his parents' personalities quite well, so he wouldn't be stupid to call the bull to hit her. As per others, it only comes to Miss Arya. Did she spill the beans? Maybe my parents came to the university to ask about me and she slipped this away. Evan sat back in his chair, his mind racing with questions and suspicions. Taking a deep breath, he dialed her number, his fingers trembling slightly with anticipation. The phone rang a few times before Miss Arya's voice came through the line, calm and composed as ever. Hello, Evan. How can I help you? Evan hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts before speaking. Miss Arya, I need to ask you something. Did you happen to disclose any information about me or my shop to anyone recently? There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Miss Arya responded. No, Evan. I haven't discussed your matters with anyone. Is everything alright? Did my parents visit you? I don't know about that, cause if they had come here they must have visited the HOD. And even if they come here to look for you, I wouldn't tell them anything. Don't forget, I and the other teacher already had a report of your psychotherapy. Moreover, it's only me who knew about your shop. That's the problem, Evan muttered inwardly, pinching his forehead. Evan let out a sigh of relief and dissipated his suspicions. There was no way she would do, especially when her impression had reached 40. I'm sorry for even asking. It's just some unexpected things have been happening, and I'm trying to figure out how certain people found out about my shop. Miss Arya's tone softened. I understand, Evan. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Miss Arya. I appreciate it, Evan replied gratefully before ending the call. As he leaned back in his chair, Evan's thoughts continued to whirl. If Miss Arya hadn't disclosed his information, then who had? He then took up the phone and dialed Aunt Selena. The number you are trying to connect is either switched off or unreachable. He cut it and tried again. The number you are trying to call doesn't exist, so please check the number before dialing. Damn. Why is all shit piling up together? Evan cursed, keeping the phone down. The only thing he could do was to take a look by himself, but he had skepticism about it. There have been various things odd about Aunt Selena. She always wears full sleeves, and when he talks about her husband, she just laughs it off. Moreover, Intermediate business management wasn't a skill that one could gain just by selling on street stalls. Thinking deeply, he decided to take the next step. I can't hesitate anymore. Evan searched for a private detective firm and took a call. After a few rings, the call was picked up on the other side. Hello. Southeast BBSR. In a low tier of a locality, an old dilapidated building stood apart. A 12-year-old girl, her hair tied back in 2R ponytails, entered the house, opened the cracked wooden door, and walked on the broken floor of the hallway. Looking around, she entered the bedroom and opened the door without a knock. Inside, she saw a pale, sickly woman sobbing with teary eyes, cuddling around her knees. Many red marks and bruises were evident on her soft, dainty hands. The woman noticed the presence of the small girl and changed her expression abruptly. "Alina," she muttered aloud in shock. Though she managed to smile, attempting to conceal her pain. Her messy appearance spoke the tale. "Mom." The girl screamed witnessing this. The girl, though 13 years old, showed maturity beyond her years, stepped forward, and wordlessly embraced her mother tightly. There were many things she wanted to say, but she felt saying anything might trouble her mother. So, silently she snuggled into her mother's embrace to share the pain. Silence reigned for a few moments. Tears streaked down Selina's cheeks as she tried to hide her sadness from Alina, but the weight of her pain was suffocating. She held Alina close, seeking solace in the warmth of their bond. Just then the front door creaked open, and Selina's heart skipped a beat as a man in shabby clothes, and an unkempt beard entered the room while holding a bottle of local liquor. He pauses a bit at the entrance, giving Selina a glare that sends a chill down his spine. She quickly wiped away her tears, plastering on a forced smile as she tried to compose herself. "Alina, why don't you go to your room and study for a bit?" Alina looked up at her mother with concern etched on her young face. "No, Mom, I won't," she asked, her voice filled with worry. Selina forced a smile, brushing a gentle hand over Alina's cheeks. "It's nothing, I will handle it. Go on now, off to your room." Alina at first refused, but noticing her mother's begging gaze, she bit her lips and finally yielded. Reluctantly, Alina nodded, casting one last worried glance at her mother before obediently heading to her room. Selina watched her go, while her heart ached. As soon as Alina was out of sight, Selina's facade crumbled, her shoulders slumping with the weight of her sorrow. She buried her face in her hands, the tears flowing freely now as she struggled to contain her emotions. The moment Alina left, Selina chided softly. "At least think about your daughter, James. All this will have a bad effect on her." "Shut up, bitch." A rough sound echoed. His presence alone was suffocating, filling the air with tension and fear. He cast a disdainful glance in her direction and growled. "Who asked you to make a scene? Why don't you obediently do what I say? They have offered us great money. We will have enough to live well from now on. You just need to agree." "No." Selina refuted firmly with reddened eyes and shouted. "He is like a son to me. He trusts me like his own mother, and you want me to stab him on his back? How can you be so cruel?" "What did you say?" James screamed and ran towards Selina with a scary look that horrified her. Selina flinched, her body instinctively recoiling from his words. How dare you refute me?" James's voice boomed as he picked up a bottle from the side and threw it on Selina, which avoided by ducking. You. James' expression flushed in anger and he rushed ahead to kick him. Selina felt her breath caught in her throat as she braced herself for what she knew would come next. Knock. Huh. Both James and Selina were startled by the sound. James' body shivered and he looked at Selina for a moment, wondering who came now. James wanted to ask Selina to open the door, but seeing her face, he feared getting bamboozled. Just then, he heard small footsteps, and as he stepped out of the room, he saw the small girl running to open the door. "Don't open the door, you little beast." Ignoring her, Alina hoped and opened the door. As the door was opened, they were greeted by a tall, slick, handsome boy who made his heart uneasy. His expression was stiff and solemn. His senses instantly kicked in. James' thoughts suddenly started running wild for some reason and he asked who? The boy sprinted towards James, then pushed him aside and stepped in, making him stagger. "What the fuck?" Selina woke by a loud voice and almost cried out aloud, hearing the loud voice and seeing the familiar figure. "Evan. You. What are you doing here?" "Selina." Another angry bestial scream echoed and James' eyes became bloodshot. "Who is this guy?" "Your lover. Tell me you are ch." "Shut up." Even before he could finish his sentence, Evan turned around and punched his face with a monstrous ferocity. And even before he could breathe, a jab struck his chin, almost dislocating his jaw, and then another one smashed his face, following which his vision blacked out. Chapter 32, Domestic Abuse. Evan hesitated a bit before hiring a private detective, as this was an invasion and breach of privacy, but he felt that he couldn't stay passive for long. He had always tried to pry Aunt Selina, as his senses always warned him of something bad. Maybe being someone who was used to getting abused, he could sense others from his experiences or whatever. He had also followed her home, but he didn't find anything unusual as he had never met her husband. Also, he had seen Aunt Selena being evasive to people visiting her. But the primary reason he hired a detective was because he wondered if his parents were somehow linked to Aunt Selena's bad circumstances. However, the results horrified him. Though he didn't get the desired results, he got to know about her past. Aunt Selena used to be a general manager of a reputed fashion company. Her husband opened a textile industry. They didn't have many details, but in the report, it suggested that both of them were acquaintances before their jobs. Later, her husband's business fell apart because of his use of substandard material. This also impacted Aunt Selena as her company signed a contract with him and the textiles failed up to the mark. Her husband's company went bankrupt, and Aunt Selena lost her high-salary job. The two sold their house and Aunt Selena used all her savings to pay off the loan. Despite his husband's low time, Aunt Selena not only stuck with him but sacrificed all her hard work, yet what she got was worse than betrayal. Unable to bear the loss, James started drinking to the point he became addicted, then he started gambling. In the beginning, he earned quite a sum, but later he started losing. Things escalated to the point of domestic abuse, and after Aunt Selena's reputation was pummeled, none of the companies hired her, and this led to her setting a stall near his campus. The moment he came to know all this, his heart burnt in fury. He felt so angry that he wanted to butcher this guy. Fucking asshole. In the modern day, it's difficult to get a girl who isn't a bitch and wholly devoted to you, yet you are kicking such a good woman. He couldn't help but compare his mode. He meant that bitch Hannah. Such a bastard deserved to be paired with her. Evan already had some evidence of James' ill works of domestic abuse, so without wasting a single moment, Evan rushed to Aunt Selena. He wasn't alone, as the private detective also lent a hand, as he too couldn't bear it, and the first thing he saw after going inside was bruises and scratches on Aunt Selena's body and a slap mark on her face that made his mind go blank. Then he directly beat the shit out of the guy and he was sent to hospital. In the hallway of the hospital, Evan stood leaning against the wall while staring at a sobbing, dazed Selena with a moist-eyed young girl. What happened was enough to blow Selena's mind, and she was too shocked to speak. Evan's violent side also scared her a bit, but after a moment she calmed down thoroughly. Beside her, sat a young girl with a gloomy, bleak look, resting her head on Selena's shoulders silently. Her silence suffocated Evan. Children of this age were often cheerful and filled with hope, yet she looked dead inside. Mr. Evan. Evan turned towards the sharp-featured jet-black-hair man who stood beside him. Yes, Mr. Ryan. Should we call the police? No. Everyone around was startled by the sudden outburst that came from Selena. Please, don't call the police. Evan's eyes narrowed on Selena, who breathed heavily. Aunt Selena, calm down. Everything is okay. I am here. No, it's... Selena passed a bit and looked at his daughter. Alina, why don't you go to the ward and see your father? I don't want to go near that man. Alina shook her two ponytails with a pout. Her eyes arched downward with a droop. Selena tried to get her away to talk about something important, but Alina didn't budge. Thankfully someone offered help. Little girl, why don't you accompany this brother? I will buy a few chocolates. Evan looked at Ryan, who had an understanding look signifying he got this. Thanks, I will owe you a favor. Alina at first resisted, but after repeated persistence, she agreed. Before going, she walked towards Evan and held his sleeves. Raising her damp, glistening eyes, she spoke in a soft voice. Brother, please take care of my mother. Evan's heart welled up and she patted her to assure her. I will. Seeing Ryan and Alina's figures disappearing, Evan's gaze became colder. Aunt Selin, what's going on? Selena raised her head to meet Evan's firm gaze. Her heart quivered in agony. Despite her efforts to appear strong, she was just a woman struggling every day to survive. Evan, somehow your parents know James. They have reached out to him to keep tabs on you. A few days ago, James barged in and beat me, demanding to know where I was working. I gave him minimal information, but somehow he connected me to you. Her voice trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. He might have followed me, spotted us together during work, or knew when we spoke over the phone. Just revealing your identity wasn't enough, so he wanted me to do shady things. Evan sucked in cold air. Selena's face contorted with pain, her hands shaking involuntarily. He asked me to manipulate financial accounts and withdraw money. He demanded I report your every movement to him. Your parents must have offered him a deal. And when I refused, this war started, and he threatened me to stay out of it. Damn it. Evan cursed aloud, shocked by Selena's revelations and the intensity of her distress. If it's such a nightmare, why the heck are you still with that monster? Evan asked aloud. Because it's not easy to leave him. Do you think I want to stay with a bastard? Selena screamed, her voice echoing through the hospital corridor. Please, keep your voices down. We're in a hospital, a passerby nurse interjected, eyeing them with concern. Evan stood there, stunned and dazed by Selena's outburst. He struggled to process the magnitude of her suffering and the danger she was in. "I'm sorry to shout at you," Selena muttered, her anger turning to despair as she turned to Evan. "But leaving him isn't easy. He threatened me," she continued with her trembling. "If I leave, he'll hunt us down and kill us. He said if I go to the police and complain, he might end up in prison, but when he gets out, he'll find us and destroy us. What am I supposed to do?" Selena cried out, desperation and fear lingered in her voice. "I loved him, sacrificed everything to be with him, and this is what I get? Do I have to kill him with my own hands to survive? And even if I did, could I escape the consequences?" Chapter 33, Leverage. Evan took a deep breath, sensing Selena's distress. Her eyes, usually warm and filled with conviction, were clouded with anguish. He who has always seen her strong was shaken seeing her vulnerable state. Evan inhaled deeply, unsure how to confront Selena's outburst or calm her down. He empathized with her situation deeply. At its core, the issue was money. Even if James, once Selena's support, was detained, fleeing abroad was not an option as they didn't have money. She could move to another town or state, but it wouldn't provide foolproof security. Wealthy people like James knew how to track someone down for the right price. You just need to throw in enough. And it's not easy to start from scratch in another place with a kid, who might already be affected by the traumas. "Aunt Selena," Evan began cautiously. Selena fixed him with a piercing stare. "Aunt Selena," Evan began gently, kneeling beside her hospital bed and taking her trembling hands. "I understand this is overwhelming. But with James out of the picture soon, things will improve." Selena's voice trembled with emotion. "Evan, it's not just him. It's the fear, the threats. I feel trapped. Financial constraints may have hindered us before, but now we have a chance to change that," Evan assured her. "We'll be light years ahead of where we are by the time he's out of prison, I promise you. T-Box Cafe will blossom into a major corporation, and you won't have to worry anymore." Selena's turbulent emotions subsided, a spark of hope in her eyes. She understood what Evan was implying. Money had the power to solve almost any problem. She could hire guards to ensure their safety and stay put. Previously, leaving James had seemed fraught with difficulties, especially concerning debts accrued through gambling and the potential threats from loan sharks. "We have options now," Evan reassured her, his tone firm yet comforting. "We can protect ourselves. I won't let him harm you again." Tears welled up in Selena's eyes. "What if he comes back?" "We'll prevent that," Evan promised, locking eyes with her. "I'm taking steps to ensure our safety. Trust me, Aunt Selena, we'll get through this together." Selena's face softened with a glimmer of hope. "Okay, Evan. I'll trust you, can I do that?" Selena asked tentatively. Evan flashed a reassuring smile, kneeling before her and gently holding her hands. "Yes, you can. I'm already arranging legal help for my case, and they'll assist you too. He'll face serious consequences, far more than just a year or a fine for domestic violence. All you need to do is take that step and keep yourself strong." Evan took a moment to compose himself, scanning the room for the nurses responsible for Selena's care. He observed the nurses' demeanor closely. Unless someone was a skilled actor, their true feelings often showed through. This was a private hospital. Due to Ryan's concern about James' condition after the beatdown, they hastened here instead of going to the government hospital in case this bastard died in the lobby or hallway. Since it was a private hospital, there was no way nothing shady occurred there. After a brief observation, Evan spotted a few targets who greedily chugged money for extra care. "I think we can go with that." Leaving Selena accompanied by Elena, he approached a nurse, putting on a friendly smile. "Excuse me, miss. I need your help and would like to speak with the doctor in charge of this patient." "Why?" she asked, giving him a skeptical glance. "It's about something urgent." "The doctor is Boo." She paused mid-sentence as Evan discreetly slipped her 2 1,000 rupee notes. Her expression took an abrupt shift, and her eyes shone with a hint of greed. "Follow me," she said, leading Evan to a private cabin where a man in his 50s dozed lightly. The door of the cabin was opened, and anyone passing by could see the inside. "Doctor, there's someone here to see you," the nurse announced with a gentle knock. "Tell them I'm busy," the doctor grumbled, half awake. The nurse looked at Evan apologetically and coughed softly. "Dr. Steph, it's urgent. Please." The man groggily opened his eyes, spotting Evan, and frowned. "Why are you bringing people in here? This is a doctor's office, not a free-for-all." "He has an important matter to discuss," the nurse interjected, trying to smooth things over. "What important matters? Are you wasting my time?" The man snapped angrily, clearly irked by Evan's presence. Sighing, Evan stepped forward and placed a stack of bills on the table directly to let the money talk. The doctor's eyes widened at the sight, swallowing his irritation. Sure enough, Money and punches are the best way to talk. Say, what can I do for you? But I won't be killing anyone for some meager money. Though he said that, his greedy paws were moving greedily to snatch the money. Maintaining his composure, Evan explained briefly about James, the man causing all the trouble. And what exactly do you want me to do in this situation? Knock him out or cripple him? The doctor. Steph mused. Evan shook his head. I need you to keep him unconscious and out of the picture for a few days. I'll handle the rest. Also, I want you to observe if anyone approaches and monitors his calls. Dr. Steph scrutinized Evan for a moment, then spoke cautiously. How much are we talking about? 10K, Evan replied. Triple it, the doctor demanded without hesitation. Evan was taken aback. He had expected reluctance or excuses, not such boldness. But he knew he had to leverage the doctor's greed for his plan to work. All right. Just keep him here, Evan agreed reluctantly. Dr. Steph's stern expression softened into a smirk. Consider it done. He'll be sleeping like a baby without troubling you here. Chapter 34, Prelude to Release. Until they found a new home, Auntie Selena and Elena moved into his house. At first, they rejected it outright, but Evan didn't budge. He asked her to take care of chores and help in cleaning the apartment. The apartment was too big for Evan to take care of alone. He couldn't find a housekeeper as there might be the possibility that the person knew him from the incident and who may have sabotaged him. Moreover, he didn't want someone unknown to invade his privacy. Once the matter with Suri and his parents was over, the shackle on him would be lifted and he could finally gain his long-lasting freedom. This tea is much more potent than the one you sell in the shop, Selena commented, looking at the cup of tea with a flabbergasted look. Just now, she was feeling tired, drowsy, and sad, but just as she took a few sips, she felt her body filling with vitality all of a sudden. Big brother, can I drink this tea every day please? Alina made a cute expression that made Evan fumble. Alina. Selena glared at her daughter. She felt that if she didn't control things now, this girl might be spoiled by Evan. Unable to control himself, he extended her hand and pinched her cheeks. Yes, you can. And don't be harsh on her. A child needs to eat and drink well. This tea will help her study and grow well. Hearing this, Lena got up from her seat and raised her head. Yes, Lena will study well to become a big civil officer and then make Mama proud. Evan chuckled hearing her dreams. If you aren't a doctor, engineer, lawyer, or civil servant, you are considered a failure in Asia. Your parents would ask you to get in one of these, and this had become such a deep-rooted thing that parents started instilling the thought from early, but Evan could see that this girl wanted to be a civil officer by his own will. Selena shook her head, and slapped Lena's forehead gently. Go and do your homework first. But. Lena. Okay. Lena bit her tongue and ran away. The atmosphere became a bit awkward after she left. Selena stared at Evan with an incredulous gaze. Evan, previously I didn't ask where you were bringing the stocks and diluting them, but now that I took this, I feel that this might be a huge problem. What problem? Evan asked, raising his brows. Even the tea they were drinking was a mixed one. And it was slightly more effective than the one they sell. Evan, I have never tasted such a tea. Soon, people will try to investigate the source. Either they may try to procure it or they might try to cut off the channel. The main selling point of our cafe is the tea and coffee, so without it, we might see a drastic decrease in sales. Evan didn't answer but took a moment. This thing originated from the system, and as for the recipe, it will be rewarded from him. But there was no actual source of this tea on order. People will surely search about it, and he can't rely on the system for long. Once he expands, he can't spend all his points on the system to buy teas. He needs to farm this tea and have his plantations, but that's where the problem comes. It's a matter of trust. That's why he needed to wait for that loyalty contract. Taking a deep breath, Evan exhaled heavily. And Selena, thanks for telling me. I will try to establish a channel. A channel that no one can interfere with, but I need some time. We need money and good fame. For that, we need to open a few more cafes. Selena nodded and assured Evan. Don't worry, since I am going to be free, I am going to take care of everything now and boost up the things. As you already know my qualification, I might have become clumsy, but once I get it right, I will make sure to do as much as possible to repay you. I believe in you, Aunt Selena. Evan nodded, and getting up on his feet, he entered his room with a grave expression. I can't delay anymore. It's time to release the app. Evan sat at his desk, his laptop open before him, the glow of the screen illuminating his determined expression. After countless hours of coding and refining, he was finally ready to take the next step, bringing his app, Codezyper, to the world. With a deep breath, Evan navigated to the Eagle Play Developer Console, the gateway to releasing his creation to millions of potential users. His fingers moved with purpose as he filled out the registration form, providing his name, email, and password without hesitation. Then came the one-time registration fee of $25. And here Evan got into another problem as his account didn't have activated the internal transfer and wire takes time. He contacted the bank and as expected, they asked for all kinds of documents and troublesome things. Unlike other countries where banks simplify things with a visit, here you will have all kinds of headaches and even after that, it may take a few days. In the meantime, Evan searched for an alternative and finally found a way to pay using PayPal. It took another hour to sort out things. With a hint of nervousness, Evan entered his payment details and clicked submit, feeling a surge of excitement as the confirmation screen appeared before him. Step 1, done. But Evan knew there was still much work to be done. He shifted his focus to preparing Codezipper for release, ensuring every line of code was polished and every feature worked flawlessly. He double-checked the integration of Eagle Pay, wanting to provide users with a seamless experience when purchasing premium features within the app later. He ran it again and again to see if there was any error. Since there was no tester team, he had to make sure no issues arise later. Now came to design the logo, and create the promotional materials and advertisement. Chapter 35, Release. He started by making a cool icon for the app. Evan meticulously designed the logo, ensuring that the zippers formed the letters C and Z seamlessly with Stitch's structure. The partially open zipper showcased the app's ability to neatly organize lines of code, while the color scheme of blue and green exuded a modern and fresh vibe. With each detail thoughtfully crafted, Evan was confident that the logo effectively communicated Codezipper's purpose and would leave a lasting impression on users. Then, Evan took screenshots of the app in action. He wanted to show off all the cool features, like how easy it is to use. The greatest plus point was no annoying ads were troubling you and wasting your time. Next, Evan wrote a short description of the app. He wanted to tell people what Codezipper can do and why it's awesome in just a few sentences. Evan also made a video to show off the app. He screen recorded himself using Codezipper and explaining how it works. Finally, Evan made some cool graphics and banners to use on the App Store and social media. He wanted to catch people's attention and get them excited about trying out Codezipper. With everything ready to go, Evan was pumped to share Codezipper with everyone. He knew his hard work would pay off and that people would love using his app. As he meticulously reviewed his work, Evan also prepared the necessary promotional materials, icons, screenshots, and descriptions, all designed to showcase Codezipper's unique features and functionality. With everything in place, he returned to the developer console to upload his app, his heart pounding with anticipation. With each click, Evan moved closer to his goal. He carefully filled out each section of the submission form, taking care to provide accurate and compelling information about Codezipper. Then, with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, he clicked submit for review, sending his creation into the hands of Google's approval team. Days turned into an agonizing wait as Evan checked his email obsessively, hoping for news of Codezipper's fate. Then, one morning, his inbox lit up with a message from Google: Codezipper had been approved for release. Evan couldn't contain his excitement as he read through the email, a sense of pride swelling within him. With a triumphant fist pump, he knew that his hard work and dedication had paid off. Codezipper was finally ready to make its mark on the world. Yeah! Evan almost jumped up in his seat. Finally. I can't believe it took me so long to do post-processing when I wrote the codes this early. Finally, on the eve of the 29th of January, Evan's first application came into creation. For now, the one released is the free version of 19 megabytes that can compress a file to 5 times its original size, which didn't sound like anything great until one learns that it can scan and compress every file in existence. You can even use this app to create a file where you can store all your data like pictures, videos, and audio in compressed form that takes a huge bulk of your memories. In this file, once you open it by clicking it, all the files will be seen in unzipped form. You don't need to unzip it and transfer it here and there for use. Evan knew that once people learn this, they will surely use this crazily. Many people had problems with storage getting to the limit, while unable to decide which thing to delete. For them, it was a blessing as they stored all their things by compressing them here and deleting the original. And this was the most basic and free version. Once it starts gaining popularity, he will be releasing a premium version that can achieve more compression. Evan sat down at his desk, his laptop open and ready to launch his first ad campaign for Codezipper. With a deep breath, he logged into his Vision Book Ads Manager account and began setting up his campaign. First, he defined his campaign objective: to increase app downloads. He knew that getting his app in front of the right audience was crucial for its success. Next, Evan carefully selected his target audience, using Vision Book's advanced targeting options to narrow down his audience based on interests, demographics, and behavior. He wanted to reach developers and tech enthusiasts who would be most likely to be interested in his app. As he created his ad creative, Evan poured his creativity into designing engaging visuals and crafting compelling copy. He wanted his ads to stand out in users' news feeds and grab their attention. The ad wasn't great. It was monotonous, and just went straight to the process. Evan knew he lacked in this department. I should have hired a professional before. He sighed deeply. Doing things alone, he always finishes the main task with perfection, but behind the perfection lay many glaring flaws of another thing. His main product was great. He knew it, but people needed to feel it was appealing, so the conversion rate stayed good. Evan scratched his cheek. Let's go with it. I will hire someone to write. It is a free version after all. Evan spent a whopping 50,000 rupees to run the ad campaign. It hurt a bit as he worried that this might turn useless, but you need to take some risk to gain, right? After choosing his ad placement and setting his budget and bidding strategy, Evan launched his campaign, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He knew that running ads on social media was a new venture for him, but he was determined to make it a success. With T-Box Coffee funds, I can finally open my own software company, and after developing it I can transverse into technology fields. Finally, everything is done. From on, my good times will begin now. Or so he thought. Chapter 36, Court Officials. Tick. The ticking of gaze lingered in the empty space as Evan with bloodshot eyes stared at the screen. For the first few hours, there was none, but at dawn in the morning, he saw a sharp graph shooting up. And then by 10 a.m., he got his first 5-star review, which was slowly picked up. At that moment, Evan also noticed a flux of SP. System. Is the quest complete? It isn't, but every 10 downloads will give 1 SP. Will every app I make have this effect? Yes, for every app, game, or software, every 10 downloads will give 1 SP. Holy shit. Damn, this is some epic level freeloading. Evan screamed in joy. Now he didn't have to worry and cry for SP. Very soon, he can buy blueprints and start working on technology. Over the next few days, Evan closely monitored the performance of his ads, analyzing key metrics like click-through rate and conversion rate. He made adjustments to his targeting, ad creative, and bidding strategy based on the data, constantly testing and iterating to optimize his campaign for better results. As the campaign progressed, Evan started to see positive results. The number of app downloads began to increase steadily, and he received positive feedback from users who had discovered Kusagakure through his ads. With each successful campaign, Evan gained more confidence in his ability to effectively advertise his app on social media. He knew that by staying committed to testing, iterating, and learning from his results, he could continue to grow Kusagakure and reach even more users in the future. Evan felt good times were coming. He only needed to wait for a bit, buy high-end computer servers, and a team, and he could finally release the premium version. The free version didn't need to share any data or sign, but he needed to improve this with the premium module. From the app, he could collect the data. From data, he wasn't talking about personal data, but rather a handful of data behaviors of how people use to and for what people use it for most. While Evan was denounced, his concentration was broken by a phone. He saw that it was from security. The housing society had quite good security, so unless one lives there, the person needs to go through a verification to enter. Hello, sir. I am Pravash, the head of security. 2 people who claim to be from the court wanted to meet you. Evan's heart chilled and he pinched his forehead. The time he was afraid of finally appeared. Send them here. Evan sat aside everything and went out. Aunt Selena was at the cafe while Lena had gone to school. With no one here, he was here to meet them. Evan paced nervously in the lobby of his apartment building, his mind racing with anxiety. I should have studied a bit about law. He had heard from Uncle Max how tedious judiciary procedures were, tons of law. He adjusted his collar for what felt like the 100th time, his palms sweaty as he awaited the arrival of the court officials. The elevator dinged, and Evan saw 2 stern-looking men emerge, clad in formal attire and carrying briefcases. They exuded an aura of authority that made Evan's stomach churn with apprehension. Evan extended his hand in greeting. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Evan, he said, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. The officials nodded tersely in response, their expressions unreadable. Mr. Evan, we're here to discuss the summons you received regarding the case of Suri buried at your home. One of them spoke, whom Evan unofficially named as a court official. Evan's pulse quickened at the mention of the case. Yes, of course. Please, come up to my apartment. Evan led the officials into his apartment, motioning for them to take a seat in the living room. He offered them glasses of water, which they accepted with a nod of thanks. As they settled in, Court Official 2 opened his briefcase and retrieved a stack of papers, laying them out on the coffee table before them. Mr. Evan, we're here to discuss your involvement in the ongoing legal proceedings. We need to ask you a few questions regarding your connection to the case. He steeled himself for the impending interrogation, knowing that his responses could have far-reaching consequences. The reason why they have personally come here was because when they sent the notice to his parents they found something odd with them. Court summons have to be through, so they needed to discuss with each person involved in the case, but since Evan was missing they had to search for, that's why they appeared late, and they only managed to find after getting the information from the Land and Property Department. In some cases, court officials may conduct separate investigations to gather evidence or verify information relevant to a case. These investigations are typically carried out to ensure that all aspects of the case are thoroughly examined and that the court has all the necessary information to make a fair and informed decision. The extent and scope of these investigations can vary depending on the nature and complexity of the case, as well as the specific requirements of the legal system in which the case is being heard. They asked about his situation, about his relationship with his parents, and what he was doing that day. The previous court was adjourned due to Evan's grievous injury. According to reports, he should be in a coma, but to his surprise he was kicking well and his name had been spread in the media and drew suspicions. Evan spoke seriously, laying the ins and outs of his matter. The two officials frowned. Soon, Evan took off his shirt to showcase the engraving left by his parents. "I told you, those two looked like fucking beasts." The official one screamed while the official two frowned. They had a decade of experience, so they could already infer many things from talks, unless the other one was a veteran or high authority to mask his lies. The two cried sorrowfully, pouring out their grievances, and also spoke about how their son neglected him. But it is too melodramatic and overacting. For someone claiming to be poor, they lived in quite good houses, but the room their son used to live in was a small storeroom while the parents had a bigger room. Evan, seeing their eyes, knew their doubts. Evan's heart raced as he sensed the official's skepticism. He knew he had to provide concrete evidence to support his claims of abuse. "Please, allow me a moment," Evan said, his voice trembling slightly as he hurried to his bedroom. He returned moments later, holding a small digital recorder in his hand. Evan said, placing the recorder on the table. "This contains audio recordings of some of the incidents of abuse I've endured at the hands of my parents." Chapter 37, Vandalism. The officials exchanged a glance, their interest piqued. They listened intently as Evan played back the recordings, the sound of raised voices and violent outbursts filling the room. The officials' expressions hardened as they absorbed the chilling evidence. After a few moments of silence, court official one spoke in a grave voice. "This is deeply troubling, Mr. Evan. We will need to review these recordings as part of our investigation." Evan nodded in relief. He felt a glimmer of hope as he watched the officials take notes and discuss the next steps in their inquiry. As the meeting drew to a close, Evan couldn't help but feel a sense of validation. Finally, his years of suffering were coming to an end. The two reviewed the documents and added some notes. They pitied the guy while also appreciating the fact that even after such a rough childhood he was now standing out. The official one, named Josh, nudged his specs and spoke. "Evan, I have a suggestion." Their work was to analyze and investigate things to rely on in court. But cases of high importance generally had to be taken into consideration, and the upcoming case was of nationwide importance. "The upcoming case is tough. We already reviewed the case. Miss Suri is a top-class celebrity and her lawyer might be one of the best, so your chances of winning are quite low. And the fault lies with your parents, so you are bound to be implicated unless you have justification to break it. Won't be easy. The second date of the case is on the 16th of February and today is already the 29th of January. Please hurry and file a case about your parents with proof. Even if you don't get a hearing date before the 10th, you can showcase this in that hearing to break free." Evan noted everything in mind. Directly showcase all these in the hearing during Suri's case, but doing so might seem deliberate and arouse suspicion, though it didn't matter cause he had a health and medical certificate from a psychiatrist. He planned to hire a lawyer, but it was taking time both due to cost and his rigidity to find a suitable guy with a good character. After some discussion, the two left, leaving him a great headache. On the other hand, things started to become quite hectic. With the coming of the Suri case, the faded news slowly started getting highlighted. All this started with Suri drawing a tweet about her thanking them for support and promising to punish the evildoers, then thanking everyone for helping her that day. The diffused spark was finally lit again. News channels started broadcasting the news all over again. Evan, Hannah, and Miguel were once again highlighted again with Suri Barrett. Conspiracy theories started relaying again. Videos on YouTube went viral and many people washed their feet in the roaring water, garnering thousands of views. While some are depicted as evil and cruel, some depict her as a goddess. Sadly, a web series was released that gained immense popularity. In a web series by Suri Barrett named The Shy Away Girl, she was applauded for her superb acting. A story about a shy girl with mild autism who slowly recovered to becoming a top-class model. Her acting was top-notch and flawless, further solidifying her image of an A-listed celebrity. And she was shooting this web series during the incident. Her image as a national crush started gaining popularity and her reputation started increasing. Everything was going well for her, but on the other hand, things took a downhill for Evan. As the days passed, Evan's once thriving T-Box cafe began to experience a downturn. Negative reviews flooded in, accusing Evan of being unfilial and cruel, painting him in a negative light. Some even claimed that he had fabricated the allegations against his parents for personal gain, as it was he who asked his parents to do this. Meanwhile, his parents, whom he named as Asshole Number 1 and Asshole Number 2, wasted no time in using the opportunity to vilify their son in the media. They painted themselves as innocent victims of the case. News outlets picked up the story, sensationalizing the drama and fueling public outrage. On 31st January, ignoring everything, Evan decided to immerse himself in work. He picked up Maria early in the morning, a few hours before the work hour. As Evan and Maria approached T-Box Cafe, barbaric sounds against the quiet street. The familiar sight of his shop should have been comforting, but Evan's heart plunged when he saw a group of people destroying the storefront. There was a group of hooded figures who were breaking the windows while others drew graffiti on walls. "Ah," Maria gasped in shock, clutching Evan's arm. "Evan, what do we do?" she whispered, her eyes wide with concern. "Record their activities first," he ordered Maria, and then after a moment sneaked in slowly. Sadly, he was cut. "He is here. Should we beat him?" "No, that woman behind had a camera." Evan's eyes stirred and he screamed. With his fighting level, he didn't fear the group of things and screamed. "What the fuck are you doing? Did your mother build this shop or your father? Who gave you the right to damage it?" Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the defacer, his voice booming with anger. "Shit. Fuck. Run." Startled, the bastards turned to flee, but Evan's swift pace allowed him to catch one of them by surprise. Swish. Like lightning, he appeared behind one, and extending his hand he grabbed the neck. With a burst of speed, he attacked and toppled the closest vandal to the ground, pinning him down firmly. "You think you can destroy my shop and get away with it?" Evan growled, his grip tightening on the vandal's shirt collar. The maw struggled futilely under Evan's firm hold, fear evident in his eyes. I'm sorry. It was just a prank," he stammered, his voice trembling. "Prank or not, you've crossed the line," Evan replied, his tone unwavering. "You and your friends are going to pay for this. You will either be paying for this fucking damage or land in jail for years. No. Please, I yap." While speaking, he grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it. "Come." Seeing a layer of dust, Evan reacted quickly, closing his eyes. The man below pushed and turned around to run, but just then, two arms wrapped around his neck, and his waist was pinned by Evan's legs. Despite the pain, Evans shouted, "You dare." Saying this, he twisted and choked the man, throwing him out of breath and then knocking him out. The others ran away. In truth, Evan wanted those fuckers to stay, as none of them even had a beginner fighting level. Maria, standing a few steps away scared shitless by the violence, dialed the police as Evan held the vandal down. Then Maria approached him cautiously, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "Are you okay, Evan?" she asked softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Evan nodded, his eyes fixed on the young boy of his age whom he knocked out. "I am fine, but it seems our shop isn't." Evan swallowed his saliva and spoke helplessly. "It seems we need to close it for a few days." Chapter 38, Vandalism 2. Fortunately, the group of thugs was detained. With the familiar figure, Uncle Max taking charge and giving a third degree to the bastard that was caught, he spit out everything. They were just a group of hooligans who liked to play, and being fans of beautiful flowers found a suitable target. Little did they expect someone to appear this early in the morning. The police moved and imprisoned them. Late at night, Evan visited the station only to see them crying and begging, but he just sneered. "Is this a joke, or did you think of this as some kind of game? Aren't you Suri fans? Then why don't you ask that woman to release them? Evan, what do you want to do with them? Should we take charge and imprison them with charges?" Max asked, eyeing the crouching group behind the bars coldly. Evan rubbed his chin while staring at the broad man. He was sure that if he didn't know Uncle Max, or if there were any other officers, things might not go in his favor. Uncle Max first released them. "I want that white-faced Suri to know how her fans were behaving." "Good choice," Max nodded, patting Evan, and asked, "What about Selena's case? Have you thought of something?" Hearing this, Evan looked around and then whispered in Max's ears. "I plan to keep that guy cooped. Those two would be shocked after court and try underhanded means, and I am sure they would contact this guy, so." "Oh." Max made an exaggerated expression and stared at Evan's face. "Hey, Evan, should I pull some strings and give you a post as a detective or an intelligent officer? Your mind is too crooked and sharp, very much needed by us. Should I take this as a compliment?" Coming back home, Evan took a juice can and switched on the TV. The television flickered with various scenes. On the screen, images flickered showcasing a familiar figure. Hannah and Miguel sat hunched on their worn-out couch, on their faces that were etched with sorrow and resentment. The camera, wielded unsteadily, captured every tear and tremble. Hannah's voice quivered as she spoke into the lens. We just can't believe that our own sons would abandon us like this. We raised him with love and care, and now, when we need them the most. Miguel, his voice choked with emotion, continued. We're not asking for much. Just a little support during these trying times. Evan has the means to help us, but he's turned his back on his flesh and blood. We lost him during his birth. It was so heartbreaking for us and we desperately searched for him and found him in an orphanage. Since then, we have taken care of him without heart and soul. The scene shifted to the news anchor, her expression grave as she delivered the latest installment of the Evans family drama to the watching world. The Evans family feud has been making headlines for weeks now, she reported, her voice tinged with solemnity. Ever since Suri had filed a lawsuit demanding compensation, Evan had broken his contract and with his parents accused them of exploiting his success for their gain. But this latest plea from Hena and Miguel has sparked a new wave of controversy. As the camera panned out, leaving the troubled family behind, it captured the weight of the situation, showcasing a rift tearing apart the very fabric of a once united family. In the silence that followed, viewers were left to ponder the complexities of fame and fortune. Fucking hell. Evan shouted, slamming the remote. You raised me with what? Evan felt something in his heart boiling, trying to break free. At this moment he wanted nothing but to kill these two guys. Let's see just how long you can be smug. All useless topics started to trend again. It wasn't as big as people were making out. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge knew that many people were fueling it. MeTubers and news knew how to go with the flow and gain user base. They didn't care about the results, all that mattered was popularity. And this badly hit T-Box Cafe's business. Things were escalating much more than expected, so Evan had asked them to close the business. Evan knew that this was a crisis, but the crisis also highlighted him, so as long as he could ride through the crisis, he knew his fame would draw a series of customers. Leaving that, there was another reason Evan had waited till now. That was to hire good lawyers. He wanted to hire someone from a good firm. Best lawyers charged up to 1 million rupees for the day, some even an hour, which he couldn't afford before. But now, his shop has made a profit of 9 million rupees. Excluding all other costs, he had 7.6 million rupees. The second branch had already been opened while talks of the third branch were on its way. Sadly, he still wasn't able to reach the target profit of 1 million a day and was stuck between 450k suppress. With his additional income from stock, he had liquid cash of around 10 million. Unlike others, he hadn't spent much on luxury. Despite so much money, except for the suit and business coat, he hadn't brought anything for shopping and was still using a bicycle. Now it was time to spend on real things. For the past 2 months, he had been studying lawyers using his insight skills. And after looking around for long, he finally found a suitable individual with a good character based on his research. Name: Abhijit Chakravarti. Earthy skills: advanced legal research and analysis, 95 out of 100, advanced contract drafting and negotiation, 90 out of 100, advanced counseling, 92 out of 100, advanced oral advocacy, 90 out of 100. For a lawyer, the core skills were formed from litigation strategy, oral advocacy, drafting, and negotiation. Anyone mastering these 3 skills could make a good lawyer. Only judges of higher courts have everything at a professional level with few points of weakness. Out of everyone, Evan concluded that this guy was the most suitable lawyer who could handle both family and corporate matters. Also, his Phoenix firm was one of the largest firms in the country, having many specialized. Another thing that Evan liked was that, unlike others where they had to make a trip, once Evan contacted them and talked about the money, the man flew from the Delhi NCR, the capital of Indra. Chapter 39, End of Exploit. In a quiet space, Evan sat on the sofa with his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. Beside him, there was Selena, who fidgeted her hands and tried to lessen the solemnity. Don't worry, everything will be alright. They awaited Abhijit, the lawyer Evan had hired to resolve all this farce, and if possible, make the guy work for them later. A few moments later, Abhijit entered confidently, briefcase in hand, and greeted Evan and Selena warmly before taking a seat. Thank you for coming, Mr. Abhijit, Evan said wearily. After introducing Selena and having a warm greeting, he went to the topic. I hope you've reviewed the latest developments. Abhijit nodded seriously. Yes, Evan. I've gone through the documents with all the evidence you have sent. Before coming here I had already drafted the papers. The situation is complex, but I've already drafted the necessary papers to file on Monday. Clearing her throat, Selena interjected. We need a solution. Evan's parents are causing a media sensation, and it's taking a toll on him. Abhijit nodded sympathetically. I understand, Selena. We'll work to resolve this swiftly and discreetly. Evan leaned forward. What are our options, Abhijit? My parents seem determined to damage my reputation. Abhijit opened his briefcase, laying out legal documents. We have several avenues. We can start with a cease and desist letter to stop their defamatory statements. Simultaneously, we can prepare a defamation lawsuit based on the evidence. Evan considered their options. And the family assets and my shop that they're trying to control? Abhijit adjusted his glasses. We can file for a restraining order to freeze any unauthorized transactions. This will protect your interests until the court decides. Selena leaned in. How quickly can we act? This situation is getting worse. Abhijit reassured them. We'll file first thing Monday morning and request an expedited hearing due to the urgency. Evan felt relieved. Thank you, Abhijit. Your swift action means a lot. Abhijit smiled. You're welcome, Evan. We're here to support you through this. Things proceeded smoothly with the lawyer. Abhijit assured Evan that not only would he not need to pay anything up front, but there was also potential to recover a sum from the opposing party. He explained the laws and advised Evan on what actions to avoid, emphasizing not provoking the other party and keeping a distance. Given Evan's parents' negligence and falsification of DNA documents, additional charges would be considered. In short, Evan was prepared to corner them whenever possible. The evidence was bulk and irrefutable, and the court personnel would soon give them the green flag once the examination was complete. Evan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Let's do whatever it takes to end this madness. Afterward, the discussion turned to Selena's situation, prompting Abhijit to make a suggestion. They also need to deal with Selena's husband. Mrs. Selena, I think a private settlement might be best. Huh? Both Evan and Selena looked puzzled. Considering your husband's gambling debts and lack of inheritance claims, settling privately could save time and money. I would charge a 20% consultation fee based on the settlement amount. Why bother pushing off the case, as it is a particular waste of time and money unless you want him to be destroyed and punished thoroughly, which seems unlikely from the tone. Abhijit's stature rose in Evan and Selena's eyes. However, his words made Selena frown. Despite being so much abused, she just couldn't bring herself to destroy or kill that guy whom she vowed to remain until death. Though Evan didn't show it, he was pleased he hadn't rushed into decisions. With the meeting adjourned, Abhijit said goodbye and left. Selena looked at Evan with concern. Selena regarded Evan with concern. Evan, about your parents. I don't think they're as simple as they seem. Evan nodded seriously. Yeah, I've always had a feeling they might have some backing, despite their outward appearances. Selena sensed there was more Evan wasn't saying. Don't worry too much, she reassured him. Focus on finalizing the deal for the third branch of T-Box Cafe. We can't stay closed for long. Open the store online. Evan nodded thoughtfully. If it's come to this, we'll go all out. He plans to hire guards and people to safeguard, as keeping it shut for many days isn't an option. Every day they were losing 100k rupees by not earning anything. I'll get on it right away, Selena agreed. Despite not showing it, Evan just wanted all these cumbersome things to get done so he could focus on his work again. Meanwhile, back in their hometown, a somber atmosphere enveloped Henna and Miguel's modest home. In their living room, they sat close together, faces filled with bitterness. Things were spiraling in unexpected directions. Our plan to exploit that actress failed, and now Evan, who we always had under control, has turned against us, Henna lamented with fury in her eyes. He always brings trouble, Miguel agreed, his voice full of resentment. We thought eliminating him would solve everything, but he slipped away, and now this. Henna's eyes narrowed with malice. And what about his newfound success? He thinks he's above us now, but he'll come crawling back, Miguel commented, clicking his tongue. He's always been ungrateful, Henna sneered. We took him in when no one else would, and this is how he repays us? He's already opened a shop and is making good money, yet he hasn't given us a penny. I knew adopting him was a mistake. Enough. Miguel snapped, unable to bear it any longer. Remember how much we gained by keeping him with us? Miguel continued bitterly. If you hadn't mistreated him, none of this would have happened. You. Henna jumped up, glaring at him. How dare you blame me? Henna fumed. Did you want me to coddle and take care of someone who isn't even our blood? Look at what he's done now. Miguel felt his temper rising and he screamed, I'm telling you, if we had treated him better and he found out about the money, he might have kicked us out. And if he ever learns the truth about his birth and his parents, do you think he wouldn't go searching for his real life? And can you imagine what would happen to us once those two big figures find out about us? As Henna's voice rose, Miguel massaged his temples, trying to ease the headache. He couldn't help but shiver at the possibility. For now, he just hopes to avert the worst possibility. Chapter 40, Sell Me the Cafe. The next day, Evan got a call from Knox University. It was a call directly from the HOD, who said he wanted to meet urgently. Evan, came to my office at 10. Don't be late. We are going to talk about something important. From his tone, Evan could guess that something bad had happened. Evan hurriedly took a taxi to Knox University. He wore clean clothes. A blue shirt with black formal pants. Appearing before the hod cabin, even before he could knock, he heard a voice from inside. "Come in quickly." The moment he stepped, a frown etched over his face. The hod Michael was standing with a back bow, and in his chair sat an aged man with a piercing gaze. Name, Darpan Biswaz. Before Evan could ask, a chime echoed in his ears. Host, it's because the person's luck is high along with charisma. For now, you can't gauge the skills of the person who has charisma many times over you along with great luck. Evan suppressed his curiosity, walked forward, and gave a gentle bow to the man. After all, who was sitting before him now was none other than the director of Knox University. In terms of authority, it was a bit lower than the principal, but from what he knew, this man wasn't a simple guy. He had many business companies, and Knox University was also founded by him. What was the most appalling fact about this university is that you won't be failing here. If you fail, you can pass by giving a fine of 10,000 rupees for each paper per semester. Darpan took out a few sheets of paper and spoke while analyzing. Evan, in all semester you barely passed and have slowly improved. Still, I can't see you as a bright student, despite that you seem to have achieved quite a success. Suppressing his curiosity, Evan waited for Darpan to speak. The director's piercing gaze bore into him as he began. Evan, I've heard about your tea box cafe business. It's quite impressive for someone of your age. Warning bells started ringing in Evan's mind, bidding about a bad premonition. Evan nodded, feeling a crisis. And his sixth sense proved to be true as Darpan's next words hung in the air, laden with significance. I've been considering investing in businesses with potential, and yours seems promising. How about you sell me your cafe business? Evan's heart sank at the proposition. The tea box cafe was his cash flow project, and he couldn't fathom parting with it. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Biswaz, but the cafe is more than just a business to me. I'm not interested in selling. Darpan's expression hardened, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his features. I see, he replied in an icy tone. Well, if you're not willing to sell, how about this? I'll buy shares in your business and become an investor. That way, we both benefit. I want 80% shares of your company. I am willing to offer you a blank check. Evan hesitated, but ultimately, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Biswaz, but I prefer to maintain full ownership of my business. From your proposition, I can already feel the value of my ventures, and for now, I don't want to grow it independently. What? Evan, how dare you to reject Sir Darpan's kindness? Michael, who had been standing beside Darpan, started screaming. If you know what's good for you, just accept the deal. This is the reason why you are poor. You can't think ahead, can you? Michael started hurling curses at Evan. Evan's expression became fierce, but he controlled himself. Sir, your offer is very good, but I can't bear your kindness at this stage. Darpan's demeanor shifted, his patience wearing thin. Very well, Evan, he said, his voice cold and calculating. But let me remind you that Knox University has its own set of rules. And if you refuse to cooperate, I can make things difficult for you. Evan's heart clenched at the veiled threat, but he refused to back down. However, he felt that he should drag this down a bit and think of a countermeasure later. He wasn't bright, not strong enough to collide head-on. I understand, Mr. Biswaz, so can you give me some time? You know that I am troubled by the case hanging over me. He knew that in some things he needed to compromise, but his heart wasn't bearing to. It wasn't a matter of just money. He knew that what this guy truly wanted was the secret of their tea, which was something that couldn't be revealed. Darpan's gaze hardened and his eyes narrowed with displeasure. Very well, Evan, he said, his voice dripping with menace. But remember, you may not have a choice in the matter. If you refuse to comply, I can assure you that you won't be passing your final exams. You can't do that, can you? It's illegal. Evan asked with a frown. Hearing this, Darpan chuckled. Do you know whom this place belongs to? Moreover, I am not failing you blindly. I have justification to stop you from graduating. What justification? He asked, lifting up his voice. On the ground of your senseless behavior. I can mark your character certificate as negative. Secondly, with matters of Mrs. Suri Barrett, your life will take a heel turn. You don't have any good relationships with any students in the university, and the media would soon start sneaking you out. Darpan smirked, looking at Evan's helpless expression. All in all, he had the power to do what he wanted, but Evan didn't have the power to resist. He heard about the cafe from his son, who went there to have a break, but was astonished by the tea and coffee sold there. He knew that this boy had gotten hold of something amazing or created a secret recipe. As a seasoned businessman, he knew that with a secret recipe, a person could build an empire chain. Evan took a deep breath and spoke. I need time to weigh pros and cons. Huh? Both Michael and Darpan were startled for a moment. The boy was still adamant. Then, I will see you later. Michael called Devon from behind, but he turned a deaf ear, ignoring the two. "Sir, what will you do now?" "That brat is really a brute head and indecisive," Michael muttered in a displeased tone. Darpan stared at the door with a dead-eye expression. This young man has a bit of a hard head, but such a man who doesn't know what to buy won't last long. He had to bow many times and kneel before someone to become what he is today. He was willing to take over the business even if that guy asked for 100 million rupees, which was enough to last throughout the life for the middle class. What can a poor middle-class man ask more for? Alas, this guy didn't know what he lost today.